Imagine possessing such a colossal talent for soccer that the biggest clubs on the planet vied for your signature like you were a rare treasure. Yet, neither the glory nor the promise of greatness could protect you from the locker room's poison. The bullying from your own teammates stripped away your confidence, ultimately burying the prodigy you once were. Today, after years of silence and shadows, a simple lie told to the love of your life will ignite the spark for your comeback. To turn that illusion into reality, you will awaken a sleeping giant, the soccer monster who has been chained up for 2 years. And this time, no force on earth will be able to stop you. The number 10 jersey signifies an outstanding player, a number reserved for the most brilliant football geniuses. I, however, am nothing like that. I am simply someone who refuses to give up. It is not out of pride. I just have to stay on the pitch for the sake of those who support me and expect great things from me. I have to keep up the appearance of being a football genius. Only then will everything I have endured be worth it. Flashing back to a short while ago, we find the Fiorentina U17 team, our protagonist's current squad. He reflects on how a lie is like a snowball, starting out small and constantly growing until it spirals completely out of control. Maybe if I hadn't bragged at that moment, I wouldn't be under so much pressure. Rewinding a day further, we see him on the phone telling someone that he scored a hat-trick. The person on the other end is thrilled to hear it, since it is the first time Gi-hun has ever told them that things are going well for him. To himself, however, the young man notes that this is an absolute lie. He is not even being considered as a bench option for the team. He then explains that he joined the Juventus academy a while ago, getting in purely by chance, but was transferred to Fiorentina shortly after due to difficulties adapting. At least here, nobody bothers him, and they let him bide his time on the bench in peace. Maybe it's because they think I don't have the talent to aim higher, but it feels good just to be here. Suddenly, the person on the line yells at him to pay attention. Somewhat annoyed, he tells her to calm down, silently noting that Jiwoo, his only childhood friend, is always incredibly loud. Back when he lived in Korea, she looked after him like a younger brother. She can be a handful, but she is a friend he would do absolutely anything for. Plus, she has never lost touch with him, even after his move to Italy. Lying to her feels awful, but I don't want to look pathetic in her eyes. Besides, it's not like she can find out. Just then, she mentions that she will be coming to Italy soon. This news shatters the young man's composure, prompting him to quickly ask what on earth she is coming here for. She explains that she got into a culinary school as an exchange student, which is why she is heading to Italy, specifically to Florence. Obviously, it's a massive opportunity, so I'm not letting it slip away. Plus, I finally get to see my football genius in action. See you in 2 weeks, Ji-hun. The news is such a shock that the boy drops his phone, wondering how the hell he is supposed to break into the starting lineup in just 2 weeks when he can barely make the bench during training matches. Snapping back to the present, someone calls out to him. It is the captain for the upcoming training match, who informs Ji-hun that he will be playing as a second striker, adding that the coach wants him to just play however he likes. Our protagonist nods, silently noting that this instruction is the same dismissive line he always gets. Evidently, the coach has no desire to waste time explaining tactical plays in detail to a player he has no intention of using. He then goes on to explain just how steep of an uphill battle he faces. He is currently outside the 20-man main squad, and even if he managed to crack that list, game time is far from guaranteed since 9 players make the bench and only 5 can come on as substitutes. Normally, he wouldn't care about breaking into the first team, but right now, everything has changed. He finally has a reason to push his limits, and that reason is to avoid becoming a laughingstock to his best friend. His immediate goal is to make the matchday squad. Perhaps with this newfound motivation, he can catch the manager's eye. Besides, I'm playing as a second striker. I can't walk off this pitch without scoring at least once. The whistle blows and the match kicks off. Gi-hun's team gets the ball rolling immediately. Watching from a distance, he notices that because the pitch is smaller, the pace of play is incredibly fast, meaning he might be able to. Breaking into a sprint, he charges forward and calls for the ball. Without a second thought, his teammate fires a pass right to him. Despite his lack of game time, Gi-hun reads the game flawlessly and anticipates a defender closing him down. Thinking on his feet, he drops his shoulder to feint left, and the moment the defender buys it, he cuts sharply to the right, shaking off his marker in a flash. As he drives forward, he spots a gap between the approaching defenders and slips a pass through. The defenders shift their focus to the ball's trajectory for a split second, which is all the time Gi-hun needs to make a darting run past them and receive the return pass. The defender stands frozen, unable to believe how easily the kid slipped away, but it is already too late. With an unstoppable right-footed strike, young Gi-hun fires home his first goal. While everyone else celebrates, our protagonist keeps a cool head, knowing this is nowhere near enough. Even so, he finds it fascinating how his teammates moved exactly where he wanted them to. Gaining confidence, he vows to score another. Shortly after, the second quarter of the practice match comes to a close. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man notes that he has bagged 2 goals. It's a solid return, but he still worries it isn't enough to make a lasting impression. Just then, Coach Luca walks over and instructs him to take off his training bib. Assuming he is being swapped to the other team, our protagonist complies, but as he heads across, Luka stops him and tells him to hit the showers. That was a twist Ji-hun had not anticipated at all. Cut to the next scene, and Gi-hun reflects on how wildly unpredictable things have gotten, because suddenly he has been named as a substitute for the first team. To be honest, after Coach Luka hooked me from practice, I thought I was completely done for. This is so out of the blue, I don't know if I can handle the pressure. Right on cue, the manager barks out his name. Startled, he snaps to attention like a soldier on duty. Tony tells him to ease up, apologizing for giving him a scare, and asks if he is ready to go on as the second striker. Our protagonist is bewildered by how quickly they are throwing him into the mix. But since this is what he came for, he nods and heads off to warm up. He is so incredibly nervous, though, that his stride looks completely stiff. Coach Tony watches him, wondering if the boy will be alright. His mind wanders back to a few days ago when Luka reported Ji-hun's outstanding display during the scrimmage. It had been a highly pleasant surprise, but Tony knew they had to handle him with care so they wouldn't inadvertently crush his fragile drive. He had instructed Luka to keep a close eye on the youngster, ensuring it remained completely covert. Tony recalls how 3 years ago this kid had left elite European clubs completely awestruck with his raw ability. In the end, Juventus snapped him up, but his contract was terminated shortly after due to integration issues. The moment I caught wind of his situation, I knew I had to bring him here. Even though he was in no psychological shape to play a single match, I chose it to take him under my wing and wait patiently for him to rediscover his passion for the game. Today just might be that day. He may have been stuck in limbo for 2 years, but I never once wavered in my belief in his potential. At long last, the genius who remains oblivious to his own greatness is about to take his first steps toward football's summit. As play unfolds, it is clear that the starting second striker is finding it difficult to make an impact against the defense. Gi-hun notices this too, deducing that he will likely only be sent on to give the exhausted starter a breather. Even so, he knows he needs to find a way to perform better than Gino to outsmart the opposition backline. Wrapping up his warm-up, he wonders when his number will be called, but he quickly pushes that aside to focus on reading the game so he can hit the pitch running. It doesn't take him long to realize that Gino is being tightly man-marked. Because of this, he struggles to receive the ball, and whenever he does get a touch, a second defender immediately closes in, making it virtually impossible for him to drive forward. Putting himself in his teammates' shoes, he realizes that if he plays at the same tempo as Gino, he will end up completely isolated too. In a setup like this, initiating an attack is brutal, meaning the only viable solution is to pull his marker out of position. If he can execute that successfully, a breakthrough for his team is bound to open up sooner or later. Then again, I'm overthinking this. If Gino, who is the starter, can't figure it out, what chance do I have? Out of nowhere, a memory flashes back of his mother pushing him past his limits, completely unsatisfied even when he was named man of the match. The sudden wave of trauma scrambles his thoughts and leaves him feeling physically sick to his stomach. The manager notices his distress and, sensing that the matchday pressure is getting to the kid, walks over to reassure him. "Hun, your only job out there is to give the forward a rest. Don't overthink it, just play however you want." Our protagonist catches his meaning immediately, though he can't help but feel a pang of disappointment at being viewed as nothing more than a fresh pair of legs. Relieved, he thinks to himself that the heavy burden has been lifted, while the manager is glad to see the boy relax. Tony then signals to the starting forward, calling for the long-awaited substitution. Before crossing the touchline, our protagonist kneels down to touch the grass. He reflects on how incredible it would be for his best friend to actually see him play for the first team, but knows that will only happen if he leaves a lasting impression on the boss today. Once Gi-hun enters the fray, the flow of the game remains stagnant. The team is forced into playing sideways passes to one another due to the intense press from the opposing defenders. He realizes that while his tactical plan seemed straightforward from the sidelines, executing it under intense match pressure is an entirely different story. On top of that, he is doubtful he can even draw his defender out. Suddenly, the opposing defender goads him. "I thought when they hooked Gino, they'd at least put on someone competent. Turns out you're just a glorified ball boy. You don't even have a proper squad number on your back." Those harsh words strike a chord deep inside the boy, not to break his spirit, but to slap him with a reality check he is determined to change. Instantly casting aside his doubts, he abruptly changes gears and makes a sharp run in the complete opposite direction of the play. This completely throws off the defender, who hesitates over whether to track him. The coach spots the strategic brilliance of the run, as does one of his teammates on the ball. All that is left is for the defender to bite, and he does exactly that. The team captain immediately exploits the opening, sliding a pass to a teammate exploiting the vacant space. Ji-hun flashes a satisfied smile, knowing his dummy run accomplished its purpose perfectly. In their scramble to plug the defensive hole, the opposing backline completely loses its shape. After a quick sequence of passes, the ball finds its way back to Ji-hun, who had pushed high up the pitch. Finding himself completely unmarked, he intelligently plays the ball inside and continues his overlapping run down the flank. Moments later, a teammate cushions a header right into his path. Instead of taking a low percentage shot, he unselfishly squares the ball to a teammate in a better position, who hammers it home for a sensational goal. Coach Tony erupts into joyous celebration, fully aware that a kid with that level of vision and tactical intelligence has the potential to become a true legend. Shortly afterward, we see our protagonist's best friend arriving at the terminal. After shooting him a text to say they'll be meeting soon, the camera highlights just how stunning she has grown to be. The following morning, she makes a cameo in his dream, chiding him for sleeping in late. He wakes up with a sigh, muttering that Jiwoo manages to be loud even in his subconscious. Shaking it off, he gets ready for training and heads out the door. As he jogs to the facility, he admits to himself that keeping up with the first team is absolutely exhausting. Even so, bagging that assist has given him a real shot at making the roster for the upcoming fixture. Unfortunately, his high hopes are dashed the moment he arrives and discovers he has been left out of the tactical setup. While he understands it was unrealistic to expect a starting spot so soon, he refuses to let it break his spirit. He vows to prove his worth every single second of training, absolutely determined to get on the pitch for that match. Watching him train with such fierce dedication, Coach Luca is astonished by his exceptional quality, noting to the boss that leaving him out of the squad lineup might have actually been a stroke of genius. Tony agrees, arguing that overloading him with too much responsibility right off the bat could shatter his fragile confidence. It is far better to ease him into the system gradually. Luca chuckles and remarks that handling the boy is trickier than taming a stray cat, a sentiment Tony fully echoes. A short while later, the training session wraps up. Our protagonist cannot ignore the knot of anxiety twisting in his stomach. Even so, the final matchday squad hasn't been officially announced yet, leaving him a glimmer of hope. The coach commends the group for their hard work and notes that the team selection will be sent out individually, so everyone needs to keep an eye on their phones. With that, he dismisses them for the day. Jogging back home, the young man reflects that he did everything within his power. Whether he makes the cut for the next match is entirely in the manager's hands. Still, he prays with all his heart to see his name on that list. When Friday rolls around, his phone lights up with a barrage of texts. They are all from Jiwoo, who has just landed and wants to meet up in an hour. He doesn't understand why she's making it sound like such a massive event, but he shrugs it off and starts getting ready. To his dismay, his wardrobe consists entirely of athletic gear. He reasons that since it's just a casual catch-up meal with his childhood friend, he shouldn't overthink his outfit. Just as he is about to head out, his father cuts him off, insisting that nobody goes on a proper date looking like they're heading to the gym. A bit later, we see our protagonist looking incredibly sharp as he says goodbye to his old man. His father wishes him luck with his girl, quietly relieved he had bought his son some stylish clothes in advance to save him from embarrassment. Walking to the rendezvous spot, the boy mutters that his dad went completely overboard with the makeover. Arriving at the location, he scans the area but can't see her anywhere. Assuming she's running late, he pulls out his phone to kill some time. His mind drifts back to how Jiwoo used to be, wondering if she has changed at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns around and locks eyes with a gorgeous girl who is offering a sweet apology for being late. Desperately trying to hide the fact that he's completely starstruck, he awkwardly holds up his hand for a high five. She playfully bats his hand away, pouting as she asks if he isn't happy to see her. Unable to look her straight in the eye, he catches a whiff of her perfume and realizes how amazing she smells. He takes a deep breath, telling himself to stay cool. Attempting to break the ice, he asks why she is all dressed up, wondering aloud if she suddenly developed a thing for dresses. She beams, replying that it suits her, and that since she's in a beautiful foreign country, she wanted to look her best. "Why don't you think I look pretty?" Flustered and completely overwhelmed, our protagonist quickly turns away, stammering that they should probably get moving with the tour. Despite his defensive attitude, he secretly admits that she looks absolutely breathtaking. If she weren't teasing him with her usual attitude, he would honestly doubt she was the same Jiwoo he grew up with. A bit later, they are seated at a restaurant, where our protagonist takes charge and orders a variety of dishes for her to try. Delighted, she thanks him, though she can't resist teasing him about how mature he looks ordering food like a grown adult. Ji-hun shoots her a look, telling her to just eat and drop the commentary. While she enjoys her meal, the boy's mind is completely consumed by a single thought: whether or not the coach is going to text him. Out of nowhere, Jiwoo looks up and asks how many goals he plans to score for her in the next game. "Since this is our first time seeing each other in 3 years, you definitely owe me a goal dedication. Or are you not the football genius you claim to be? Plus, I saw players on TV doing this cool celebration when they score." Our protagonist raises his hands, pleading with her to pipe down. She keeps pressing him, demanding that he promise her a goal. He sighs and explains that you can't just guarantee things like that in a real match. His safe answer instantly deflates her excitement, a shift in mood that he notices right away. Just as he is racking his brain for an excuse to ease the sudden tension at the table, his phone buzzes with a notification. It's a text from Coach Tony. But before we find out what the message says, we have to see how the rest of this date, dinner with his best friend, wraps up. A while later, Gi-hun walks her back to her accommodation. In a playfully sarcastic tone, she asks if he'll be able to manage the trip home all by himself. The boy rolls his eyes, telling her not to worry about him and to head inside where it's warm. As our protagonist turns to leave, she calls out to remind him about their plans for Sunday. She then mutters to herself that he's still just as emotionally distant as ever. On his walk back, Ji-hun pulls out his phone to check the message. To his shock, he actually made the matchday squad for the next game. At the very least, he thinks, he can make up a plausible excuse if he ends up glued to the bench. Then, a cold sweat hits him as he remembers his cocky response when Ji-woo asked how many goals he'd dedicate to her. How many would be enough? The memory makes him cringe. If he hadn't let his mouth run wild, he wouldn't be in this mess. He doesn't even know if he'll get a single minute on the pitch, yet he went and made such a reckless promise. Though, looking at it objectively, the best-case scenario might be staying on the bench. At least that way I won't humiliate myself in front of her. Either way, the weight of his lies is starting to feel incredibly heavy. But even if I can't guarantee a goal, I've trained my ass off, and I genuinely want to play in this game. When the big day finally arrives, Ji-hun finds himself awake a split second before his alarm even goes off. He admits to himself that this is a complete first for him. The weather and the surroundings are exactly the same as any other day, yet everything feels entirely different. There's no promise of game time, and his house of cards could come crashing down today. Even so, the adrenaline pumping through him feels incredible. Suddenly, his friend's face flashes across his mind. Startled, he shakes his head to clear it, insisting to himself that his excitement has absolutely nothing to do with her. Brushing it aside, he gets out of bed to gear up for the day ahead. His father, surprised to see him up so early, praises his discipline and offers him a couple of homemade sandwiches. Our protagonist hesitates for a moment. I mean, how bad could they really be? He takes a bite, only to immediately realize they are absolutely dreadful. Seeing his expression, his father asks if something is wrong with the food. He forces a smile and replies that they're great, but claims he'll finish them on his way out. A bit later, fully packed and ready, he says goodbye to his father, who cheers loudly for him to give it his all. Cut to the locker room a while later. Gi-hun is looking visibly pale, prompting one of his teammates to ask if he's doing all right. He mumbles a weak yeah line, but it's completely unconvincing. He is drowning in nerves. And it's completely understandable. The last time he set foot on a pitch for a real match was a year ago back at Juventus, and he hasn't made his official debut for Fiorentina yet. In a desperate bid to soothe his anxiety, he decides to distract himself with his phone. For a brief second, that turns out to be a massive mistake. The screen displays a photo from his final match at Juve, instantly bringing back the crushing memory of failing to live up to the immense expectations placed on his shoulders. Fortunately, a timely text from his best friend cuts through the dark thoughts. She sends a wave of encouragement, adding that he'd better point her out in the crowd if he scores. A genuine smile breaks across his face as he mutters, "Yeah, this time is going to be different." Luca barks out that it's time to head out. The squad nods in unison and files out behind him, with our protagonist close on their heels. Even though it's just a youth academy fixture, the stands are surprisingly well populated. Right on cue, Gi-hun's nerves flare up again, causing him to walk with a stiff, awkward gait that draws curious looks from his teammates. Ji-woo, watching intently from the stands, sends a silent prayer for his success before cupping her hands to scream that she's watching, and he'd better leave everything on the pitch. 5 minutos into the encounter, Gino calls for the ball. His teammate slips a crisp pass over to him without hesitation, and an opposing defender immediately steps up to close him down. The forward brilliantly feints to the right, and at the absolute last second shifts his body weight to redirect the ball, completely turning the defender inside out. The Fiorentina midfielders push up in support, giving Gino a clear sight of goal. He lets fly with a powerful strike, but to his absolute dismay, the shot rattles off the crossbar and goes out of play. His teammates offer words of encouragement, but he looks visibly frustrated with himself. Another person completely dissatisfied with Gino's stellar work rate is Gi-hun, who has been keeping a nervous tally of the starter's 4 dangerous attempts on target. If he keeps dominating like this, I'll never get off the bench. Just then, the starting forward catches an accidental elbow straight to the face. Luca fiercely appeals to the referee for a yellow card. One of the midfielders jogs over to check on Gino, who brushes it off, insisting it was just a scratch. Before long, Gino is back to orchestrating the attack alongside the rest of the squad. The camera cuts over to Ji-woo in the crowd, who is looking entirely bewildered, wondering out loud if soccer is really captivating enough to warrant this much screaming from the fans. I mean, it's literally a 0-0 tie. Screaming your lungs out isn't going to magically alter the score, right? As the thought crosses her mind, she recalls Gi-hun's explanation from earlier. that the coach might bench him because the opponent was weak, and since he was Fiorentina's ultimate trump card, they only deployed him for high-stakes blockbusters. A pang of worry hits her as she begins to fear she won't get to see her friend play at all. Right at that moment, the entire stadium erupts into absolute pandemonium. The deadlock is finally broken, and naturally, it's a brilliant finish from Gino. Jiwoo's jaw drops in utter amazement at the quality of the strike. On the bench, Ji-hun knows that if this keeps up, his chances of getting any minutes will drop to zero. Surprisingly, our protagonist puts on a visibly supportive face. He reasons that the wider the goal margin becomes, the higher the likelihood the manager will sub him on to let Gino rest. The remainder of the first half is an absolute masterclass from Fiorentina, completely suffocating the opposition to head into the tunnel with a comfortable 3-0 lead. Inside the dressing room, the players are all high-fiving and celebrating. Even though he hasn't played a single second, our protagonist joins in, genuinely commending them for an incredible performance. Just then, Coach Tony walks in to lay out the tactical adjustments for the second half. The moment the briefing wraps up, Gi-hun steps forward, determined to ask for some minutes. Unfortunately, his throat tightens up, and he can't squeak out a single word. Tony looks at him, asking if he's feeling all right, prompting a flustered Ji-hun to blurt out that he just needs to use the restroom. Even though he doesn't actually need to go, he retreats to a stall just to clear his head. Leaning against the wall, he sighs to himself, frustrated that his courage failed him. For now, all I can do is wait. The game is far from over and anything can happen. Forcing a positive mindset, he heads back out to the pitch. From high up in the stands, his friend keeps cheering him on, while his inner burning desire to play grows more intense by the second. The whistle blows for the second half, and play resumes with the same dominant tempo as before. Around the 60th minute, Coach Tony signals down the bench, telling the backup forward Andre, a defender named Fabian, and Ji-hun, their third-choice striker, to get up and warm up. Our protagonist had completely given up hope, but those words instantly recharge his batteries. Eager to show Tony he is locked in, he intentionally starts his stretches right next to the manager. Amused but slightly uncomfortable, Tony gives him a gentle nudge, telling him to head down to the designated warm-up track. Ji-hun analyzes his odds realistically. Honestly, my chances don't look great. Between me, a guy who hasn't played a single official minute, and Andre, who's the established next-in-line starter, the blue-eyed kid is the obvious choice for the manager. Plus, I can't rule out the defender either. If they just want to park the bus and see out the clean sheet, throwing on a defender makes perfect sense. Still, they really ought to give me a shot. I've been cashing my club paychecks for months without contributing a thing on the pitch. The least I can do is start paying back that debt with a strong performance. A few more minutes tick away, and in the 71st minute, Coach Tony walks over to the fourth official to submit a substitution card. The camera pans up to the fans in the stadium, who are whispering among themselves, deducing that Gino is finally coming off. Most of them are in agreement that Andre is the logical replacement to lead the line. However, when the fourth official holds up the electronic board displaying number 20, a collective wave of confusion hits the crowd. Nobody has any clue who this kid is. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Jiwoo breaks into a massive radiant smile. Her friend, her absolute football genius, is finally stepping onto the grand stage. For a split second, our protagonist is so stunned he can barely process reality. Fortunately, Coach Luca snaps him out of his daze, asking if he's paying attention. Looking completely lost, he nods rapidly. The coach follows up with his standard reassuring advice. Just go out there, have fun, and play your game. No pressure, the match is already wrapped up. Gi-hun takes a deep breath, controls his racing heart, and accepts the instruction. He shares a quick high five with Gino and charges onto the pitch, utterly determined to fulfill the promise he made to his friend. As play unfolds, unfortunately for Ji-woo, the midfield seems to completely overlook him. Whenever he does manage to get a touch, he immediately lays it off with a safe, short pass. Getting frustrated, she stands up and yells at the players to give him the ball, declaring to everyone around her that he's the team's true ace. She mutters to herself that ever since Ji-hun stepped onto the field, her heart hasn't stopped racing. It's like the sport has suddenly become genuinely exciting for her. On the pitch, the match gets bogged down in a tactical stalemate for a few minutes. Fiorentina are forced to cycle possession patiently, waiting for an opening to appear. Our protagonist quickly realizes the difference in intensity. It looked so straightforward from the bench, but down here, it feels like you're being constantly stalked by apex predators. But guess what? I'm hungry too. With that mental switch flipped, he suddenly bursts toward the center of the midfield. His marker tracks him instantly, and simultaneously, Fiorentina's number 5 makes a decoy run toward the exact same zone. The opposing defenders are baffled by the overlapping movement, but panic sets in the moment they see the number 4 unleash a crisp, progressive pass into that space. The center-backs initially commit to blocking the blonde midfielder, assuming he's the intended target. Instead, the midfielder brilliantly lets the ball dummy through his legs, leaving it perfectly for Gi-hun. The two defenders are caught completely wrong-footed, and our protagonist exploits their hesitation beautifully, executing a sublime flick to lift the ball clean over both of their heads. Without wasting a millisecond, he drives ruthlessly toward the 18-yard box as the opposition scrambles to recover. Up in the stands, Ji-woo is completely awestruck by her friend's explosive turn of pace. Down on the sideline, Coach Luke is equally amazed. Not just by the athletic skill, but by the sheer intelligence Ga-hun displayed to instantly shatter the tactical deadlock. He leans forward, silently urging the kid to show the world exactly what he's capable of. Spotting two defenders barricading his path, our protagonist cleverly alters his stride, throwing a series of rapid head fakes to look left and right. The hesitation moves complete freeze the defenders, who are terrified of committing to a tackle and getting beaten. Sensing the danger, the opposing goalkeeper screams at his backline to step up and close him down before he penetrates the box. But before they can even react, our protagonist has already unleashed an absolute rocket of a shot. The sheer velocity of the strike is so terrifying that the nearest defender instinctively ducks out of the way, and the keeper doesn't even have time to raise his gloves. The entire stadium, players, coaching staff, and fans alike, stares in utter disbelief at the breathtaking strike. Meanwhile, the only thing crossing our protagonist's mind is a wave of pure relief that he managed to keep his promise. Within seconds, his teammates swarm him in celebration, calling him a completely different breed. Unfamiliar with the Italian football idiom, he completely misinterprets the compliment, innocently assuming they are just pointing out his Asian heritage. Luca turns to Tony with a triumphant grin, gloating that his insistence on putting Ji-hun on the bench today was entirely justified. Tony concedes the point with a nod but quietly tells him to tone down the blatant favoritism in front of the rest of the squad. Have you considered how discouraging that might be for the other kids? Realizing his slip-up, Luca clears his throat and offers a quick apology. Coach Tony then walks over to congratulate the boy, candidly admitting that he only made the matchday squad because Luki fought hard for him, as Tony initially believed it was a bit premature. Ji-hun suddenly remembers the final part of his promise. He scans the stands for his childhood friend, and the moment he locks eyes with her, he smoothly executes a slick, perfectly timed goal celebration dedicated straight to her. The direct dedication catches Ji-woo completely off guard, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep shade of crimson as she gets completely flustered. Later that evening, as they walk back home together, she turns to Ji-hun and admits she is incredibly relieved his soccer skills weren't just a giant hoax. When he asks what she means by that, she laughs. To be honest, when you kept calling yourself a football genius, I totally thought you were just making it up to impress me. Feigning offense, Ji-hun retorts that he would never stoop to cheap lies, especially not just to look good in front of her. She lets out a soft chuckle, letting the matter rest, as a warm smile crosses her face. Suddenly, she recalls a comment he made earlier and eagerly asks if this breakout performance means he'll be in the starting lineup for the next game. He freezes, completely speechless. Before he can stammer out a safe response, she doubles down. I mean, your next opponent is supposed to be really tough, so the team's undisputed star absolutely has to start the match, right? Ji-hun swallows hard, realizing he has dug himself into an even deeper hole. He keeps his mouth shut to avoid digging the hole any deeper. But he explains to us that their next opponent is Napoli, a powerhouse team renowned for their suffocating high press and an incredibly aggressive high defensive line. As things stand, Fiorentina are sitting in third place in the group standings. To secure direct qualification for the main tournament, they absolutely have to clinch a top 2 finish. With the stakes that high, the Napoli fixture is guaranteed to be a brutal battle, to say nothing of the blockbuster clash further down the line against league leaders Juventus. Breaking his train of thought, Ji-woo nudges him playfully, eagerly asking how many goals he plans to put past Napoli. He groans, telling her that scoring against a top-tier defense isn't a walk in the park. She smirks, teasingly asking if the brilliant football genius only possesses confidence when playing against bottom-tier squads. The playful jab pierces right through Ga-hun's pride. Without thinking, he rashly promises to bag a handful of goals just to satisfy her. The moment the words leave his mouth, a wave of internal panic hits him as he realizes he is now completely in over his head. Just as he is wallowing in guilt over his escalating fabrications, she looks at him with bright eyes and mentions how much she's looking forward to seeing that awesome celebration again. Overwhelmed by sheer embarrassment, a Kimasav blush creeps up his neck, and he quickly suggests they quicken their pace. On the walk back, she is completely captivated, constantly stopping to admire the beautiful Italian streets. Meanwhile, our protagonist is locked in a spiral of silent panic over the monumental mess he has generated, before firmly deciding to stop overthinking it. What's done is done. Now my only option is to run myself into the ground at practice and earn that starting spot no matter what. The following morning, the squad gathers for a tactical recovery session. Gi-hun stands there stretching, internally complaining about why he has to do active recovery when he only played a grand total of 10 minutes. Before he can spend any more time grumbling, he notices Gino walking around the pitch, sharing emotional goodbyes with the rest of the squad. Finding it odd, he quietly listens in from a distance. He quickly catches on to the big news. The striker has just earned a promotion to the U19 squad, which explains why everyone is showering him with congratulations. Ji-hun hesitates, wondering if he should go over and say something too. Given that they've barely spoken a word to each other, he feels a bit awkward about how to approach him. To his complete surprise, Gino walks straight over to him to initiate a handshake. He candidly admits that while they aren't close friends, he wanted to personally thank him. He explains that Gahun's explosive arrival pushed the coaching staff to fast-track his promotion sooner than anticipated. Our protagonist is entirely bewildered by the logic, but inside a surge of excitement hits him. Gino's departure opens up a massive opportunity to claim the starting spot. Honestly, all I have to do now is outperform Andre, and the position is mine. Just then, Andre unleashes an absolute thunderbolt of a shot into the top corner during a drill, a display of pure power that instantly humbles Ji-hun's rising confidence. Later that afternoon, inside Coach Tony's office, Luca reports that Gino has officially transitioned out of the U17 setup. He admits to a slight tang of sadness, noting he had grown quite fond of how disciplined and hardworking the boy was. Tony gives him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't beat yourself up over it. In a few years, that kid is going to thrive at the U19 level. Keeping him stuck down here would have only stunted his natural development. Right now, we need to channel all our focus into the squad we have left. Specifically, that kid Luca looks up, asking if he's talking about Ji-hun. Tony nods firmly. If you stack their raw ceilings against each other, prioritizing Ji-hun's development is going to pay off massively for this club. Plus, this gives him the perfect runway to rack up crucial match experience. Luca echoes the sentiment, fully convinced that Ji-hun possesses a truly rare gift. Gino was incredibly talented, sure, but he simply didn't have that generational spark. My only immediate concern is the upcoming match. Napoli is an absolute nightmare of an opponent, and it might be a brutal psychological test for a kid whose confidence is still so fragile. Tony scratches his chin with an intense gaze. Start him. Put him in the lineup. This single match is going to forge the boys' entire trajectory. Before wrapping up the meeting, Coach Tony adds a final note regarding roster management, emphasizing that even if Ji-hun's minutes need to be managed, they must handle his transition carefully. The scene then shifts to an upscale office, where an influential football executive is intently studying highlight reels of Ji-hun on his laptop. He muses that the kid looks exceptionally sharp on tape, but notes they can't afford to take a reckless gamble without scouting him live in person. The next day, we find ourselves at our protagonist's family home. Ji-hun is sitting at the kitchen counter, quietly watching Ji-woo whip up a meal. Eventually getting a bit restless, he stands up to retreat to his bedroom. She immediately cuts him off, pulling him back by his sleeve and insisting that since she is cooking a gourmet meal specifically for him, the absolute least he can do is keep her company. Groaning under her relentless energy, Ji-hun mutters that she had initially claimed she was just using the kitchen to practice her culinary school recipes. Just then, a muffled chuckle catches his attention. He looks over to see his dad giving him a massive single-tear look of absolute paternal pride. To the old man, his son is thriving on the pitch and has a gorgeous girl keeping him company in the kitchen, the literal textbook definition of making it in life. Later that evening, his father showers his future daughter-in-law with compliments over how spectacular the food tastes, warmly telling her she's welcome to cook here whenever she likes. Absolutely thrilled, she happily accepts. As Ji-hun digs into his plate of pasta, Ji-woo casually chimes in that this meal comes with a strict price tag. He has to score a goal for her. Our protagonist tries to defuse the situation, pleading that they keep football talk away from the dinner table. His father breaks in, offering a sincere apology for missing his brilliant debut and explaining he won't be able to make the upcoming match either. The young man quickly assures him it's completely fine. He reflects on how his dad has been in a state of non-stop apologies ever since the official announcement dropped this morning, confirming Ji-hun would be starting against Napoli. In reality, though, Ji-hun feels the guilt should be entirely his own for failing to give his father the pride and success he truly deserves. After all, his father uprooted his entire life in Korea, leaving everything behind just to support his dream in Italy. He has stood unyielding through every single high and low, including the crushing heartbreak of the Juventus release. That unwavering loyalty is why his dad deserves the absolute world. His deep reflections are suddenly shattered by Ji-woo, who eagerly points her fork at him, demanding to know the goal count again. Come on, are we talking 3 goals? 4? Give me a number. Ji-hun mutters that he's keeping his mouth shut. She gives a sweet, deceptively compliant smile, only to immediately turn to his dad and describe the embarrassing, dramatic celebration his son had directed at her in the stadium. His father bursts into hearty laughter, calling it fantastic, while a mortified Ji-hun buries his face in his hands, begging the earth to swallow him whole. The moment she spots her host picking up the empty dishes, her polite guest instincts kick in, and she insists on taking over the cleanup duty. From there, the scene cuts straight to match day. Ji-hun stands shoulder to shoulder with his teammates as the manager lays out the final tactical blueprint. He stares at the whiteboard, wondering how on earth he managed to climb back to this point so quickly. Shaking off the awe, he vows not to let down the people who believed in him. The referee blows his whistle, and the match is underway. The number 4, orchestrating the midfield, shouts at everyone to keep their shape and stick to the tactical drills they practiced all week. It's an easy instruction to give, but maintaining discipline under the ferocious pressure of Napoli's front line is a different story altogether. The opponents execute such an aggressive, suffocating high press that they force Fiorentina's entire midfield into a frantic retreat within seconds. Tony observes from the technical area, muttering that the intensity of Napoli's press is far more savage than anticipated, making retaining possession an absolute nightmare, let alone building a proper attack. A worried Luca asks what their tactical counterplay should be. But Tony stays silent, keeping his eyes locked on the pitch. Just as the midfielder is about to get stripped of the ball, Gihan makes a brilliant dropping run, creating a vital passing lane for his trapped teammate. Relieved, the midfielder instantly zips a pass into his path and Jun controls it effortlessly. Instantly shifting gears, he drives forward to launch a lightning-fast counterattack. As an opposing center-back lunges into a desperate slide tackle to break up the play, our protagonist deftly slips a perfectly weighted pass out wide to Bruno on the left flank. Bruno collects it in stride with absolute elegance and pushes the attack deep into enemy territory. As Bruno bombs down the touchline, Gihan makes a parallel lung-bursting run toward the box. Having studied Bruno's playstyle extensively, he knows the winger has a habit of cutting inside to shoot rather than crossing. Even so, Gihan knows his role perfectly. He makes a hard decoy run into the center, intentionally dragging a defender along with him to create space. Napoli's captain commands his center-back to stick to Gihan, which opens up a massive shooting lane for Bruno. Without hesitation, the winger cuts inside and unleashes a fierce right-footed curler toward the far post. The shot flashes just inches wide of the woodwork, but it's a dangerous statement of intent. Bruno jogs over, offering an apologetic gesture for not passing. Gihan simply flashes a thumbs up, telling him it was the right call. A few minutes later, the Fiorentina captain screams at the backline to organize quickly, but before they can get set, Napoli launch another ferocious press. The relentless pressure forces a hurried clearance, resulting in a sloppy turnover right throw into the opposition. Taking the throw instantly, the Blues string together a sequence of rapid, one-touch passes that carves right through the center of the pitch, culminating in a dangerous cross whipped deep into the box. The Fiorentina center-back leaps desperately to intercept, but he's completely outmatched. The towering striker outjumps him cleanly and powers a thunderous header into the back of the net, opening the scoring in spectacular fashion. As the blonde striker wheels away in celebration, our protagonist stands with his hands on his hips, mentally charting every single defensive breakdown that led to the goal. He knows that trailing by a goal will only embolden Napoli's suffocating press, but his resolve remains unshaken. He is fully convinced they can turn this match around. Just as he anticipated, Napoli doubled down on their intensity, completely dictating the tempo for the vast majority of the first half. The tide finally begins to turn around the 40th minute. Following a long throw-in, the ball bobbles loosely in the box, and the Fiorentina captain aggressively throws himself headfirst into a challenge, not just to keep the play alive, but to cleverly deflect it off a defender to retain possession. Getting back on his feet, he roars at his team to stay locked in. "Keep your focus. Keep pushing. We are going to get our chance." Tony flashes an appreciative smile from the dugout. Rally the troops is the fundamental duty of a captain, and his skipper is executing it flawlessly. Reinvigorated, the entire squad locks back in. The number 8 midfield maestro showcases a dazzling display of footwork, dancing past his marker with a brilliant piece of skill that draws cheers even from the bench. Sensing the breakthrough, Gihan makes a lightning-fast run to provide an outlet. Anticipating that the two center-backs will converge on him the moment he gets the ball, Gihan decides against an isolated solo run. Instead, he plays a crisp one-touch wall pass out wide and continues his stride, collecting a perfectly threaded return pass that slices right through the defensive line. With the midfield line completely bypassed, Gihan thinks they have a golden opportunity to overwhelm the final block. However, as he drives forward, he realizes he is completely isolated. His teammates simply didn't have the lungs to match his explosive transition speed. Watching intently from the sidelines, Tony had foreseen this exact dilemma and leans forward, eager to see how his young talisman adapts. If he hesitates for even a split second, the recovery defense will swallow up the chance. Assessing the empty space ahead, Gihan makes a split-second decision to take the backline on by himself. One of the Napoli center-backs steps up, assuming the kid is going to attempt a selfish solo drive, but their captain barks an alert. "Don't bite. He's a playmaker, he passed it earlier. So he's just delaying to wait for his trailing midfielders. Watch the passing lanes." In reality, Gihan had mapped out his entire sequence steps ago. As if unleashing an inner beast, he executes a lightning-fast step-over to leave the first defender completely frozen. Before the backline can adjust, he drops a subtle knock-and-run touch, bursting right past the second marker. Now, only 4 opponents stand between him and glory. The Napoli captain mentally curses his miscalculation, but there's no time for regrets. They have to bring the kid down at all costs. At least, that was their plan, but his execution is so blindingly fast that they can't even track his movement. He hits a breathtaking, fluid drop of the hip that leaves their star defender, Messi, utterly flat-footed, sending a shockwave of disbelief through both coaching staffs. But the sequence isn't over yet. Only the keeper remains, rushing off his line with wide eyes, screaming that there's no way he's letting this ball past him. Operating in a state of pure hyper-focus, the zone, our protagonist doesn't even register the keeper's shouts. He shapes his body to curl a majestic strike toward the top corner. But as he strikes the ball, disaster strikes. His plant foot slips, sending him crashing heavily to the turf. Heartbroken, he expects the play to be dead and scrambles to his feet to chase the rebound, only to look up and see his teammates sprinting toward him with ecstatic faces. Utterly bewildered, he looks around frantically to find where the ball went. He blinks, finally spotting it nestled securely inside the back of the net. Stunned, he wonders how on earth it managed to loop in despite his fall, but pushes the confusion aside to lose himself in the joyous celebration of an incredible milestone. With that spectacular equalizer, the scoreline is level at 1-1, blowing the match wide open again. Tony beams from the bench, noting that a psychological blow right before halftime will completely demoralize the opposition. Just look at their coaching staff. They look like they've been hit by a freight train. Luka shakes his head in admiration, admitting he fully expected Gi-hun to show some starting jitters. Yet out there, he's carrying himself like a seasoned veteran. Tony nods in agreement, explaining that the kid is simply translating the vivid tactical simulations from his mind directly onto the pitch. At this rate, his development will be unstoppable. Right now, he's realizing that absolutely anything is possible out there. It's true, and I'm incredibly excited to see just how high his ceiling can go. Inside the locker room during the break, our protagonist's teammates are shouting passionately, aggressively correcting each other's first-half positional errors. To an outsider, it looks like a locker room brawl is brewing, but Gi-hun knows that's just their intense way of communicating. Though even he occasionally wonders if they're actually about to throw punches. Sitting in his stall, his mind drifts back to his goal sequence. Deep down, he knows executing a play like that was far from normal. If that gamble had failed, I probably would have been hauled off the pitch immediately. Fortunately, Lady Luck smiled on him at the exact right moment, though on second thought he realizes it wasn't just a fluke. It took a genuine flash of brilliance to pull it off. Maybe no one else picked up on it, but I played that flawlessly. Breaking his daydream, Coach Luka calls the squad to attention. The players lock in, hanging on every word of the tactical adjustments, and vow to secure the win. As they line up for the second half, our protagonist feels a nervous flutter, wondering if he can sustain that elite level of play. Just then, Bruno jogs over, offering a warm pat on the back and some words of praise. "Keep your composure out there, man. Let's go link up and grab another goal together." Gi-hun smiles, thanking him as he focuses his mind. But as he glances up at the stands, his eyes land on his childhood friend. She is sitting there with a deeply disappointed, pouting expression that completely clashes with the stadium's electric atmosphere. The young man blinks in confusion, wondering what could possibly be wrong. Then, a lightning bolt of sheer panic hits him as he realizes. In the chaos of scoring, he completely forgot to do the goal celebration he had promised her. A wave of genuine terror washes over him. Suddenly, finding the back of the net a second time changes from a personal goal to an absolute matter of life and death if he wants to survive the ride home. His frantic planning is interrupted by Coach Tony walking over. The manager looks down at him, asking if he's doing all right physically, to which Gi-hun quickly nods. Tony looks reassured but gives him a serious look. "You left everything out there in the first half, and I can see you're running on fumes. If your legs give out and you can't keep up the intensity, just raise your hand and I'll get a sub ready instantly." Gi-hun hadn't even realized how heavily he'd been panting until the boss pointed it out. Determined to push through, he slaps his cheeks hard to force an adrenaline rush, silently swearing to bag his second goal within the next 10 minutes before his tank completely runs dry. The whistle blows, and the second half begins. Napoli's backline pushes incredibly high up the pitch, looking to choke out Fiorentina's build-up with an even more aggressive press. Gi-hun marvels at the sheer audacity of their tactical gamble, but shrugs it off to focus on his positioning. On the sidelines, Tony and Luka are carefully analyzing the shift. They recognize that Napoli are desperately overextending themselves in search of a go-ahead goal, completely blind to the massive defensive vulnerability they are creating. Crucially, the opponents are completely factoring out just how dangerous Gi-hun is on the counter. From his vantage point, the young striker quickly realizes that Napoli are heavily overloading their attacks down the left side of the field. Because of this structural imbalance, the entire opposite flank is left completely exposed. If we can just force a turnover and switch the play rapidly, a goal is practically guaranteed. Right on cue, the Fiorentina captain executes a flawless sliding tackle to break up Napoli's attack and safely recovers possession. Gi-hun instantly bursts into space, screaming for the ball. The skipper doesn't hesitate for a fraction of a second, firing a crisp, line-breaking pass straight into his feet. The opposing center back locks his eyes on him, vowing that he won't let the kid's corner under any circumstance. Anticipating the physical challenge, Gi-hun doesn't even bother trying to trap the ball. Instead, he hits a magnificent first-time cushioned volley over the defender's head, releasing it perfectly into the path of Bruno, who is already tearing down the left wing. Tony watches in pure awe at the kid's sublime vision and spatial awareness. though he keeps his composure knowing they still need to clinical finish the counterattack. Recognizing the danger, the Napoli captain screams frantically at his backline. It's the exact same tactical play as the first half. Close down number 11, don't let him cut inside onto his right foot. A defender rushes out to block Bruno's path, but his movement leaves a massive gap inside. Two Fiorentina attackers, with our protagonist leading the charge, make a darting run straight into the heart of the penalty area. The committed defender decides to ignore the runners, putting his entire focus into shutting down Bruno's signature cut-inside move. Anticipated play, the defender plants his feet to block the path, but Bruno hits him with a brilliant body feint, selling the fake completely and turning the defender inside out. Slicing past his marker, Bruno drills a precise, low cross across the face of the goal right to Gahan, who had smartly timed his run into the box. He collects the pass cleanly, but the heavy momentum carries him too deep, leaving him with a virtually non-existent shooting angle. With the keeper rushing out to smother the play, he executes a gorgeous, instinctive chip over the goalie's outstretched arms. The camera lingers in agonizing slow motion as a desperate defender charges backward to clear it off the line, but the ball crosses the threshold, and the referee signals a goal. The moment Gi-hun sees the net ripple, he scrambles back to his feet with ecstatic urgency. He sprints full tilt toward the home section stands, and the second he locks eyes with Ji-woo, he proudly strikes the flashy celebration gesture, dedicating the winner to her exactly as promised. Shortly after, the final whistle blows, sealing a hard-fought victory for Fiorentina. During the post-match handshakes, the shell-shocked Napoli manager corners Tony, demanding to know who on earth that number 20 kid is and where they had been hiding him. Tony just smirks, replying calmly, "Oh, him? He's just Gino's backup striker." The opposing manager scoffs at the answer, scoffing that a tactical trump card of that caliber must have been hidden away and groomed in secrecy for months specifically to tear open top-tier defenses. Tony shakes his head, casually dropping the truth bomb that they had actually signed him after Juventus let him go. The Napoli boss racks his brain, trying to remember if the kid had ever popped up on his scouting radar but comes up empty. Tony chuckles, telling him not to beat himself up over it. "You've definitely never seen him play, because Juve only gave him a single match before completely freezing him out of the squad." The veteran coach lets out a bitter laugh, utterly unable to comprehend how a generational talent like that could be completely discarded by a club like Juventus. "I mean, Juve has world-class depth, but that kid is operating on an entirely different dimension." Tony just grins, subtly steering the conversation away from his new star. The opposing manager goes quiet for a moment, processing the sheer luck of the transfer. He offers a sincere congratulations to Tony for unearthing such a rare jewel, adding with a smirk that he's glad the kid is Korean. He mentions that his own scouting department is currently in advanced talks to sign a highly rated young defender from South Korea as well. Tony playfully cuts off his scouting lecture, dryly asking when he plans to pack up and get off his pitch. The coach chuckles, stating he's already on his way out, but throws out a parting warning. "Enjoy the win, Tony, but keep in mind our next meeting won't play out like this. You only caught us off guard today because we had zero data on that Korean kid." Losing his patience with the banter, Tony points toward the tunnel, telling him to get moving. Watching him walk away, Tony reflects that it's only natural for rival clubs to start taking notice. After all, it's not every day you witness a football prodigy completely take over a match. Back in the dressing room, the atmosphere is electric as the boys celebrate the massive win, showering Gi-hun with praise for his clinical performance. He offers a polite, humble thank you to his teammates but quickly grabs his gear, announcing he has to head out immediately because someone is waiting for him outside. His teammates try to drag him into the post-match team dinner, but he ducks past them with a quick laugh and slips out the door. Once outside the facility, he takes a deep breath, muttering about how close he came to being trapped as the center of attention. He's completely exhausted from the match, and while he'd love to celebrate a massive victory over a title rival, his body is begging him to go home and sleep. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him from the gate. Looking up, he spots his childhood friend waving at him, shouting at him to hurry up. As they start walking down the street, she notices completely wiped out he looks and kindly offers to carry his heavy kit bag. Our protagonist instantly rejects the idea, pointing out that she's a head shorter than him, meaning he should be the one carrying things. Ji-woo lets out a mocking laugh, reminding him that back when they were kids, he was a total short stack compared to her. Embarrassed, our protagonist tells her to stop bringing up ancient history, snatching the bag back and quickening his stride. As they stroll along, she comments that he looks significantly happier than usual. He initially plays dumb, asking what she means, but eventually cracks a smile and admits that the manager gave him some serious praise after the final whistle. He quickly catches himself, cockily adding, "I mean, it's not like getting compliments is a rare event for me. Geniuses are pretty used to it. But honestly, it feels entirely different from how things were back in Korea. Over there, no matter how hard I ran or how many matches I won, the only things waiting for me were intense criticism and toxic insults. Compared to that dark place, being in a new country and playing for a squad that actually appreciates me feels incredible." Sensing the immense emotional trauma behind his words, the girl looks at him gently and promises that no matter what happens, he will always have her unconditional praise and companionship. Ji-hun gets a bit flustered by the deep sentiment, but inside he reflects on the absolute truth of her words. Back in Korea, when his entire world turned against him, Ji-woo was the one constant soul who never stopped cheering for him, regardless of whether he played poorly or won. With that realization striking a chord, he finally understands the root of his constant fabrications lately. He is absolutely terrified of shattering the beautiful, unyielding faith she has always placed in him. Because of that, he vows to work himself to the bone until every single lie he told her becomes an absolute reality. Turning to her with a smile, he tells her to hold up and offers to buy her some gelato. Her face lights up with joy, and she teasingly remarks that he's finally growing into a proper gentleman who knows how to treat a lady. He scoffs playfully, retorting that he's a professional athlete now with a solid income, so treating her to a quick scoop of ice cream isn't going to break his bank. The following morning, our protagonist approaches Coach Tony after training to make a specific request. While the exact conversation isn't audible, we see him gesturing toward Luca before bowing politely and heading out. Consumed by curiosity, the assistant coach walks over to Tony to ask what the kid wanted. Tony chuckles. Nothing crazy. You're just going to have to clock some overtime today, Luca. The kid requested permission to stay late for extra individual drills, and he wants you to oversee it. Luca's eyes light up with pure professional excitement. Though a split second later, the sudden realizations of a longer workday makes him pull a comical face of mock annoyance. Out on the pitch, sweat pouring down his face, the boy worries if asking for extra coaching was crossing a professional line. But it didn't come from a place of arrogance. The Napoli match was a massive wake-up call. He realizes his conditioning is nowhere near first-team standards. If he genuinely wants to be an asset to this club, his dribbling, stamina, and shooting accuracy all need a massive overhaul. Later that week, inside the administrative office, the two coaches are discussing the club's powerful sporting director, Paolo, who has just confirmed he will be attending their next fixture. Tony frowns, asking Luca if they hadn't already sent over exhaustive video analysis of the kid. Luca sighs, confirming he did, but explains that the executive preferred to scout the boy live with his own eyes. Tony groans, muttering that corporate oversight is always a massive headache. Even so, he concedes it's completely standard for a sporting director to perform rigorous due diligence before greenlighting a major contract renewal. A few days later, Ji-hun's attention is caught by an incredibly raucous commotion coming from his teammates across the locker room. Intrigued by the massive level of excitement, he wanders over to see what's going on. He quickly learns the source of the buzz. Bruno has officially signed his first senior professional contract, and the entire squad is firing a barrage of questions at him. Beaming with pride, Bruno promises to treat the entire team to a massive celebratory dinner on Friday completely at his expense. Watching the heartwarming scene from the perimeter, Ji-hun can't help but admire him, whispering about how incredible it must feel to be officially locked in by a top-flight league. Naturally, the boys start pressuring Bruno to leak his new salary figures. He playfully tries to dodge the question, but they eventually wear him down until he relents, revealing that his pay is jumping by a factor of 10. It's around $2,000 a week, give or take. The astronomical figure sends a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone's jaw on the floor, especially Ji-hun, who is completely stunned. He calculates his current youth academy stipend, which sits at a modest $140 a week. If his own paycheck suddenly multiplied by 10, the possibilities would be endless. He could finally fix their broken washing machine, buy his dedicated dad a proper car, and naturally treat Ji-woo to every gourmet restaurant in Florence. Snapping out of his daydream, he steps forward, offering Bruno a warm, genuine handshake to congratulate him on the milestone. Bruno thanks him warmly, making sure to emphasize that he absolutely expects Ji-hun to clear his schedule this Friday and join the team dinner. Our protagonist smiles, promising he'll be there. Just then, the coach's whistle blows, calling the squad to line up. As he jogs over, a fierce determination ignites inside him. Next time, I'm going to be the one signing an elite professional contract. He checks his ambition with a realistic chuckle, remembering that just a few months ago, he was playing entirely for free. Long after the main squad has departed the facility, the camera highlights two solitary figures remaining on the dark pitch, Ji-hun and Coach Luca. The young striker is aggressively attempting to beat the veteran coach in a 1v1 isolation drill. However, despite executing a sharp body feint and a blindingly fast sequence of stepovers, Luca reads the movement perfectly and shuts him down cleanly. The boy catches his breath, grumbling to himself that the exact same sequence had shredded the defense in the previous match, proving the old adage that the same trick never works twice against a high-level reader. Adapting instantly, he resets his stance and drives hard toward the right flank. The moment Luca slides over to seal the boundary, Ji-hun executes a dynamic fluid cutback to the left. But that too is an intentional dummy. He immediately channels his momentum into an explosive burst back to the right. Luca misreads the second layer of the trick, committing his weight to the wrong side and giving Ji-hun a clean path to break through. Luca bursts into applause, genuinely praising the kid for completely selling the deception. To himself, Ji-hun quietly suspects the veteran coach might have slowed his feet a fraction to let him experience the success, but he feels an immense wave of gratitude for his absolute dedication. Luka barks at him to reset for another rep, an invitation the eager youngster accepts instantly. During a brief water break, Ji-hun marvels at his current setup. Having Luka out here feels exactly like possessing an elite, world-class personal trainer. The coach is acting as his defender, tactical analyst, and has even customized a grueling conditioning regime specifically tailored to address his flaws. Yet, alongside the deep gratitude, a pang of guilt catches him for monopolizing the man's personal time. When the protagonist's legs finally give out completely, the rigorous session draws to a close. Luka tosses him a fresh sports drink to rehydrate, a brilliant, proud smile stretching across his face. What's got him in such spectacular spirits? Honestly, I have no clue. Ji-hun ponders the coach's unbridled enthusiasm too, but quickly brushes it off to focus on his own goals. His singular mindset is entirely fixed. If he sustains this insane work rate, he might actually become a formidable player. That specific motivation is what drives him to push through the exhaustion. Wiping his brow, he offers a sincere thank you to Luka. The coach blinks, asking what the thanks is for, before turning it right back around to praise the kid for training with such relentless dedication. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Ji-hun looks down and murmurs that he intends to find a way to repay all this extra effort down the road. The emotional maturity catches the coach slightly off guard. Seizing the teaching moment, Luka looks him straight in the eyes. If you genuinely want to repay me, Ji-hun, then go out there this weekend and deliver a performance that leaves absolutely no doubt about your quality. Ji-hun's eyes widen slightly at the high expectation, but before a wave of anxiety can form, Luka holds up a firm hand, explaining that absolutely nothing on a football pitch occurs by sheer chance. I spent decades in this game, kid. A tap-in goal that looks like a lucky bounce off the keeper's gloves isn't a coincidence. It's the mathematical result of making 10 aggressive runs and constantly testing the backline until the defense cracks. What I'm trying to tell you is this: have absolute faith in your own preparation and your raw potential. Ji-hun is deeply touched by the profound advice, a warm wave of happiness washing over him as he realizes his support system in Italy is growing stronger by the day. Fast forward from that midnight drill to the official match day. Today's tactical challenge: Fiorentina going head-to-head against Empoli FC. But the pre-match tactical meeting drops an absolute bombshell. Coach Tony explicitly orders the entire starting 11 to completely anchor their build-up play around Ji-hun's movement. He is being handed the keys to orchestrate the entire frontline attack. Our protagonist is completely stunned by the monumental responsibility, and behind closed doors, even Luka is questioning the wisdom of such a high-risk tactical gamble. The entire strategic plan was supposed to center around shielding the kid from immense mental pressure. Yet this decision thrusts him directly into the firing line. Meanwhile, up in the director's box, the club's sporting director, Paolo, is meticulously combing through a financials ledger. He groans, complaining that capital is leaking out of the club's accounts from every corner. Sitting next to him, his trusted assistant points out that their massive youth academy infrastructure is eating up a substantial portion of the budget. Paolo sighs, stating he understands the long-term vision, but argues that if they trimmed the fat and focused exclusively on elite, high-conviction quality, they'd free up massive resources for marquee senior signings. On top of that, we have roster spots occupied by kids showing zero tangible development, like that specific forward Tony has been fiercely defending lately. From a business perspective, he's just dead weight on our payroll. The assistant leans forward, pointing down at the pitch to identify the target. He's out there right now, wearing the number 20 kit. That's the kid we picked up on a free transfer from Juventus. Paolo narrows his eyes, muttering that the data backs his concern. The boy hasn't produced a single noteworthy metric in months, and the club isn't running a football charity. The bespectacled assistant gently pushes back, reminding him that the kid has put together an exceptional string of performances in recent training scrimmages. Paolo waves his hand dismissively, stating that a few flashy goals in practice don't alter the big chart. The fat scout, Roberto, nods along to appease his boss, but notes that today will provide the definitive answers regarding the young prospect Tony has been hyping up so aggressively. Paolo adjusts his glasses, locking his eyes on number 20, fully prepared to analyze every single facet of Ji-hun's performance under intense scouting scrutiny. Down on the pitch, our protagonist is battling a massive wave of anxiety. Being tasked with orchestrating a first-team attack is daunting enough, but doing it away from home in a hostile stadium multiplies the pressure. Even so, he clenches his fists, silently vowing to deliver a performance that eclipses every single match he's played in his life. While his posture looks spectacularly heroic from the broadcast angle, from Coach Luka's perspective on the sideline, the kid is just throwing him a subtle, respectful nod. Luka responds with a crisp, authoritative salute, a surge of pride hitting him as he whispers his absolute faith in the boy. The moment the opening whistle blows, our protagonist doesn't waste a heartbeat, immediately triggering a fierce, high-intensity press. Spotting the trigger, the team captain roars at the rest of the midfield to push up in support. Sprinting forward, Gi-hun's tactical assessment of the opponent is clear. Empoli's backline is technically fragile under pressure. Our absolute best strategic counter is to choke them out with a relentless, aggressive attack. Panic sets in for the Empoli center back as he sees the violet shirts swarming toward him. He panics, unleashing a sloppy, rushed pass toward his target man that is easily read and intercepted by an alert Fiorentina midfielder. For the next few sequences, Fiorentina choose to cycle possession patiently across the halfway line, gauging how the opposition adapts structurally. Gi-hun notes that even Empoli's target man has dropped deep behind the ball, signaling they have completely retreated into a low-block defensive shell. Alright, if they're going to park the bus, there are exactly two tactical methods to exploit the space they're conceding. Option 1, overload one flank to drag their defensive block out of position, then launch a rapid switch of play to the completely isolated opposite winger. Option 2, shatter their shape using raw direct 1v1 dribbling skills. To be completely honest, I've already decided which path we're taking. Turning to his midfield, he begins barking out tactical instructions to orchestrate the movement. The opposing defensive midfielder grows visibly frustrated, assuming Fiorentina are content to just cycle boring sideways passes all afternoon. But the moment his concentration dips, Gi-hun traps a progressive pass and explodes into an aggressive forward drive. Though caught slightly off balance by the sudden change of pace, the defender recovers quickly to square his shoulders. Yet our protagonist shifts his weight flawlessly, leaves him completely flat-footed, and blows past him with ease. He immediately executes a sleek give-and-go with his central midfielder to cleanly bypass the secondary cover, advancing all the way to the edge of the final third until he's isolated against the fullback. He contemplates hitting him with a rapid step-over sequence, but spots a recovery defender tracking back at a dead sprint. Recognizing the trap, he intelligently keeps possession, dropping a smooth back pass to his trailing fullback. The fullback immediately shapes his body to whip in a first-time cross, prompting the winger to lunge forward to block it. Instead, the fullback beautifully dinked a subtle lob right over his outstretched leg, perfectly finding Gi-hun, who had made a clever diagonal run. Now completely isolated in a true 1v1 against the fullback, he hits a breathtakingly smooth step-over sequence, completely scrambling the defender's balance and skipping past him inside the box. With the final line shattered, he faces a critical split-second decision. Square it to the back post or unleash a strike himself. Fully aware that any hesitation inside the penalty area will invite a desperate block, he chooses the direct option and lets fly. It proves to be a flawless decision. The ball screams past the keeper's gloves and nested perfectly into the far corner to break the deadlock. Down on the sideline, Tony is absolutely bursting with pride. Smug grin creeps onto his face as he glances up toward the director's box, wondering exactly what kind of corporate excuses Paolo is going to cook up after witnessing a generational display like that. Up in the luxury seats, the sporting director is staring blankly at the pitch, utterly unable to process the sheer quality of what he just witnessed. Is it even structurally possible for a 16-year-old kid to display that level of tactical maturity? By the 30th minute of the first half, the match has turned into an absolute rout, with the shell-shocked Empoli goalkeeper screaming frantically at his backline as another wave of violet shirts pours forward. The keeper's panic is so absolute that he is openly imploring his center-backs to hack the kid down by any means necessary, completely unconcerned with conceding a yellow card or a foul. Collecting possession well outside the 18-yard box, Gi-hun spots a fraction of an opening. Without a second thought, he lets fly with a thunderous cannonball of a strike that rattles violently off the underside of the crossbar and crosses the line for a spectacular second goal. The beaten goalkeeper doesn't even bother diving, holding his head in his hands as he wonders how on earth any human is supposed to stop a ferocious strike like that, muttering about where this absolute monster dropped from. Paolo is completely transfixed, his scouting sheets completely forgotten as he stares at the number 20. Only 30 minutes have ticked away, and Fiorentina are already coasting with a comfortable 3-goal cushion, with that spectacular kid serving as the absolute heart and soul of every single offensive sequence. The assistant leans over, wide-eyed, pointing out that the boy has already tallied an astonishing 2 goals and a masterclass assist in just a half hour of play. Paolo nods slowly, completely won over, noting that the sheer versatility of his profile indicates he possesses all the structural traits of a true world-class superstar. He immediately barks a command to Roberto, the heavyset scout, Jake, instructing him to immediately pull up the historical financial data from Federico Chiesa's marquee contract negotiation. Roberto looks confused by the abrupt demand and fumbles around his briefcase, prompting a frustrated Paolo to snatch a tablet and pull up the financial metrics himself. After a rapid calculation of the required figures, he looks at his assistant with a deadpan expression, ordering him to patch a secure line through to the club president immediately. It's completely obvious they are going to need a massive capital injection to finalize this contract. Leaning back in his seat, he silently concedes that Tony's scouting report was entirely flawless. Today, they are on the precipice of securing a truly generational talent. Later that evening, the scene cuts to Gi-hun stepping off the team transport back at the facility. Before the coach drives off, the team captain leans out the window, tossing him a recovery sports drink. He mentions he noticed the kid looked absolutely dead on his feet during the final sequences, adding with a smile that it's just a small gesture from the veteran group. Get some rest, kid. You're officially our starting forward now. Ji-hun stands on the pavement, completely stunned by the weight of those final words. This is a profound sense of belonging that I never experienced during my entire stint at Juventus. Back then, I viewed the badge and the city as nothing more than a temporary job placement, just a geographical location where I collected a paycheck. But now I feel this deep, undeniable attachment to Florence. I'm sure a huge part of it is how much more grounded I've felt ever since Jiwoo arrived, combined with finally proving my worth out there on the pitch with the boys. For the very first time in my career, I actually feel like I'm home. Sometime later, he unlocks the front door to his apartment. He notices the lights are dim and his dad hasn't returned yet, but he calmly figures the old man is just working a late shift at his job. Collapsing onto the sofa, he reviews his match statistics with a satisfied sigh. 70 minutes played, 2 goals in the back of the net, and a brilliant assist. Yeah, I genuinely crushed it out there today. The absolute highlight is that my stamina held up significantly longer, and I actually managed to execute those specific tactical turn moves Luka and I ran during our late-night practices. That's undoubtedly why he looked so incredibly pleased on the sidelines. Though, if I'm being entirely honest with myself, it wasn't a perfect performance. My offensive impact was undeniable, sure, but it was almost entirely concentrated in that explosive opening half hour. I burned through my entire fuel tank chasing down loose balls early on, leaving me running on completely empty for the final stretch. The dangerous consequence of being the team's attacking focal point is that the moment my physical intensity dropped, the entire squad's offensive rhythm fell apart along with me. Next time, I absolutely have to manage my pacing better. If they had been a stronger opponent, they probably would have made a comeback, and it would have been all my fault. For now, I'll just focus on the good things I did. Like Lucas said before, not everything is a coincidence. What I accomplished today was through my own skills. One thing I really wish is that Dad and Jiwoo could have seen me. By the way, what's taking Dad so long? Speaking of him, he was already on his way home, wondering if Ji-hun was back yet. Just then, he gets a phone call. When he looks at the screen, he's completely bewildered. It was the Fiorentina board of directors. Later, we see them gathered around the table, ready to enjoy the dinner Jiwoo prepared. She asks them both to try it and give their honest opinion. The protagonist can't help but notice that the apron he recently gave Jiwoo already looks pretty worn out. Though that's normal for someone who spends so much time in the kitchen. She asks him how the food tastes, and he simply replies that it's good. That response didn't seem to please her at all, which Ji-hun noticed, so he quickly corrected himself and added that it was delicious. However, the boy's father didn't seem to find the food very good either. Ji-hun doesn't understand what's wrong. At first, his dad used to say that everything Jiwoo cooked was delicious, and even invited her over to cook several times. She took the comment quite personally, replying that it was her first time making risotto. So if this batch turned out decent, the next one would be amazing. Ji-hun still doesn't understand what's going on, but he can definitely feel the growing tension in the room. Then he remembers that he was the one who invited Jiwoo to dinner tonight, but as soon as she arrived, she took over the kitchen from his father to make it herself. Maybe that's where the awkwardness is coming from. His dad then remarks that, after all, making a risotto is easy. Jiwoo fires back that people say that. But even simple dishes taste completely different depending on who makes them. Besides, Ji-hun doesn't care much for risotto anyway. Whenever we go out, he prefers shrimp. Then they both turn to the boy and demand to know what he prefers. He replies that it doesn't really matter, because honestly, he'd rather just have a good sandwich. He accidentally hands the victory to his father, who prides himself on making the best sandwiches. Ji is not happy with his answer at all. She sits down next to him and asks if what he said earlier was a lie. Ji-hun has no idea what she means. She clarifies, the part about you scoring 2 goals today. The boy gets offended at being called a liar. Jiwoo replies that she didn't call him a liar, she just asked if he had actually scored 2 goals. He notices she's in a terrible mood and quickly figures out why. Before he can say anything else though, his father steps in and confirms that the story about the goals is absolutely true. What's more, he received a phone call from the club. Ji-hun asks why they called. His father explains that they just wanted to let him know what a great job his son was doing. On top of that, they wanted to schedule a meeting as soon as possible. The protagonist asks what for, and his father replies that it's to discuss the terms of a professional contract. Hearing that left Gi-hun completely stunned. His father walked over and congratulated him. Gi-hun's mind immediately flashes back to when he felt envious of Bruno, thinking he never expected to be in the same position so soon. Then, remembering his friend is still sitting right there, he tells her, "See? I told you my goals were real." She looks relaxed and replies, "I know, I looked it up online." Those words instantly make Ji-hun nervous, thinking his secrets might have been exposed. On the way to Jiwoo's house, the protagonist asks her exactly what she saw on the internet. She answers that she only checked the final score of today's match. That puts the boy at ease, since he was worried Ji-woo had dug deeper into the details. Then she asks him if signing a professional contract is really that big of a deal. She's asking because he's been glowing with happiness ever since he heard the news. The protagonist explains that it's a massive milestone. She then asks what will actually change in his life once he signs it. He replies that first of all he will finally make his professional debut, and second, and most importantly, his salary will get a major upgrade. That instantly catches Ji-woo's attention, and she asks how much he'll be making now. He admits that, honestly, he's pretty curious about that himself. Brushing it off, she reluctantly offers her congratulations. Ga-hun thanks her, and it suddenly hits him that everything he has achieved so far is because of Ji-woo. If she hadn't come to Italy, none of this would have happened. He looks at her and genuinely says thank you. She asks him to repeat what he just said, so Ga-hun thanks her once more. She hears him clearly this time and quickens her pace out of sheer embarrassment. The protagonist calls out for her to wait and tries to catch up. He notices she still seems upset and wonders if she's still throwing a tantrum over the food comment. When they arrive at Ji-woo's house, she gives the young man a brief, aloof goodbye. Before she can head inside, he thanks her again for tonight's dinner and tells her it's the best meal he's had in ages. With that, he bids his friend goodnight. She suddenly yells at him to wait. She then mutters that she'll let it slide just this once and tells him to get home safe. Ga-hun can't believe it. She really was furious about the food. The next day, we cut to the club's training facilities. Here, Ga-hun mentions that he's already getting a bit tired of the person sitting across from him. Next, we see the family agent, who proudly promises that he's going to secure the absolute best contract possible this time around. As they walk toward the boardroom, the guy explains that negotiations are all about making the other side look like fools, and he certainly isn't planning to be the fool today. Ji-hun is glad the guy has so much confidence. He also notes that while his agent looks like a literal mobster, he's actually a highly professional and competent professional. Since he successfully handled 2 contracts last time, both with Juventus and Turin and Fiorentina here, Gi-hun feels perfectly fine letting him take the lead. A little while later, they meet with the club executives, who warmly welcome them. Then, the story rewinds a few minutes to show Paolo and Roberto discussing the exact figures they were about to offer Gi-hun. Paolo asks his colleague if something is bothering him or if he finds the terms unfair. The latter hesitates before replying that he feels the proposed amount is hard to justify. Paolo asks if he's starting to doubt his own scouting eye, or if he thinks he's getting too old for the job. The heavy-set man replies that it's not that at all. He highly respects Paolo's work and experience, but something just doesn't sit right with him. Why did you decide to offer so much to a kid who is so young, inexperienced, and lacks physical prestige? Paolo tells him to look at the bigger picture. To a teenager, this kind of money is life-changing, but to a regular first-team starter, it's pocket change. And that is exactly what we are getting out of him. Do you see my point? The man with glasses falls silent for a moment. Paolo takes that silence as utter incomprehension, so he irritably asks if he actually gets the vision. The assistant quickly nods, explaining that the director expects Ji-hun to become a regular starter long before the next round of contract negotiations, making this current salary an absolute bargain for the squad. Back when I was coaching the U19 team, I went to Spain for a training seminar right around the time they won Euro 2008. I took our youth squad on a tour out there to play some friendlies. That's where I witnessed the birth of the style that would come to dominate European football. Tiki-taka la. But that's besides the point. The one who truly blew me away was a pale kid from Real Sociedad. He played against our boys, who were a full head taller than him, yet he glided right past them like they weren't even there. I actually asked if he already had a professional contract, and they nearly kicked me off the training ground for tampering. He was only 17 back then, and I knew right away that the whole world would know his name soon. Roberto asks who the kid was, and Paolo reveals it was Antoine Griezmann. So, are you saying you felt that exact same spark with Ji-hun? Exactly. That kid just knows how to win matches. He was born with an innate gift that rarely fails. It's called raw instinct. And that's what separates geniuses like Ji-hun from the rest. The man with glasses is left speechless. The director doesn't let him get another word in, concluding that in a few years, time will tell whether this contract was an overpay or a steal. Later, we cut to a restaurant. Here, the boy's father is thanking the agent for helping them navigate everything. The agent waves it off, saying it's no big deal and just part of his job. In any case, it seems like the club is finally recognizing Ji-hun's true value. The protagonist looks at his agent a bit dryly, since the man became incredibly compliant during the meeting after boasting about how he would dominate the negotiations. In fact, the absolute second he laid eyes on the contract document, all his aggression vanished. But I have to admit, I was completely shell-shocked too. I never expected to see a number like that on the paper. I mean, 4,000 euros a week is an astronomical amount for someone my age. If I compare it to my current allowance, it's more than a 20-fold increase. Even Bruno, who has been a consistent performer for the team, didn't get a bump that massive. Are they seriously overestimating what I'm worth? The boy's train of thought is cut short by his agent, who points out that if they're offering this much, it's because they're terrified of losing him to another club, so it's best not to overthink it and just sign quickly. Though still a bit hesitant, he puts pen to paper. With the signatures locked in, the deal is officially finalized. Back at the restaurant table, the adults begin bickering over who gets to pick up the check. The protagonist, completely desperate to just go home, chimes in and says he'll pay for it, since he's basically rolling in cash now. Buying a dinner is nothing to him. By the next morning, boasting about being rolling in cash feels like a terrible mistake to the boy, as he struggles to deal with the overwhelming pressure of dozens of people staring at him and talking over one another. To understand how he ended up in this mess, we have to look back a few hours earlier. We see Ji-hun arriving at school, muttering to himself that he's even more anxious now than he was right before the Napoli match. That's mostly because he doesn't have a single fond memory of his previous schools. He's always been shy, and the severe language barrier made it impossible to connect with his classmates. To make matters worse, he used to be targeted by malicious bullies who, ironically, played on his own team. Even when he reported it to the coaches and staff, they completely ignored it. Because of that, schools feel like a hostile environment to him. Still, he needs to complete this final year to secure his compulsory education certificate. Ji-hun also notes that he kept his feelings hidden from Ji-woo to avoid dragging up that dark chapter of his past. He specifically requested a transfer to a quiet school nearby and plans to keep his head down until graduation. Then again, I don't even know why I'm so stressed out. I'm literally a guy pulling in over $4,000 a week now. I'm not going to let a bunch of young students intimidate me. Or so he confidently tells himself for a brief second. Because the moment he steps through the door, the weight of everyone's intense staring completely breaks his composure. It doesn't take long before a sharp-eyed girl instantly recognizes him as Ji-hun, the rising star from Fiorentina. That sets off a chain reaction across the entire room, with classmates swarming his desk to beg for autographs and bombard him with endless questions. Later, while busy signing jerseys, the protagonist thinks about how bizarre the whole situation is. Yet, he completely understands why they recognize him and want a piece of his time. It feels like football is the only hobby that exists in Italy on weekends, but since teenagers usually can't afford the steep ticket prices for Serie A matches, they flock to the youth academy games instead. That's exactly the demographic that recognized him at school today. The absolute most awkward part, though, is dealing with the people demanding photos. Just then, a girl approaches him, tells him he's incredibly cute, and immediately asks for his phone number. He quickly makes up an excuse, claiming he doesn't even own a phone because he's entirely focused on his football career. Honestly, he just wants to avoid any unnecessary drama. The silver lining is that school life is proving to be completely different from what he feared. It's more exhausting but significantly better. By the time the final bell rings, he looks thoroughly drained, yet he's genuinely grateful for such a warm reception on his very first day. As he's packing up to leave, some classmates invite him to hang out, but he politely declines because he has team practice. They completely understand and wish him luck with the rest of his day. Walking back home, he can't help but wonder how Ji-woo did on her first day of school, which happened to be today as well. Checking his phone, he sees a flood of unread texts from her. Without wasting a second, he replies, bragging about his day and how everyone was swarming him for autographs. She fires back almost instantly with a sarcastic remark. He chuckles, brushes it off, and hurries to the pitch. A few days later, a highly anticipated fixture finally arrives. Coach Tony rallies the squad, demanding absolute focus. He tells Ji-hun to play his usual game but reminds him that he's the one dictating the tempo and spearheading the attack today. There's no room for slip-ups, especially since it's the Derby dell'Apennino. The entire team locks in, determined to bring home a win. Their opponents today are Bologna FC, a classic rival of Fiorentina, and the local bad blood between the two clubs runs incredibly deep. Ji-hun doesn't fully grasp all the historical context, but he can feel the gravity of the match and wants to leave everything on the pitch. He refuses to let down the people who put their faith in him, especially with the home crowd cheering louder than ever. Feeling a bit anxious, he scanned the stands looking for Ji-woo, knowing she's the one person who will always have his back even if he completely messes up during the match. When he finally spots her, a chill goes down his spine. She has an expression that makes him visibly shudder, leaving him wondering what on earth is wrong with her now. Just a few minutes before the players walked out onto the pitch, Ji-woo was growing incredibly irritated by how packed the stadium was. If she had arrived even a few minutes later, she probably wouldn't have snagged a ticket at all. Plus, these girls around me are getting on my nerves. I don't understand most of what they're shouting in Italian, but they won't stop talking about Ji-hun, and they look completely obsessed with him. Fuming, she wonders what kind of reputation the kid is building at his new school. She tries to tell herself that she's happy he's adapting so well, but a part of her just feels deeply unsettled. For some bizarre reason, she is thoroughly annoyed. Back on the field, Ji-hun leads the opening attack. With exceptional flair, he breezes past his first marker, but a second defender immediately steps up to block his path. But he isn't playing solo. He quickly dishes the ball out. Bruno receives it with a sleek back heel and gives it right back, allowing them to slice into the final third. Sizing up the defense for a split second, the boy notices Enzo perfectly positioned in the box and delivers a cross with pinpoint precision. Despite the great service, a defender manages to outjump the striker, smothering his view of the goal. Thinking on his feet, the striker improvises and nods the ball right back down to Gahun. Having trailed the play perfectly, Gahun strikes it first time with pure power, smashing home the opening goal of the match. The girls from his school erupt in cheers, completely amazed by how talented Ji-hun is. But one person in the crowd remains entirely unamused. As his teammates mob him in celebration, Ji-hun's eyes look straight toward Ji-woo. Spotting her, he thinks to himself that she easily stands out from the crowd. He raises his fingers to his temples, throwing an epic custom celebration directly her way. A blonde girl nearby nearly faints from excitement, completely misinterpreting the gesture as a shout-out to her. Meanwhile, a smug smile finally creeps onto Ji-woo's face, knowing exactly who that goal was meant for. Ji-hun catches her sudden shift in mood and remains utterly baffled by her behavior, but he forces himself to lock back into the game. Securing that early breakthrough causes his pre-match jitters to completely evaporate. All those endless hours of grueling practice are paying off and his confidence is soaring. To his surprise, he spots a few more familiar faces from his school who actually kept their word and showed up to support him. Having a proper fan base gives him a massive surge of motivation. Fired up, he rushes in to pressure the opposition midfielder, but the player quickly pings the ball away and drives a sharp elbow right into his ribs, sending him crashing onto the turf. Ji-hun pushes himself up, grimacing as he wonders whether that was just an accidental collision or a deliberate, malicious foul. Later on, during a quick throw-in sequence, the protagonist shifts the ball along to keep the tempo moving, but before he can even follow through, he gets completely upended by a heavy tackle. Bruno and the captain immediately swarm the official, demanding a yellow card. However, the referee is letting a lot slide today and lets the defender off with just a verbal warning. Both coaching staffs can see exactly what strategy is unfolding. The real test now is whether the protagonist can handle the raw intensity of what it means to play in a fierce local derby. The match grows increasingly chaotic as the minutes tick by. Despite witnessing some incredibly heavy challenges, the referee keeps waving play on, letting the game flow. Even though the coaches understand the physical nature of a derby, they can't help but feel the officiating is completely unfair. Coach Tony mutters to his staff that the players need to adapt to this lenient refereeing immediately, or they're going to get bullied right out of the match. It doesn't take Ji-hun long to read the situation. However, the opponent's physical press is so overwhelming that the team is slowly getting pinned back into their own half. Forced into a frantic retreat, the squad commits a barrage of tactical errors, leaving their goalkeeper heavily exposed and forced to make a sequence of desperate interventions. The captain roars at the team to maintain their composure, a sentiment our protagonist fully echoes. He's right. We have to steady our nerves if we want to turn the tide. If I possessed the raw physical conditioning to match their lung-bursting tempo, I'd take them on directly. But unfortunately, my body just isn't there yet. The problem is that right now, they're completely trapped in defensive mode. If I can just find one leverage point to beat them, I can spark a counterattack. In that exact moment, an opening clicks in his mind. He suddenly drops deep into midfield, dragging his tight marker along with him, and aggressively calls for the ball. His teammate hesitates for a split second before making the pass. But with Gi-hun demanding it so insistently, he fires the pass through. As the ball zips toward him, Gi-hun knows the defender is planning to clatter into his back the second he touches it. Anticipating the impact, he executes a floss-time turn as he receives it, leaving him face-to-face with his marker. Blinded by the urge to win a physical duel, the defender lunges in blindly. Gi-hun, remaining completely cool, waits for the perfect microsecond to drag the ball back, effortlessly evading the sliding foot and bursting into the open space down the flank. Sensing the sudden shift in momentum, his teammates instinctively turn on the jets and surge forward to join the attack. Enzo charges straight toward the penalty box, while Bruno cuts inside to occupy the vacant pocket of space in the middle. Seeing the lane open, Ji-hun slips a perfectly weighted pass right into Bruno's path. With Bruno having drifted inside, the left flank is left wide open, so the protagonist bombs forward at full speed to overlap and exploit it. Bruno spots the run and locks onto him for the next phase of the play. He threads a sharp, leading pass down the line to keep the attack moving at breakneck speed. Ji-hun and the Bologna right back instantly lock into a frantic, dead sprint foot race to reach the rolling ball first. It's not just pure pace. Sheer core strength plays a massive role here, and the defender uses his heavier build to shoulder barge his way into a slight advantage. Nearly losing his footing, the protagonist refuses to give up. Digging deep, he accelerates through the challenge. Realizing he's about to get completely beaten, the defender decides to cynically take him out. Just as the defender throws his full weight into a challenge, Kun hit the brakes slightly, causing the fullback to completely whiff and fly past him. With his marker out of the picture, the kid calmly regains total control of the ball. Arriving at the edge of the box, it's time to deliver. Without overthinking it, he whips a powerful, low-driven cross across the face of the goal. Enzo, who had busted his gut to track the run, connects beautifully with the ball, smashing it home to secure Fiorentina's second goal. The team captain wraps his arms around Ji-hun, congratulating him on a brilliant piece of playmaking. The squad then heads toward the stands to celebrate wildly with the home fans. Meanwhile, a man sitting in the crowd in full incognito mode murmurs that the kid is incredibly interesting. His assistant urgently whispers that they need to leave right away. If the fans realize his identity, it will cause an absolute riot. The man is then revealed to be Vlahovic, the star center forward for Fiorentina's senior squad. A day later, we see the boy's father handing over a bank account ledger. He explains that since the kid is earning a substantial amount now, it's time for him to take full responsibility for his own finances. Gi-hun initially tries to decline, but his father firmly insists until he manages to convince him. Staring at the financial statements now resting in his hands, he reflects that if it weren't for his recent string of excellent performances, he wouldn't feel confident handling such a heavy responsibility. One thing that puzzles him, though, is why the coaching staff didn't praise him much after the finals whistle of the last game. He shrugs it off, deciding it doesn't really matter. He shifts his focus to the things he's been wanting to buy for a while. Meanwhile, his father asks him what he wants for dinner. Ji-hun instantly blurts out that they should probably eat out. His father looks like he just took a physical knife to the chest. He has finally realized that his cooking is completely unappealing. Ji-hun desperately tries to backtrack, but every word out of his mouth just digs the hole deeper. To his surprise, his dad bursts out laughing, revealing he was just teasing him, and commends him for taking some financial initiative. He adds that since they're treating themselves to a nice meal out, they absolutely should invite Ji-woo along to thank her for all the times she's cooked for them. A few hours later, we see the group walking back home. The girl happily sighs, mentioning she is completely stuffed. She thanks the protagonist for treating her, though she jokingly points out that he ordered way too much food. The main character tells her not to stress about it since he's the one footing the bill, though internally he admits they went a bit overboard. Ji-woo then shifts the subject, noting that he was getting a ridiculous amount of attention during the Bologna match. Every single time you touched the ball, the girls in the stands went wild, screaming about how cute you were. Ji-hun asks if she's being serious. She replies with heavy irony, claiming that their eyes were practically overflowing with little cartoon hearts. Sensing exactly where this conversation is heading, the protagonist quickly tries to change the subject. She refuses to let it go, teasing him that he only pulled off that flashy goal celebration to show off for his new school admirers. To shut down the teasing, the boy looks straight at her and clarifies that he did it entirely for her. Hearing that catches her completely off guard, and she quickly looks away to hide her blushing face. Gi-hun chuckles and tells her that if she actually liked the celebration, she should just say so instead of making such a weird expression. She responds by giving him a playful punch, telling him to stop being an idiot because no girl actually falls for stuff like that. The protagonist just smiles at her, remarking that it's comforting to see she hasn't changed a bit. Blushing harder, she swings at him again, but he effortlessly blocks the blow. Looping back to the topic of his school fans, the protagonist asks if she was genuinely jealous about other girls cheering for him. She scoffs and fires back that she wasn't, since there's absolutely no reason for something like that to bother her. The boy grins and remarks that it's fine then, because it felt pretty amazing to have a whole fan club cheering his name, especially when they, but before he can finish the sentence, she starts hitting him again, telling him to shut his mouth, focus entirely on football. Sardonically telling her to calm down, he suddenly looks around and realizes his father is nowhere to be seen. Before panic can set in, he spots his dad standing completely hypnotized in front of a golf shop window. Ji-woo giggles, noting that he looks exactly like a toddler staring into a toy store. The protagonist smiles, realizing that he finally has the financial means to buy a proper gift for the man who has sacrificed everything to support him. Later on, his father chides Gi-hun, telling him he shouldn't have blown his money on something so expensive. The boy insists that spending money to make his family happy is exactly what it's for. He even jokingly apologizes for not being able to buy him a whole set. Deeply moved, his father thanks him and immediately starts practicing his swing right inside the restaurant. He even proudly brags to a random passerby about what his son just bought him. Ji-woo thanks Ji-hun as well for her gifts, though she sheepishly wonders if she went a bit overboard with her requests. Gi-hun reassures her not to worry, telling her that he owes his current success entirely to her. She doesn't quite grasp the deeper meaning behind his words, but before she can press him on it, an older gentleman politely interrupts their table. Bowing slightly, he addresses Gi-hun and asks if it would be alright to get an autograph once they finish their meal. Everyone at the table is completely stunned. They absolutely did not see this coming in a casual neighborhood spot. Ji-hun quickly recovers from his shock and tells the man that if he really wants a signature, he'd be happy to do it right now. The gentleman beams, nodding as he unzips his jacket to reveal a vintage Fiorentina jersey underneath. He mentions that he avidly follows the Primavera Academy matches and watched him play yesterday. adding that it would be an absolute honor to have the boy sign his shirt. The protagonist is thoroughly bewildered by the request but doesn't refuse. The old man carefully spreads a jersey covered in historical signatures across the table. He proudly explains that he has kept this specific kit since the 1980s, slowly gathering signatures from absolute club legends, including the great Roberto Baggio. Ji-hun recognizes the legendary names the old man is dropping, but it's his father who is sitting there completely starstruck, unable to believe what his eyes are seeing. The old fan adds that football has been his lifelong obsession and this jersey is his most prized possession, which is why it would be incredibly meaningful to have a prodigy of Ji-hun's caliber add his name to it. The protagonist honestly doesn't feel like he belongs alongside those legends and hesitates, trying to politely decline because he doesn't want to ruin something so historically valuable. The old man smiles warmly and tells him not to be afraid, promising that adding his name today will only make the jersey far more valuable in the future. The protagonist sheepishly says he doubts that, but the gentleman chuckles and tells him that while it might not seem like it now, the day will undoubtedly come when he can proudly brag about getting this signature today. Swept away by the old man's absolute certainty, Gi-hun can no longer refuse and carefully signs the fabric. The gentleman then expresses his deepest gratitude and bids them a warm farewell. Ji-woo remarks on how incredibly polite and gentlemanly the old man was, admitting she felt an almost mystical aura around him. With a wide grin on his face, the boy quietly thinks to himself that he genuinely hopes to match the heights of the legends whose names share that fabric with his own. Meanwhile, over at the training offices, coaches Luca and Tony are locked in a serious debate about whether to include Ji-hun in the starting lineup for the upcoming fixture. The hesitation comes down to their next opponents, none other than Juventus, the protagonist's former club. Speaking of his time the narrative flashes back to expose the toxic treatment Ji-hun endured from his old teammates. They constantly weaponized his inability to speak Italian, using it to throw relentless insults at him and break him down both physically and psychologically. Just as the dark memories begin to overwhelm him, a sudden text notification from his friend snaps him back to reality. She texts him saying she just got out of her culinary classes and realized today was the big match against Juventus, playfully warning him not to end up crying on the pitch before the game even starts. Right after, she sends a selfie wearing the clothes he bought her, adding a sweet message telling him to give it his absolute all. Ji-hun blushes intensely. Swept up in an instant wave of fierce motivation, he fires back a text saying he won't shed a single tear and is going out there to completely destroy them all. A split second later, he cringes at how overly aggressive his message sounds, but it's too late. She's already read it and replied with an emoji. Just then, the head coach spots him from across the corridor, walking over with a supportive tone to check if his head is in the right space. Gi-hun looks up with absolute determination, replying that he is fully prepared to make a massive impact on the pitch today. Stepping out of the dressing room, the protagonist can instantly feel that the locker room atmosphere is completely different from normal fixtures. That's because they're facing the league leaders, and a victory today would catapult them right into first place. This match isn't just a personal milestone for me. It's a massive grudge match that neither the squad nor the staff can bear to lose. Suddenly, a voice calls out Ji-hun's full name across the tunnel. He freezes, instantly recognizing the tone as his primary bully from his old days. Walking up with an insufferable smirk, the guy mocks him, saying he never expected to run into the little coward again. Honestly, I figured you would have quit football altogether by now. Though I guess playing for a mid-table outfit like Fiorentina is basically the same thing as quitting. Right, boys? Gi-hun's blood boils, but he clenches his fists and forces himself to stay calm to avoid getting carded before kickoff. Just as the bully steps into his face, threatening to physically break him on the pitch, a rogue football flies through the air and smacks the bully right in the side of the head. The culprit behind the shot is none other than their captain, who casually shouts an apology, claiming he was just pinging a pass to Gi-hun and the guy's massive head got in the way. Man, talk about terrible reflexes. If that had been our Gi-hun, he would have brought it down ruthlessly. Slinging an arm around the protagonist's shoulder, the captain steers him away, loudly announcing to the tunnel that a footballing slaughter is about to commence. The heavy-set defender is absolutely livid at the disrespect, muttering under his breath that he's going to snap their legs during the match. Ji-hun quietly thanks his captain, who firmly dismisses it, telling him there's no need for thanks. If someone tries to mess with you, they're messing with this entire club. Bruno jogs up, nodding in absolute agreement and letting the kid know that he finally has a real team standing right behind him. It's time to show those arrogant pricks just how terrifying you are on the pitch, and exactly what kind of powerhouse squad you belong to now. Just before the referee's whistle, Coach Tony adjusts their standard tactical shape, instructing the forward line to drop deep and assist heavily with the defensive press. He wants total protection against Juventus's lethal transitional play. With the game plan locked in, the match kicks off. To the absolute shock of the stadium, the moment the ball hits Gi-hun's feet, he immediately drives forward into a fierce attack. The big defender is caught completely flat-footed, thinking there's no physical way that scrawny kid would try to take on the entire defense solo. Up on the touchline, the coaching staff share satisfied grins. After all, catching the league leaders completely off guard was always part of the opening strategy. As the protagonist drives forward, the rest of the squad instantly shifts gears to match his blistering pace. The large defender screams at his backline to lock onto their marks. Hun effortlessly leaves the first rushing midfielder in the dust with a sleek body feint. Looking up, he spots Enzo and Bruno bursting into highly dangerous receiving positions. With that setup, he cocks his leg back as if to let fly a long-range shot. But it's a brilliant dummy that leaves the sliding center-back completely out of position as he continues his driving run. On the sidelines, the coaches celebrate that bit of genius as if it were a real goal. Gi-hun keeps his eyes locked onto the shifting defensive lines as he sprints, noting that 3 of his teammates have matched his run to flood the box. Right now, the Juventus defenders are in a total panic, forced to guess which of the 3 overlapping runners will receive the final pass. But I have a fourth option, and that's the one I'm taking. He unleashes a venomous, roaring strike that flies right past the large defender's ear, rattling violently off the crossbar and deflecting out of play. His teammates sigh at the agonizingly close miss, but quickly jog over to give him encouraging slaps on the back. The large defender stands frozen, unable to comprehend how that kid has developed such terrifying quality. Enzo looks at him on the way back and asks if he's sweating already, mocking that if he's terrified now, he stands absolutely zero chance once their ace actually starts trying. The match resumes with Juventus building up possession. Following the tactical instructions of both Coach Tony and Gi-hun, the squad shifts into a compact defensive block, determined to absorb the pressure until the perfect window for a lethal counterattack presents itself. The young playmaker knows that sooner or later the opposition will overcommit their numbers forward. With that tactical read in mind, he analyzes their movement patterns and instantly deduces that they are planning to overload the wide areas. Before they can trigger the pass, he shifts out to smother the space while loudly directing his fullbacks to match his movement. The Juventus midfielders are left completely bewildered by how he read their tactical setup so far ahead of play. Up on the touchline, Tony points out to his staff just how extraordinary the protagonist's vision and tactical reading are. What's more, he's now dictating defensive shapes to his teammates with immense authority, allowing them to systematically dismantle the enemy's attacking sequences. While the scoreboard remains blank, the sheer tactical intensity of the match is breathtaking. Fiorentina maintains a flawless defensive shape, completely cutting off the passing lanes. Every time Juventus tries to force a breakthrough, they hit an immovable wall, and the moment Fiorentina wins possession, they trigger an instantaneous transition. Following Tony's tactical masterclass to the letter, the game remains deadlocked through a grueling first 20 minutes. Luca remarks that in a high-stakes gridlock like this, it's only a matter of time before one side blinks and suffers a lapse in concentration. Tony agrees completely, pointing out that it's already happening. But it's the league leaders who are starting to crack under the frustration. Without even realizing it, they're pushing their defensive line dangerously high out of pure impatience. It's incredibly reckless, and it's going to backfire on them any second now. We cut to Gi-hun, tracking the ball like a lion stalking its prey. Right on cue, the opposition's number 14 hits a sluggish, underweighted lateral pass across the midfield line. The heavy-set center-back screams at his midfielder to wake up, but Gi-hun has already anticipated the trajectory and exploded forward to intercept it. The Fiorentina captain roars at the rest of the team to flood forward and support Gi-hun's aggressive high press. Even with his explosive burst, the ball just barely clears his reaching foot, but he refuses to abandon the chase, maintaining his full sprint. He knows that with the opposition lines pushed so far forward, their defensive recovery shapes are completely compromised. Gi-hun pursues the ball relentlessly, tracking its path all the way back to the opposing center-back. Under normal circumstances, the defender would just clear it long, but driven by his personal spite toward Gi-hun, he tries to turn him instead, a mistake the protagonist immediately exploits to force a deadly one-on-one duel. The goalkeeper spots the massive danger and screams at his defender to play a safe ball out wide. Predictably, the stubborn center-back ignores the warning and tries to force a vertical pass up the center to restart their attack. Unfortunately for him, Bruno has tracked Gi-hun's press flawlessly and cuts right into the passing lane to intercept it. Without a single moment of hesitation, Bruno squares the ball straight into the protagonist's path. Gi-hun uses his low center of gravity to shield the ball and hold the massive defender at bay. Before he can get brought down, he executes a clever self-pass to burst into space. Or at least, he thinks he has it locked down, until Jerome flies out of nowhere with a desperate crunching slide tackle and cleanly dispossesses him. Up on the touchline, Tony is completely irate, screaming at the official for a card. From the technical area, Luca passionately appeals for calm, shouting that the challenge had been an absolute textbook tackle. Tripping and on the verge of hitting the turf, the boy spots the referee signaling an immediate play-on. Recognizing the opening, he refuses to give up on the sequence. Executing a lightning-fast slide tackle, he intercepts the ball right before Jerome can clear it downfield, instantly scrambling to recover the loose ball. Sensing the covering defender closing in on his back, he takes a snapshot toward the net. Although the strike lacks pure power, its close-range accuracy beats the keeper at the near post. Before triggering any celebration, Gi-hun quickly glances back at the official to ensure it stands. Seeing the referee point to the center circle, he lets out a primal roar, shouting at the top of his lungs as his ecstatic teammates swarm him. With that strike, the match swings 1-0 in favor of Fiorentina. Furious, Jerome is forced to admit to himself that Gi-hun has improved significantly. Gi-hun looks at him with intense determination and replies that he simply grew up, mocking that he used to be a bit too short to stand up to him. From that opening goal onward, the match descends into physical warfare. From Juventus's perspective, it feels incredibly unfair to be down on the scoreboard after dictating the tempo and possession for over 20 consecutive minutes. The referee does everything in his power to manage the tempers, but it's glaringly obvious that the physical aggression is only going to escalate. Gi-hun reminds himself that he has to keep his cool, or the match will spin completely out of control. The coaching staff can feel the temperature rising on the pitch as well, especially after Gi-hun completely embarrassed the Juventus captain with a clean piece of skill. Back in the action, every single time the protagonist touches the ball, an opposing midfielder flies in to shut him down with maximum aggression. Wary of picking up a serious injury, he focuses on some quick, one-touch passing to move the ball along safely. The young midfielder internally admits that the sheer physicality is intimidating, but remembering his promise to Ji-woo that he wouldn't let them scare him off, he decides it's time to truly perform. Locking his focus into absolute overdrive, he begins weaving beautiful, intricate passes through the lines and finding pockets of space to push the team forward. Whenever the opposition tries to double-team him, his teammates immediately step up, using their bodies to block off markers and create clear passing lanes for him to play through. Despite how grueling and exhausting the first half turns out to be, he plays with a massive smile on his face, enjoying a game of football more than he ever has in his life. As the second half gets underway, the head coach fires up the squad, demanding they maintain this incredible intensity and leave every ounce of energy on the field. Turning to Tony, he says it's officially time to get first-team manager Vincenzo on the phone. Without a hint of exaggeration, the absolute future of Fiorentina is sitting right in Gi-hun's boots. They need to call him up to the senior squad as soon as possible. Coach Tony tells him to take a breath since there are still 45 minutes left on the clock, though internally he fully agrees with the assessment. It looks like the kid has finally reconnected with the pure joy of the sport today, playing not like a heavily pressured prodigy, but just like a regular teenager who loves the game. The two coaches then begin a random debate about whether the kid is handsome enough to be a superstar, but since that has nothing to do with tactics, we skip over to a different section of the stadium. Here, a distinguished gentleman turns to his assistant and demands a full profile on Fiorentina's number 20. This man happens to be the newly appointed youth academy director for Juventus. The assistant, looking visibly embarrassed, explains that while he's still familiarizing himself with the Italian system, that exact boy was actually on their own books until his contract was abruptly terminated a few months ago. The director looks completely alarmed and demands to know why on earth they let him go. The assistant nervously clears his throat, replying that the official given was a failure to adapt to the club. Finding that surface-level excuse completely unacceptable, he demands a thorough investigation into the matter. A few minutes later, looking over the boys' youth records, the director scoffs, thinking that while he already knew the club's youth management was in a bad state, discovering they voluntarily cut loose a generational talent like this confirms he needs to execute a massive staff purge immediately. It perfectly explains why the senior squad has 0 academy graduates breaking through, forcing them to waste millions on unnecessary transfer market panic buys. With a board of directors showing this level of sheer incompetence, it's absolutely no surprise they threw away the Scudetto this season. My first official act in this office will be firing every single blind scout who failed to see that kid's obvious genius, and then I'll rebuild this entire academy structure from the ground up. Back on the pitch, 20 minutes have ticked away in the second half. The score remains a tense 1-0, but the protagonist is looking visibly exhausted. Coach Luca catches his eye from the bench and signals to ask if he needs a substitution, but Gi-hun firmly shakes his head. He wants to run until his lungs give out today. A massive part of that drive stems from a desperate hunger to prove a point to his old club, and the pure adrenaline feels incredible. Besides, he promised Ji-woo he would leave them in ruins, and he intends to keep his word. When the final whistle blows after a frantic stoppage time, the match ends 1-0 in a historic victory for Fiorentina. To Gi-hun, this win means everything. It finally allows him to close that painful chapter of his life. Overwhelmed with emotion, he sprints straight toward the dugout to bury his coaches in a massive embrace, deeply grateful for everything they've done to rebuild his confidence. As night falls on the team bus back to Florence, Tony chuckles while firing off a text, muttering that Vincenzo owes him a massive favor after this performance. Cut to 2 days later, Ji-woo is staring at her phone screen in total disbelief, grumbling that there is absolutely no physical way Gi-hun is still too exhausted to reply to her text messages. He should have been awake hours ago, and ignoring her like this is incredibly rude. After all, she's practically his closest friend here. It's not like his inbox is overflowing with people to talk to. Then, the memory of those screaming schoolgirls flashes through her mind, and she realizes she might not be his only source of attention anymore. Still, that's no excuse to leave her on read for days. Is she really not a priority to him? Right on cue, her phone buzzes with a fresh notification. She lunges for it and finds exactly what she was stressing over, a text from the protagonist. And it's not just a casual text either. He explicitly asking her out on a proper hangout tomorrow. Fast forward to the next day and we find them standing right outside the Stadio Artemio Franchi, the home ground of Fiorentina's senior squad. Our two leads are standing in line, apparently there to watch the senior team's big weekend fixture. Ji-woo turns to Ji-hun and asks why he didn't invite any of his new popular friends from high school instead, to which he sheepishly admits that he still feels a bit awkward around them and really didn't want to attend a major match alone. Wow, so you're saying I was just your backup option? Of course not. I invited you because you're the person I feel most comfortable with. That sincere answer instantly melts her irritation, and she playfully throws her arms around his neck, teasing that he's still her sweet little baby boy. Flustered and highly embarrassed in public, he begs her to let go immediately. She laughs, releases him, and asks if he didn't have team practice scheduled today. He explains that he did, but coach gave him a special assignment instead of the pitch. To find out exactly what assignment Tony gave him, the story rewinds 24 hours. We see Coach Tony instructing Gi-hun to skip tomorrow's field session and attend the first team match instead. The boy looks confused and asks what the tactical purpose is, to which his coach replies that it's primarily to give his legs a rest. Plus, it's a top-flight Serie A game. You might catch a glimpse of some very familiar faces on that pitch. The young prodigy hates the idea of losing a full day of development, but the coach barks that it's a direct tactical order, giving him a proper scare. Tony immediately breaks into a grin, chuckling that he was just messing with him, but clarifies that watching the match is a serious requirement. He wants him to study the senior squad's movement patterns and draw his own conclusions. With that, he slips him a pair of premium tickets. Ji-hun looks at them, thoroughly confused, and asks why he gave him two. The coach maintains a completely straight face and replies that it's obviously so he can take his girlfriend. Catching the instant, intense blush on Ji-hun's face, Tony realizes they haven't actually crossed that line yet and curses Luca for feeding him inaccurate gossip. Mortified and feeling utterly betrayed, the protagonist silently curses his coaching staff. Snapping back to the present, Ji-woo yells at him to stop zoning out. She points to the massive crowds, groaning that they arrived way too late, and by the time they get through this infinite security queue, the opening whistle will have already blown. Ji-hun just gives her a calm smile, takes her by the wrist and tells her not to worry about it as he guides her away from the line. She is completely stunned when the stadium stewards take one look at their passes and usher them right through the VIP entrance without any wait. It turns out Tony had pulled some major strings with those tickets, though Gi-hun smugly tells her it's simply because he's a future star of the club and it makes zero tactical sense to make an asset wait in line. She rolls her eyes at his massive ego, admitting he has a point but reminding him he can be incredibly annoying when he flexes like that. She urges him to quicken his pace so they don't miss the pre-match presentations. Emerging into the stands and taking in the breathtaking, roaring atmosphere of a packed stadium, both teenagers are completely awestruck. She looks at the pitch, quietly asking if he truly believes he'll be playing down there one day, and the protagonist nods with absolute certainty. Ji-woo immediately breaks the serious mood with a grin, teasing him not to turn into a crybaby when that day comes, since tens of thousands of eyes will be tracking his every move. Ji-hun snaps back, yelling at her to stop using that stupid nickname, though internally he readily admits that performing under that level of atmospheric pressure would be an incredible mental challenge. Shaking off the thought since that milestone is still in the future, he locks his eyes onto the action. By the 43rd minute of the first half, the senior players on the pitch are looking visibly frustrated, clearly struggling to break down the opposition. Gino, who earned a spot in the matchday lineup today, is visibly venting his frustration on the pitch. Ji-woo, who doesn't fully understand the fine nuances of football strategy, leans over and asks him if the team is in serious trouble. He doesn't even hear her. His gaze is so onto positioning of the players that everything else around him fades away. His deep concentration is suddenly broken by a collective, angry roar from the entire stadium as a forward skies a golden opportunity. Taking advantage of the break in play, Ji-woo asks him again what's going wrong, admitting the sheer anger of the crowd is getting a bit scary. The protagonist turns to her reassuringly, telling her there's no need to worry. The fans are just throwing a tantrum because on paper, this should be an easy blowout win, but the attack is completely jammed up and the first half is almost over. She nods as it clicks. Curious since Gi-hun possesses such a deep tactical mind, she asks him exactly what needs to change out on the pitch for the team to break the deadlock. Before answering, he runs a rapid mental diagnostic on the senior team's tactical shapes. To himself, he notes that the glaring flaw is an incredibly rigid and predictable attacking pattern. It's so bad that even the casual fans can see that 9 times out of 10, they're just forcing the ball wide to whip in a blind cross, which the central defenders are swallowing up effortlessly. He notices the senior manager screaming on the touchline, looking utterly furious that his players aren't executing his adjustments. Watching the man's veins practically popping out of his neck, Gi-hun shudders, thinking that maybe he's fine staying with the academy for a bit longer because that coach looks absolutely terrifying. Ji-woo nudges him to actually answer her question, and he summarizes it simply. The squad has 0 creative variance right now. However, in the 60th minute of the match, the protagonist academy friend manages to deliver an absolute peach of an in-swinging cross that catches the backline completely off guard, allowing the target man to power home a bullet header for the opening goal. The entire stadium erupts into absolute bedlam as the goal scorer slides toward the corner flag in celebration. The 2 teenagers join in on the excitement, though Gi-hun, still locked in deep analytical mode, musters a confused frown, wondering how on earth they managed to score using the exact same predictable cross they'd been failing at all game. Ji-woo chuckles, noting that the crowd is suddenly treating the players like heroes after booing them off the pitch 10 minutes ago. The boy replies that such is the fickle nature of football fandom, but the thought suddenly triggers a visualization of what it would feel like to have 50,000 voices screaming his own name. Unable to fully comprehend the scale of that feeling, he turns and asks Ji-woo how she would feel if that happened. She mulls it over for a second before smiling broadly, saying she'd probably burst with happiness. Since I'm basically the one making sure you're fed and alive, it's only natural I'd be incredibly proud of you. Though come to think of it, they really should be chanting my name for keeping you functional. Gi-hun fires back with a highly sarcastic remark, prompting an annoyed glare from her, as she warns him he's a dead man if he treats her like an idiot again. After laughing and smoothing things over, a warm feeling settles in his chest, knowing that his future success would bring her genuine pride. Just then he notices goosebumps forming on her arms from the evening chill and points it out. Flustered by his close attention, she defensively calls him a total pervert for staring at her without permission. Before they can bicker, the protagonist's eyes snap back to the pitch as a defender lunges into a horrific challenge on his former teammate. Incredibly angry, he leaps out of his seat, screaming at the referee to brandish a red card. Surprised by his intense reaction, Ji-woo asks if he actually knows the player who got hit. Gi-hun nods sharply, explaining that the boy was running alongside him in the youth academy up until just a few months ago. That leaves Ji-woo completely wide-eyed. Realizing that means the player is his exact age, she marvels at how incredible it is that someone from his class is already playing top-flight professional football. Internally, the protagonist begrudgingly admits she's entirely right. He explains to her that Gino's promotion is a direct result of the senior squad's terrible roster depth, which forces management to rely heavily on high-performing academy products. Ji-woo whistles, concluding that the guy must be a literal football genius. He's got to be an even bigger prodigy than you, because he's barely any older, and he's already logged senior team minutes down there. That comparison strikes a competitive nerve, and he confidently shoots back that in a year's time, he'll be playing at a level far beyond that. Before she can tease him further, the stadium falls quiet as the players line up to take the set piece. The free kick taker unleashes a roaring strike that crashes violently off the crossbar, but tracking the rebound perfectly, the exact same striker reacts first to nod home a spectacular second goal, sending a literal acoustic shockwave through the stadium. Later that evening, while walking back to her apartment, she gives the protagonist a warm smile, thanking him for the invitation and saying she had an incredible time. He smiles, glad she enjoyed it, though he apologizes that the senior team's tactical display was so sluggish and painful to watch. She waves it off, telling him not to be such a football snob since a win is a win, and that's all that matters. Arriving at her doorstep, the young man bids her goodnight, sternly warning her not to stay up late since she has culinary classes early tomorrow. She gives him an annoyed pout at being ordered around but stays quiet, watching him turn to walk away. Suddenly, she calls out his name. He spins around to see what she wants, only for her to offer a dazzling smile and repeat how much the outing meant to her. Ji-hun stands frozen for a second, completely speechless, before flashing a soft smile and swishing her sweet dreams. The next morning, we return to the training ground. In the tactical office, the head coach leans back and asks Ji-hun how his day went. He mutters that it went well, but Tony immediately chuckles, clarifying he wasn't asking about his little romantic date. He wanted a tactical breakdown of the senior match. He demands to hear the protagonist's honest assessment of what he observed from the stands. Shifting uncomfortably but choosing total transparency, the boy admits that the senior squad's creative execution is severely lacking, making their entire system incredibly easy to read. Catching himself before he sounds like an arrogant academy kid, he quickly adds that it's easy to criticize from the comfort of the stands, but before he can finish, Tony nods in complete agreement. In fact, he reveals that the entire technical staff, including manager Vincenzo, has identified the exact same bottleneck. Adjusting tactical shapes on a whiteboard is easy, Gi-hun, but if you don't possess a creative profile on the pitch capable of altering the tempos, the system remains rigid. Which brings me to my point, Ji-hun, do you think you have the quality to unlock that senior squad? The sheer gravity of those words sends a jolt of anxiety through the boy. The idea of a call-up right now sounds completely insane. To Tony, however, it's a completely logical progression. He genuinely believes Ji-hun possesses the exact creative profile the senior team is starving for. Noticing the young midfielder's visible panic, the coach eases off the pressure, clarifying he isn't demanding an instantaneous jump to the senior league. He's simply asking if he has the mental hunger to take on the challenge. With the pressure lifted, Ji-hun calms down, admitting that he would love the opportunity to test himself, even if he feels a bit out of his depth regarding the raw intensity of top-flight matches. The tactician smiles warmly at his response, telling him that's exactly the mindset he wanted to hear. It's completely normal to feel overwhelmed when visualizing a packed stadium, but you have youth on your side, and fans never crucify a young prospect who plays with absolute heart. In fact, they rally behind them. So when that door opens, you don't hesitate. You march right through. Bursting with a massive surge of adrenaline, Gi-hun firmly promises that the moment an opportunity crystallizes, he won't blink. With that declaration, he bows and exits the office. The second the door clicks shut, Tony whips out his phone and dials Vincenzo, insisting they need to schedule an emergency meeting this week. From there, the narrative fast-forwards a few days to Fiorentina's fixture against Modena Football Club. Ji-hun notes that he can feel the heavy eyes of scouts, tracking his every movement even more than usual since that office chat. He also internally acknowledges that it was his conversation with Jiwoo that ultimately pushed him to tell Tony he wanted the senior call-up. Just visualizing an entire stadium roaring his name while she proudly watched from the stands sent thrills down his spine. Alright, I need to stop telling myself that everything I do revolves around Jiwoo. There's no denying she was the ultimate spark that woke up his ambition, but he also has to give himself credit for the relentless, grueling effort he's pouring into every practice session and match. That very evening at twilight, the setting shifts over to the senior squad's training complex. We see Tony walking along the pitch with senior manager Vincenzo, who jokes with a weary smile that Tony needs to stop overworking himself before he completely loses the rest of his hairline. Brushing for aside, Tony asks him with genuine concern how he manages to maintain his composure when the fan forums are calling for his head over their recent dip in form. The bald tactician shrugs, replying that it's just part of the territory and letting the noise get to him won't alter their tactical reality. The youth coach then inquires if the board is planning to inject any serious transfer capital into the squad during the upcoming winter window. Vincenzo sighs, noting that the financial outlook is grim and they might even face the impending transfer of Vlahovic. He then turns the tables, asking Tony for a progress report on the academy crop. Tony flashes a confident smirk, quipping that they're certainly performing better than the senior team. The jab elicits a mock glare from Vincenzo, who tells him to stop flaunting his unbeaten run since he's genuinely jealous of the quiet life in the academy. Tony shifts to a more supportive register, telling him not to despair because their luck is bound to turn around. The veteran manager sighs heavily, admitting that their recent victories have been nothing short of analytical miracles. I don't blame the supporters for wanting me sacked, but honestly, I'm running out of tactical variations. We have zero creative fluidness in midfield, and to make matters worse, Vlahovic, the only asset keeping us afloat, is refusing to sign a contract renewal. Tony silently reflects that he completely understands Vlahovic's hesitation to extend his stay, considering the poor guy is basically waging a one-man war on the pitch without any service. If we don't bring in some genuine quality during the winter window, his departure is an absolute certainty, Vincenzo states grimly. Tony asks if the scouting department has identified a viable replacement. The bald manager nods, explaining that options exist, but everything hinges entirely on what kind of budget the club president authorizes. Tony's tone suddenly turns deeply intense as he tells Vincenzo to simply trust his judgment. Vincenzo blinks, chuckling as he asks if Tony is volunteering to lace up his boots and play midfield himself. He breaks into a laugh, realizing, you're talking about that kid you kept spamming my inbox about. Tony nods with absolute seriousness. I'm telling you, we are sitting on a generational deep-lying playmaker. The boy possesses elite vision and a lethal final ball. He might still be a raw teenager, but I am entirely convinced he is the absolute future of Fiorentina. Vincenzo acknowledges his youth coach's evaluation, but points out that handing the creative keys of a struggling Serie A giant to a 16-year-old kid is an incredibly high-stakes gamble. Tony fiercely brushes the objection aside, countering that if they integrate him into the rotation immediately, they could easily have a world-class, undisputed starter locked into the first-team roster before the season concludes. So your brilliant tactical proposal is that instead of securing an established attacker this winter, I should gamble our entire season on an academy prospect and pray it works out? Tony explains that from a financial perspective it's actually low risk. The capital you save on a massive transfer fee can be completely redirected toward a comprehensive squad overhaul in the summer window. The senior manager falls quiet, weighing the options, before admitting he highly respects Tony's scouting eye and knows he wouldn't push this hard unless the asset was truly exceptional. But you have to understand, clearing a starting spot for a 16-year-old in this league is a massive headache. Still, I'll consider a trial if he can show me something truly extraordinary. Tony raises an eyebrow, asking if he even bothered to watch the analytical match tapes he forwarded. Vincenzo clears his throat, offering a sheepish silence before admitting his schedule has been completely swamped with board meetings lately. Tony sighs in disappointment, noting he specifically delivered those clips directly to avoid them getting lost in administrative paperwork. I need you to look at him with your own eyes, Vincenzo. The manager apologizes, promising he will. Not on a screen, but by evaluating him live on the training pitch this coming Monday. For context, the academy match Ji-hun played that weekend ended in a devastating 7-1 blowout victory for Fiorentina, featuring a masterclass performance of 2 goals and an assist from the kid before they subbed him off at halftime to keep him fresh. Monday morning arrives in a flash. Coach Luca is waiting for the boy right at the facility gates. Ji-hun looks around too confused, asking why they aren't heading to the usual pitch. Lu grins, informing him he's training elsewhere today. Ji-hun has no idea what tactical curveball they're throwing at him, but he quietly follows. Cut to a few minutes later, and the boy's face is a picture of absolute shock. Senior manager Vincenzo gives him a warm pat, telling him to loosen up his shoulders, and immediately calls a halt to the senior squad drill to slide Ji-hun into the rotation. Before we analyze his performances among the pros, let's rewind a few minutes to see his arrival. Walking through the high-end senior facility corridors, Ji-hun can't stop staring, muttering under his breath that he's surrounded by superstars he has literally only controlled on television, including their elite talisman Vlahovic. Luca tells him to snap out of his trance because they're approaching the manager's technical circle. Ji-hun offers a tense, incredibly nervous greeting. The senior boss greets him with immense warmth, noting that Tony hasn't stopped singing his praises. The protagonist is still completely dazed by the scale of it all. Vincenzo tells him to relax, reassuring him it's just a standard tactical run-through, and directs him to get changed and start his warm-ups. Jogging toward the locker room, Ji-hun thinks the manager seems incredibly kind and approachable, a complete contrast to the screaming tyrant he saw from the stadium stand. That illusion shatters the absolute second he steps back onto the pitch and hears the man unleashing a roaring lecture at a senior defender. Ji-hun realizes this is a golden gateway to show the senior staff the sheer quality brewing in the youth academy, steeling his resolve to leave an unforgettable impression on this turf. If he performs, it'll elevate the reputation of the entire academy crop, and his coaches will be incredibly proud. The moment he gears up, Vincenzo pulls him aside to deliver the precise tactical instructions. When the manager asks if he understands and our protagonist gives a confident, sharp nod, Vincenzo is completely flabbergasted, since his senior players usually look entirely clueless during his complex briefings. With the tactical speech wrapped up, the scene cuts back to his entrance into the training session, the manager's intense gaze tracking his every stride as the boy takes his position. Ji-hun notes that the core objective is to execute rapid vertical combinations through the center, bypassing the senior team's predictable reliance on wide overloads that get snuffed out easily. After introducing himself to a couple of midfielders, the manager blows his whistle to resume the match simulation. To the protagonist's absolute excitement, he's slotted into the exact same attacking unit as Vlahovic. Despite the crushing mental pressure of playing with the pros, the boy keeps his head on a swivel, scanning the space to map out the running lanes of both his teammates and opposition markers. A sharp pass is zipped into his feet, and he brings it down with a flawless, soft touch. Vincenzo notes his excellent situational awareness with a nod, but mutters that simply possession won't be enough to impress him. Right on cue, the star center forward executes a brilliant decoy run, moving opposite to the backline's expectations. Ji-hun glides forward, keeping the ball pinned to his feet. The moment a center back bites on the movement and steps out to cover Vlahovic, the striker suddenly drops anchor into the space and demands the ball. Ji-hun reacts instantly, threading a direct pass through. Sensing a collapsing double team, the elite forward plays a lightning-fast, first-time layoff back to the midfielder. The rapid sequences catches Vincenzo completely off guard, shocked that an academy kid is matching the mental processing speed of his star attacker. Ji-hun reads the space perfectly. With a deft outside-of-the-boot pass, he slices right through the offside trap, placing Vlahovic clean through on goal. The talisman unleashes a trademark, blistering left-footed strike that tears into the roof of the net. The expression on Vincenzo's face is priceless. He's staring open-mouthed, unable to comprehend how a teenager just unlocked his star striker's movement patterns within mere minutes of stepping onto the pitch. Luka shares a knowing, incredibly smug grin with the bench, murmuring that they haven't seen anything yet. As the scrimmage progresses, we watch the young playmaker go toe-to-toe with established first-team veterans, bypassing their challenges with the composure of a seasoned professional. Whenever a passing's lane gets congested, he expertly drops into half spaces to offer an outlet and unbalance the defensive structure. Without question, the kid is acting as the absolute creative engine of the entire formation. His delivery is so pinpoint and visionary that the star forward looks completely ecstatic on the pitch, effortlessly latching onto the service to bury chance after chance. The manager watches in absolute awe, realizing that this kid is systematically fixing the exact tactical vulnerabilities they've been struggling with all season. Deciding he's seen more than enough, he whips out his phone and hits speed dial for Tony. The second the academy coach answers, Vincenzo yells into the receiver, demanding they lock in Jun's senior promotion immediately. As the session wraps up, the boy sinks to the grass, looking thoroughly spent. He notes to himself that the raw physical tempo of the first team is on a completely different planet, but he deeply hopes his performance met their standards. Back on the phone line, Tony bluntly shuts down the manager's demand, flatly refusing to authorize the boy's permanent jump to the senior squad just yet. Vincenzo is completely baffled by the resistance, but Tony firmly argues that rushing his development now is dangerous and there are critical tactical details he still needs to instill in his game. No matter how much the senior coach rants and presses, the youth director refuses to budge. Meanwhile, back on the pitch, the protagonist finds his path blocked by a towering presence. A figure he describes as a true icon of the club, whom the supporters worship regardless of what the scoreboard says. It's the majestic Vlahovic, staring down at him with an intensely serious, almost frightening expression. Gihan's stomach drops, immediately worrying he must have messed up a tactical sequence during practice and is about to get chewed out. Instead, a massive grin breaks across the superstar's face as he demands to know why the kid wasn't born 2 years earlier. If you were in our midfield back then, we'd have a Champions League trophy locked in our cabinet by now. Jihan stands there completely frozen, unable to process the massive compliment, but before he can stammer out a reply, the talisman gives him a firm slap on the shoulder and walks off, mentioning he thoroughly enjoyed their link-up play today. He calls back over his shoulder, telling him to hurry up and secure that senior locker room spot, leaving Gihan entirely starstruck. Right then, Coach Luka jogs up, chuckling as he points out what an incredible milestone he just achieved. Getting that level of respect from a world-class striker is massive, Gihan. And don't misread his game, he looks like a traditional target man. But his elite qualities are his spatial movement and synchronization with the midfield. He's been starved for service in this tactical setup, constantly receiving nothing but blind crosses, but you saw his face today. He was genuinely having fun out there because your pass-on-prot matches his runs perfectly. Don't you think so, Gihan? The protagonist blushes slightly, quietly murmuring that he didn't really do anything extraordinary. When you're playing with an elite forward who times his breaks to perfection and finishes with that level of clinical quality, even a flawed pass looks like a tactical masterstroke. Luka places a proud hand on the young player's head, noting that it looks like he took a massive leap in footballing education today, telling him to truly own the pride of earning a superstar's respect. Gihan nervously chuckles, replying that his only real relief is that he didn't completely embarrass his academy coaches out there. Before they get to the Hassashures, Vincenzo's booming voice echoes across the turf, commanding the boy to stay put. Luka watches in confusion as the senior manager strides over without a word, immediately grabbing the boy's shoulders and checking his physical frame. Overwhelmed by the intense personal scrutiny, the protagonist awkwardly steps back. Maintaining a completely serious demeanor, the head coach demands his exact weight and height metrics. Jihan quickly replies that he sits at 63 kilograms and stands at 1.76 meters, though notes those physical exams were taken about 2 months ago. Hearing that, the manager grabs his arm again, squeezing the muscle to evaluate his skeletal structure for himself. Reviewing the visual profile, the veteran coach mutters to himself that Tony must have deliberately downplayed the boy's physical metrics, or if the numbers are accurate, it means the kid is currently undergoing a massive adolescent growth spurt. With those calculations running through his head, he tells Gihan to step off the scale. He silently concedes that Tony's caution is tactically sound. If they overload a body that is actively developing, they risk a severe stress injury that could permanently derail a generational career. The bald manager rubs his chin, pondering how to balance the integration, before breaking into a chuckle, and noting aloud that he never expected to be waging a bureaucratic war against his own academy director over a youth product. Jihan tilts his head, asking what he means by that. The manager waves it off, telling him it's none of his concern. He then informs him that starting immediately, the senior nutrition staff will be structuring a highly specialized dietary program tailored to his physical development. Jihan's stomach lets out a timely rumble at the mention of food, and he enthusiastically promises he'll clean his plate the absolute second he gets home. Before dismissing him, the veteran manager smiles and notes he'll see him back here next month. Because moving forward, you're going to be splitting your training sessions between the Primavera and the senior squad. The declaration drops like a literal bombshell, leaving both Ji-hun and Luca completely paralyzed. But when Vincenzo casually adds that he needs to mentally prepare himself to log official first-team minutes in the coming weeks, they are turned completely to stone. Breaking the silence, the manager tells him to pack his things because he's driving him home today. Luca awkwardly asks if he's invited for a ride too, but Vincenzo chuckles a brief no and strolls away with a highly satisfied grin. At that exact moment, the scene cuts to Tony sitting in his office, carefully drafting a strict regulatory document outlining specific load management rules that both he and Vincenzo must follow to guarantee they don't burn out their prize prodigy. He goes on to say that while this is good news for the young man, he feels like he is losing a son in the process. Moving to another location, we focus on Ji-woo, who receives a call for Krum's-hun. She answers by sarcastically asking if he has missed her terribly. Ignoring her teasing, he tells her to help him because he has accidentally started a fire. Without thinking twice, the girl rushed over to the protagonist's house. When she arrived, he greeted her completely unfazed. Worried, she asked where the fire was and if he was okay. The boy replied that everything was fine and that the only thing on fire was what he was holding in his hands. Absolutely furious, she warned him that she would kill him the next time he gave her such a scare. Ji-hun defended himself, arguing that she had hung up on him before listening to the whole story. Plus, she didn't answer when he tried calling back. Calming down a bit, she admitted that as soon as she heard the word fire line, she bolted out the door. She had been in such a rush that she wasn't thinking straight. Ji-hun thanked her for caring, but also told her she was overreacting. Just then, he noticed she was completely barefoot and had run the entire distance from her house to his, making him feel pretty guilty. Getting back to what had actually burned, Ji-woo asked if he had tried to incinerate his football boots. Somewhat embarrassed, he replied that it was actually his very first home-cooked dish. Horrified, Ji-woo commented that she didn't understand how a white fish could possibly turn into that. Ga-hun explained what the coach had requested regarding his nutritional plan, and how he tried to follow it but failed miserably. Smugly, the girl asked if he finally understood how tough cooking is, and how amazing she is to him like an older sister. Reluctantly, Ga-hun admitted she was right and thanked her for always looking out for him. She proudly declared that she was the best while the protagonist hung his head. He couldn't understand why he could never beat her at anything. He didn't usually act like this, but the moment Ji-woo was around, his brain just short-circuited. The girl then asked if his diet was meant for gaining weight, and why he needed to start now. He nodded, seeing a perfect chance to show off, and mentioned he had to prepare to play alongside the veterans. Apparently, he was indispensable to both squads, and the manager knew it. Ji-woo didn't catch on at first, but when the boy explained that he had been promoted to the first team, she got incredibly excited. Before the protagonist even realized what was happening, she marched right into the kitchen where she belonged. When Ji-hun asked what she was doing, she declared that from now on she was taking full charge of his nutrition. In record time, she whipped up both breakfast and lunch for him. Switching scenes, we see the protagonist during a training break, about to enjoy his packed lunch. He couldn't help but marvel at how beautifully presented it was. Manager Vincenzo noticed it too, strolling over to make a similar comment, jokingly adding that his girlfriend must have made it for him. He then teased the boy for getting flustered, revealing that Tony was the one who let the secret slip. Ji-hun muttered under his breath that she wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend. Sure kid, whatever you say. It's totally normal for a female friend to make you such a lovely lunch, the manager teased. While encouraging him to eat, the manager went over what he should and shouldn't do from now on. The boy listened, but he couldn't stop thinking about how incredible Ji-woo was whenever she stepped into a kitchen. Right then, a grain of rice went down the wrong pipe. Panicked, he grabbed his water and started chugging it to avoid choking. An equally startled Vincenzo begged him not to die, shouting that it would ruin both of their careers. Once the panic subsided, a phone call came in from Coach Tony. Before answering, the boy asked for permission, which Vincenzo granted without issue. But as soon as he started talking to Tony, the bald manager got irritated and demanded the phone. Terrified, Gi-hun handed it over instantly. The manager told Tony to stop bothering the kid during his lunch break and abruptly hung up. Furious, the wig-wearing coach called Vincenzo a bald fraud and insisted on calling back. Meanwhile, the older manager kept declining every single call, muttering that it wasn't cool to badger a kid with so many phone calls. Gi-hun muttered to himself that he didn't understand the beef between those two, but apparently, all the calls were just to remind him of this weekend's away match against Parma. They were supposed to be tough opponents, riding a 3-game winning streak built on a rock-solid defense. However, I don't know why, but all it took was a little focus to easily tear their defensive wall to shreds. Maybe it was the experience gained from training with the first team, but I found myself scoring goal after goal effortlessly. In fact, I bagged my very first hat trick in Italy, something I still can't quite believe. Before the first half wrapped up, Tony decided to sub me off and praised my performance. He then told me not to look shocked by what he was about to tell me, emphasizing that it was incredibly important. Instead of revealing it right away, the scene cuts to Vincenzo holding the official roster sheet for the upcoming Serie A match. To no one's surprise, our protagonist's name was listed among the substitutes. Fast forwarding directly to match day, we see Ji-hun listening intently to the manager's tactical briefing. Even though he knows he's on the bench and might not even feature, he can't help but feel anxious. The sheer pressure of sharing a dressing room with the senior squad is so overwhelming that the coach's instructions completely drown out. He wonders if he'll freeze up even more the moment they step out onto the pitch and the roaring crowd hits his ears. Even though he was given this chance, he doubts whether he can meet expectations, but he calms his nerves by reminding himself that he probably won't even play. Prodigy, the team captain, walks over, tells him to keep his head in the game, and motions for him to follow. Ji-hun stands up, telling himself he needs to get into the zone for what's ahead. This is match day 9 of the league. Fiorentina is hosting Genoa, and the stadium is packed to maximum capacity. Up in the stands, Ji-hun's biggest support system is waiting. Obviously, I mean his father and his girlfriend. Wait, I mean his friend. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, she remarks to her friend's father that the crowd noise is absolutely insane. He nods in agreement, adding that it doesn't compare to youth matches at all. Bursting with excitement, the girl says she never expected to see her Ji-hun in a massive stadium like this so soon. The young man's father echoes her sentiments, recalling the moment his son asked him to come watch the match. Despite being buried in work, there was no way he was missing such a milestone. I'll never forget this day line, he thinks. Jiwoo then asks if he thinks the boy will actually get some minutes. He says it's unlikely, but emphasizes that a 16-year-old making bench for the bench squad is an incredible feat in itself. Even if he doesn't play today, it's a massive milestone. Don't you think, Jiwoo? The girl nods, but adds that she has a strong gut feeling Ji-hun will actually play. Speaking of whom, he is already sitting on the substitutes bench. Even though the crowd probably hasn't even noticed him, he can't shake the feeling that all eyes are on him. Once that sensation fades, he locks in to watch the match. It doesn't take long to realize that despite dominating possession against the rock-bottom team in the standings, his squad can't buy a goal. The reason is the same as always. No matter how much Vincenzo screams at them to switch it up, the team keeps mindlessly attacking down the flanks, relying on crossing into the box as a desperate default. Despite having a top-tier center forward, the ball never reaches him because the defenders read the predictable play perfectly. Just like before, the frustrated fans are shouting profanities, demanding they step it up. They keep running the same old play and getting nowhere. Ji-hun is shaken by what he hears, wondering how his teammates can stay unfazed by such a barrage of insults. The manager is well aware of how thin the fans' patience is running. Honestly, he doesn't blame them. Even he would be sick to death of watching a team do the exact same thing over and over. Right then, one of the crosses finally slices through the defense, and Vlahovic punishes them by burying the opening goal. Even though the bench and Ji-hun celebrate wildly, the fans continue to boo. They jeer that it was just a fluke, arguing that if you spam enough crosses, one is bound to go in eventually. To them, it's just mediocre football. Ji-hun can't wrap his head around how the fans remain miserable even after scoring. Plus, the sheer amount of abuse hurled at the bald manager makes him start to feel a bit sorry for the man. Just as he's thinking this, the boss locks eyes with him, sending a shiver of pure terror down his spine. But as the young man holds his gaze, the older man flashes a confident smile. 10 minutes into the second half, a cross takes a deflection off a defender's leg, completely altering its trajectory. Hungry for more, Vlahovic spots the opening instantly. He throws himself into a sliding finish and bags his second goal of the day. Yet again, the crowd boos, dismissing it as another stroke of pure luck. The kids on the bench can't comprehend what's going on. No matter how ugly the football is a win. That's all that should matter, Jiwoo notes. Her father replies, normally yes, but entertainment value matters too. If they can't put on a show, it's barely worth watching. Even I'm getting a bit tired of seeing the exact same play on loop, the gentleman admits. Jiwoo comments that it would be a lot more exciting if Ji-hun got onto the pitch. The gentleman agrees, though he knows how rare it is for something like that to actually happen. Suddenly, their eyes widen as they witness something unbelievable unfolding. The protagonist is stepping off the bench, looking primed to make his official professional debut in Serie A. Manager Vincenzo pulls him into a quick embrace, offering just a single piece of advice. Go out there and do whatever you want. Goal-hungry and determined, Ji-hun steps across the touchline, ready to follow those instructions to the letter. In the previous chapter, we introduced Ji-hun, a boy blessed with an extraordinary footballing gift, but lacking the drive to keep fighting for it. But fate dragged him back into the game, and what a comeback it has been. We watched him evolve into an absolute beast, skyrocketing in a matter of weeks from the Fiorentina youth ranks straight to the senior squad, sharing a locker room with stars like Vlahovic, Prodigy, and many others. Our last glimpse of him was as he stood on the precipice of his Serie A debut in front of an expectant stadium. Is he ready to prove that his talent knows no bounds? Can he hold his own among giants? It's time to find out. High-fiving the teammate he's replacing, he immediately signals a tactical shift to the rest of the squad. He can't get over how surreal it feels to step onto a Serie A pitch for the very first time, but he quickly brushes the sentimentality aside. There will be time for that later. The captain barks instructions for everyone to follow the kid's lead, shifting the formation from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1. As expected, Gahun slots into the attacking midfielder role right behind the veteran Vlahovic, taking charge of linking the midfield to the front line. Meanwhile, the opponents, despite trailing, maintain their stubborn low block. A defensive setup Gahun had been studying intensely from the bench and felt confident he could break down. He quickly checks to a teammate, who wastes no time feeding him the ball. Truth be told, the veterans are starting to tire out, so they shovel the ball to the kid every chance they get. Far from being annoyed, he welcomes the responsibility. Deep down, he knows exactly how to exploit the situation. Genoa is purposefully leaving the wings exposed to bait them into wide areas, expecting predictable crosses that are easy to clear. Keeping that in mind, the youngster decides to do the exact opposite. With explosive acceleration, he drives straight through the center. This infuriates the opposition, who feel like this punk kid is completely disrespecting them. Gahun just smiles, oozing the confidence of someone who knows he can pull it off. A midfielder lunges in to strip the ball, but Gahun shifts it to the side with a slick touch, leaving him dead in his tracks. Even after beating his man, he knows a massive wall of defenders still blocks his path. But he isn't playing a solo game. The center forward makes a sharp run, and without a second thought, Gahun slices a pass through to him, completely bypassing the defensive line. Vlahovic shouts praise for the brilliant delivery, but Gahun is too locked into the play to hear it. He bursts forward, demanding a return pass. True to form, the veteran lays it off perfectly and makes a blistering run of his own to sustain the attack. His movement is so insanely fast that the protagonist wonders if the man has a twin on the pitch. Leveraging the striker's physical presence as they approach the box, he feeds him what looks like the final ball. Even though he expects Vlahovic to take a shot, the kid keeps tracking the run just in case. Suddenly, the veteran locks eyes with him and pulls off a spectacular Rabona pass that catches the entire defense completely off guard. Gahun, who hadn't slowed down for a second, spots the opening and controls the ball perfectly. In that split second, the roaring stadium falls dead silent to him. The only things flashing through his mind are the faces of the people he wants to make proud. It's as if the rest of the world has vanished, leaving just him, the ball, and an empty expanse as he takes the shot. Ji-woo, his father, and his teammates look on as the ball hits the back of the net with pinpoint precision. Gahun lets out a roar of pure ecstasy, even though the whole thing feels surreal. He wonders when this dream actually started. Was it the moment he signed the contract, or when he first stepped into the senior squad's dressing room? Before he can get lost in the surrealism of it all, the star striker tackles him in a massive hug, congratulating him on the phenomenal play. Right then, the protagonist snaps back to reality. It's no dream. He has actually scored on his senior debut, and his entire team is mobbing him. Thanks to Gahun's clinical finish, Fiorentina goes up 3-0. The team's center back slaps him on the back in congratulations, noting that the kid tearing him apart during training sessions was clearly no fluke. Prodigy steps in, playfully telling the guys to stop overwhelming him. Keep messing with him like that, and the boss will have your headsliny jokes. Then, he shoves him toward the stands so he can soak in the fan adoration he just unlocked. The boy mutters a quick thanks to the captain, but before he can even process it, he finds himself standing before a stadium chanting his name. Exactly like he used to envision in his wildest dreams. Knowing that his loved ones are watching from the stands makes it feel even more incredible, and he gestures to the crowd to thank them for their faith in him. The gesture whips the crowd into an absolute frenzy, leaving Gahun immediately regretting raising his arm, worried he came across as cocky. Vlahovic walks over and slaps his shoulder, telling him he'd better brace himself. Scoring on your debut, even in an unofficial match, is bound to completely flip your life upside down. The boy has no idea what the veteran means, but no matter how much he begs for clarification, he gets nothing but a smirk. The match wraps up with a comfortable 3-0 victory. Gahun celebrates the win, entirely oblivious to what waits for him outside. His father and his childhood friend weren't the only ones watching him today. He just caught the attention of a massive audience. As the boy packs his gear into his gym bag, his hands won't stop shaking. He tells himself that at least he performed well, and soon he'll be enjoying a nice dinner with Ji-woo and his dad. Suddenly, the captain cuts him off. He looks down at him, asking where he thinks he's going, questioning if he really thought he could just sneak away. Vlahovic chimes in, saying he already warned the kid. Honestly, if he were in his shoes, he would have slipped out the back door by now. Prodigy tells him he has to pay the price for scoring a goal before making his official debut. Gahun is completely bewildered. Is there some unspoken rule against scoring too early? If that's the case, he figures a harsh lecture is waiting for him back at the training ground. A few seconds later, the protagonist finally understands what the senior players meant. A massive, ecstatic crowd is waiting right outside the stadium exits, clamoring for photos and autographs. Prodigy nudges him, reminding him that this madness is the direct consequence of his debut goal. Jahan, who hadn't anticipated this at all, panics and tries to retreat back inside. But Baragi grabs him, telling him it's time to face the music and take accountability. "You've got two choices here," line the captain says. Option 1, tell them you're dead tired. Tell them to beat it and walk away. Option 2, put a smile on your face and sign every single autograph with all your heart. Jahan stands frozen, knowing deep down that only one of those options is actually acceptable. Choosing the first would immediately tank his reputation and make him look like a total jerk to the fan base. Ultimately, he makes the right call, signing everything handed to him while the captain sticks by his side. The fans are so blown away by the youngster's performance that they're already chanting for him to start the next match. All he can do is bow his head and thank them for the compliments. Baragi, acting like a true leader, steps in to shield him, asking the crowd to give the kid some breathing room since he's only 16 and needs to be protected. He adds that if they want more autographs, he'd be happy to sign instead. Hearing this completely backfires. The fans jeer back that they'd rather have nothing at all than his autograph. Losing his temper, the captain hilariously tries to square up with the fans. As the boy climbs onto the team bus, he reflects on how incredible the captain is, never losing his edge no matter how much grief he takes. Just then, from the back of the bus barks, asking what took him so long. Suddenly, senior players start playfully groaning, complaining that they're stuck waiting around all because of Gihan. He stands there awkwardly, completely unsure of how to respond, but Baragi saves him again by telling the squad to back off before they make the kid cry. The entire bus bursts into laughter. It was all just light-hearted ribbing. As the protagonist slides into his seat, the mood shifts to appreciation. The veterans thank him, noting it's the first time in ages they haven't been aggressively booed while leaving a stadium. "Besides, you played like a grown man out there today," one says. The boy thanks them, admitting he's absolutely exhausted, though the fatigue vanishes the moment he looks out and sees fans still chanting his name alongside the bus. He can't believe they're still lingering. To show Jiwoo evidence of the madness, he snaps a quick photo, officially wrapping up Jihan's unforgettable first day with the senior squad. Next, we see the boy arriving at the U17 training ground. He reflects to himself that he probably shouldn't have bragged. A quick flashback shows that when he proudly sent the photo to Jiwoo, she instantly fired back, asking if he expected superstar treatment now. Jahan had been completely speechless. Just remembering her reply makes his face burn with embarrassment. However, his father completely exposed Jiwoo's true reaction. He revealed that every single time the youngster touched the ball during the match, she was jumping up and down, screaming about how cool he looked. The older man kept teasing her about it until the girl, flushing bright red, practically begged him to stop talking. Back in the present, the boy is cornered by Coach Luca, who loudly proclaims, "Welcome back, pride of the academy, our youngest ever goal scorer, the absolute ace of the squad." Gihan quickly shushes him, begging him to keep it down before someone hears. But it's already too late. A voice from behind echoes the coach's praise. It's his fellow youth team players who swarm him to say his performance was absolutely legendary. Seeing them, Gihan smiles with a twinge of bittersweet sadness. He knows this is essentially his final day training here, given his permanent promotion to the first team. The boys are genuinely thrilled for him, offering hearty congratulations on his debut goal. They let him know that while they'll miss him, they couldn't be happier about his promotion. It's exactly what everyone was rooting for. There's no jealousy. Instead, they promise they'll be joining him in the senior squad soon. Bruno steps forward, telling him he's a certified genius. Jihan tries to humble himself and deny it, but Bruno lays out his stats so convincingly that he almost believes it. Wrapping up the conversation, Bruno playfully begs him not to forget his roots or his old teammates, asking him to put in a good word with the senior club executives whenever he gets the chance. Jihan is left chuckling, unsure how to reply, but the coach cuts in to announce that it's time to head out. Taking the perfect escape route, the boy bids everyone a warm farewell. Honestly, this scene is incredibly heartwarming. Lest we forget, these were the same guys who stood by Jihan during his darkest days, supporting him through his difficult exit from Juventus. Moving forward, the young prodigy arrives at the senior squad's training facility alongside Luca. Determined to make a loud statement on behalf of the U17 Academy, he marches onto the pitch and dramatically shouts that the youth rank's brightest prospect has officially arrived. The booming announcement catches the veterans completely off guard, drawing every eye on the pitch toward him. Smirking with curiosity, they begin to crowd around him. Cracking under the sudden, intense spotlight, Jihan immediately turns heel and bolts, with 3 grinning senior players chasing after him to kick off his initiation training. From the sidelines, Vincenzo watches the display, quietly noting that the boy still looks physically slight. He mutters to himself that their next opponents, Sampdoria, play a brutal physical game, meaning the kid could get seriously hurt out there. Meanwhile, the rookie finds himself cornered in a bizarre situation. 2 senior players are aggressively forcing him to judge which one of them is uglier. Gihan desperately tries to stay neutral, but they insist on a definitive answer. Seeing his young teammate struggling, Baragi steps in to rescue him, subtly gesturing for the boy to pick him instead. Without hesitation, the boy points to the captain, sending the other two into fits of laughter as they ruthlessly mock Baragi for being a dinosaur. Maintaining a stone face, Baragi tells the kid to come with him. As they walk away, the duo hollers after them, laughing and begging the captain not to fine the rookie just for speaking the truth, which only gets under Baragi's skin. Once they reach a quieter spot, he hands the protagonist a sports drink. As they hydrate, the captain explains that the veterans only mess with him because they're eager to welcome him to the squad. He notes that while they act like total clowns during breaks, they lock in and become absolute professionals the second they step onto the pitch. With that, he wishes him luck in figuring out the team's dynamics and motions for them to get to work. Gi-hun feels an immense wave of gratitude for how deeply Baragi looks out for him and listens to his concerns. To outsiders, he might just be another captain, but to Gi-hun, the man has quickly become a true role model in just a few days. Stepping back onto the pitch, they're greeted by the sight of Bonaventura aggressively trying to pants a bald Saponara. After a brief struggle, he succeeds, and the two go sprinting across the grass. The captain sighs in embarrassment, telling Gi-hun he hopes the kid doesn't turn out as unhinged as them, but then yells that he can't let them have all the fun, immediately sprinting off to join the chaos. As they goof around, Gi-hun just watches them, feeling slightly underwhelmed by his senior idols. Shortly after, the real training session kicks off, and the playful mood instantly evaporates. Nobody treats the kid with kid gloves or acts like he's just a rookie. Gi-hun learns this lesson the hard way during his very first encounter with Saponara, who ruthlessly body checks him into the dirt without a second thought. Sprawled on the grass, Gi-hun wonders how on earth he's supposed to compete against players with such formidable physical presence. Seriously, how does someone like Torreira survive intense daily sessions at this level? Gathering his resolve, he springs back to his feet and immediately hounds the ball to win it back. Unfortunately, challenging someone vastly stronger yields the exact same result. He hits the deck yet again. While the boy feels like he's running face first into a brick wall, the bald midfielder stands over him, flexes and boasts about his rock-hard muscles. After a grueling block, the manager finally blows the whistle for a hydration break. We see Gi-hun looking absolutely shattered while Baragi and Vlahovic chuckle and tease him from the sidelines. That's when defensive midfielder Torreira walks over, offering a hand and asking if he's holding up okay. The youngster nods, admitting that his first taste of senior training has been incredibly brutal. Torreira nods sympathetically, but notes that he's puzzled by why the kid is playing so differently compared to his recent match performance. Brushing the observation aside, Gi-hun asks him how a smaller player can successfully handle opponents with such massive physical advantages. At first, Torreira struggles to put it into words, but then distills his philosophy into three simple ones. Avoid physical battles. The youngster looks completely bewildered, pointing out that physical contact is inevitable, especially when dropping deep into defensive zones. Torreira chuckles and concedes the point but lets him in on a secret. The moment he feels a defender push into his back, he simply goes down to draw a tactical foul. He adds with a wink that because of his small stature, referees almost always give him the benefit of the doubt on those challenges. He emphasizes that there's absolutely no point in trying to outmuscle absolute monsters, nodding subtly toward a teammate staring at them whose name he keeps anonymous. He mentions that watching the kid's slick movement in the last match heavily reminded him of the Spanish maestro, David Silva. Vlahovic chimes in to agree, asking the rookie if he's ever watched tapes of him, describing Silva as an absolute creative beast. Even the most ruthless defenders in the Premier League couldn't lay a finger on him. His footwork was flawless, his acceleration was lethal, and he never got dragged into physical brawls. Don't you think your playstyle is practically identical to his? The veteran asks. Gi-hun quickly shakes his head, hesitating to compare himself to such a legendary talent. But Torreira tells him to drop the modesty, insisting that his spatial awareness is a mirror image of Silva's. Master that elegant style of play, and you'll skyrocket to the top. Trust me, you're a natural prodigy. Stop obsessing over what you lack and start weaponizing your unique strengths. Armed with this fresh perspective, the boy vows to truly stand out. The manager, who has been quietly monitoring the entire exchange, notes to himself that the protagonist is clearly overthinking his adjustments during training. Today, the boy has uncharacteristically tried to play a bruising physical game. If he keeps this up, he might have to be dropped from the upcoming match squad. With a whistle, the second half of training kicks off. This time Gi-hun fully internalizes Torreira's blueprint. Spotting Saponara charging toward him to force another physical duel, he completely evades the challenge with a sharp drop of his shoulder. Glancing at the ball carrier, he anticipates the play perfectly, darting into open space to collect a pinpoint pass. His training unit cheers him on as they flood forward alongside him. When the backline tries to close him down, he drops the ball off one touch and bursts into the box to receive the return. Watching him slice through the senior defense effortlessly, Vincenzo beams with satisfaction. This was the tactical brilliance he had been waiting to see all morning. To anchor the attack, the kid delivers a beautiful lofted cross right onto the striker's path. The striker thumps it home with a powerful header, completely untroubled by his marker. Shifting scenes. An independent sports reporter is seen tracking down a manager, eagerly asking for his thoughts on the young kid who debuted for Fiorentina last week, and whether his tactical profile is a major concern. The man shrugs it off, dismissively replying that he couldn't care less. Honestly, I just hope they don't feature him this weekend. I'd hate for my squad to be the ones who accidentally break a 16-year-old kid in half a line, he sneers. Turns out, this manager is none other than Roberto De Versa, the head coach of Sampdoria. From this tense interview, we jump straight to match day 10. On the team bus heading to the stadium, we spot Jihan scrolling through text messages from his childhood friend. She has been trying to practice her Italian by reading local sports columns covering the protagonist's meteoric rise. While he finds it a bit cringy, he patiently texts back to correct her grammar and guide her. Still, the ominous warning from the opposing manager keeps echoing in his mind. Are they seriously going to target me just to give me a brutal welcome to pro football? Jihan wonders anxiously. Just as he starts typing a text telling Jiwoo to stop reading those sensationalist articles, the captain leans over his shoulder, teasingly asking if he's texting his girlfriend. Startled, Jihan quickly stammers that she's absolutely not his girlfriend, just a close friend. Baragi doesn't buy the excuse for a second, and faster than a neighborhood gossip, he loudly alerts the entire bus about the rookie's secret romance. The senior players instantly lock onto the topic, completely overwhelming the poor kid with a barrage of relentless questions. Fast forward to kickoff, and we find ourselves inside the electric atmosphere of the Luigi Ferrari Stadium. There, we learn that the protagonist is starting on the bench once again, just like his debut. The manager wanted to exercise caution, knowing Sampdoria's overly aggressive physical style could pose a serious injury risk if the kids started. Nevertheless, he told him to remain completely locked in. A few minutes into the match, the boy notes from the bench that the game doesn't look quite as terrifying as advertised. Sure, they were putting in heavy challenges, but it didn't look like an absolute hit job. Compared to Genoa, this squad deployed a highly disciplined, deeply retracted defensive block. On top of that, their players were absolute giants, somehow making the 6'3" Vlahovic look like an average-sized guy. The first half grinds on as a cagey tactical stalemate. Neither side manages to break the deadlock, leaving the first half devoid of major highlights. As the protagonist turns to follow his teammates down the tunnel, Vincenzo grabs his shoulder, telling him to skip the team talk and start warming up on the pitch because he's coming on for the second half. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad bolts into the dressing room at full speed, well aware that the manager is absolutely furious with their performance. Jihan thanks Vincenzo for the opportunity and immediately locks into a zone, determined to dismantle the opposition, while recalling the hostile quotes from their coach in the article Jiwoo sent him. The second half gets underway, with the match deadlocked at 0-0. The pressure resting on the teenager's shoulders is immense, but he resolves to block out the noise and play his natural game. As his squad controls possession, he hunts for pockets of space to exploit. However, he notices a distinct tactical shift. The rigid low-block Sampdoria deployed in the first half is dissolving. They are suddenly pushing up into a suffocating high press. While it catches Gahan off guard, it doesn't rattle him. A high defensive line means massive vacant zones behind them to exploit. Having already plotted his line of attack, he breaks past his marker and signals for the ball. Bonaventura spots him instantly and zips a pass his way. As the ball zips across the grass, the playmaker plots a quick one-touch combination to slice the defense open. But before his boot can even make contact, a defender violently trucks him from behind, sending him airborne. The boy snaps back to his feet instantly. Though caught off guard by the sheer force of the hit, Gihan shrugs it off with a smile, muttering that it hurt way less than the brutal hits he takes from his own teammates during daily training. Someone who doesn't take the cheap shot well at all is Saponara, who immediately marches over to confront the massive defender. Gihan tries to hold him back, but the fiery veteran tells him to step aside. The referee rushes over to defuse the situation before an actual brawl breaks out. Captain Baragi slides into the mix as well, dragging Saponara back and telling him to channel that anger into the game. No more holding back, boys. We play the rest of this match like it's a cup final line, he barks. Jihan looks on, deeply touched by how fiercely his senior teammates are willing to protect him. To fire them up even more, he hilariously hammed up the injury for a second, though he immediately cringed internally, wondering if his acting was a bit too theatrical. Still, an immense wave of pride washes over him. He finally feels like a true part of this squad. The official brands a yellow card at the defender, warning him to watch his challenges. The furious player snarls back that the kid is simply too fragile for men's football. Milenkovic overhears the insult, his eyes flashing with rage as he steps up and challenges the defender to say it to his face. Before another confrontation erupts, Baragi quickly positions himself as a barrier. Gian stands back, completely stunned to see such a fiercely protective side to his usually quiet center-back. The shock melts away when the massive defender turns to him, his expression softening instantly as he asks if he's doing okay. Resuming play, the protagonist looks slightly distracted, his mind drifting back to thoughts of Jiwoo. Vlahovic snaps him back into focus by pinging a sharp pass straight to his feet. Snapping out of it, he offers a quick apology and drives forward, sliding a crisp ball wide to Kyahan, who immediately gets locked into a heavy physical duel with his marker. As the match escalates into a bruising battle, the teenager finds himself struggling to adapt. Lacking the raw physical mass to shield the ball under heavy pressure, he realizes he can't hold on to possession for long stretches. He shifts tactics. He decides to weaponize his off-the-ball movement instead, constantly shifting across zones to drag defenders out of position until a clear pocket opens up. Flashback to the pre-match tactical meeting. Sampdoria's manager demands his players completely suffocate Fiorentina's number 20, telling them not to let him breathe on the pitch. Give him a brutal reality check of what elite, professional football actually feels like. Liggy barks. Snapping back to the present, the kid finds himself aggressively trapped by 3 defenders on the left flank, even though the ball is nowhere near him. The ringleader of the trap mocks him, asking if he's completely out of ideas now. Unfazed, Ji-hun raises his hand high, demanding the ball. Torreira triggers a rapid pass to his feet. Just as it arrives, the massive defender lunges forward, threatening to completely steamroll him. But the protagonist coolly reminds himself the man is already on a booking, drops his shoulder, and effortlessly glides right past him. Despite that gorgeous bit of skill, he's still caught within a tight defensive web. Suddenly, a tactical note regarding Vlahovic's runs flashes in his mind. Tracking that, he resolves to hold on to possession for as long as humanly possible to buy time. Caught in a phone booth with 3 experienced players, the kid starts dribbling with jaw-dropping precision. Just as 2 of the defenders converge to sandwich him with a heavy collision, he pulls off a spectacular backheel self-pass, slipping through the narrowing gap and leaving them completely stranded. Breaking free from the suffocating pressure at last, he spots his striker making a standard run into the box and whips in a surgical cross, which the big man clinically converts to put the team ahead. With the opening goal secured, Fiorentina seizes complete control of the match's tempo. Every time Gi-hun drives forward to construct an attacking sequence, his midfield anchors step up to shield him, giving him the creative freedom to dynamically dance past his markers with staggering audacity. Combining beautifully in a quick sequence with Vlahovic, they recreate the exact tactical window that led to the first goal. The only difference this time around was the sheer volume of defenders swarming both Gi-hun and the star striker. Yet, what looked like an ironclad defensive adjustment quickly turned into a fatal error. By hyper-focusing on the duo, they completely lost track of Torreira. The defensive midfielder made an untracked run right down the center to fill the vacuum, collecting a crisp low pass from Ji-hun and smashing it home to secure the winning goal. The referee blew the final whistle shortly after the midfielder's strike, a sound Gi-hun welcomes with profound relief given how incredibly exhausted he feels. The senior players immediately crowd around him, showering the exhausted rookie with praise for an absolute masterclass on the pitch. After offering genuine compliments, they instantly pivot back to teasing him, marveling at how he transforms into an absolute monster during the match, only to turn back into a polite, gentle soul the second he steps off the grass. As the flustered teenager stands there awkwardly, the captain steps in to bail him out again, though he warns him to brace himself for what's next. When the boy asks what he means, the seniors just exchange mischievous smirks. Cut to a few minutes later, Jiwoo and the boy's father are staring open-mouthed at the television screen. The broadcast cuts to the protagonist looking absolutely petrified, thrust in front of the cameras after being named man of the match. The reporter congratulates him on the stellar performance, asking if he knew exactly how to unlock the win from the moment he stepped onto the pitch. Stuttering nervously, Gi-hun answers that he simply tried to exploit the open spaces and credited his teammates for their clinical finishing. While the young man struggles to string sentences together, the veterans are standing right behind the cameraman, pulling faces to crack him up. The sharp-dressed interviewer pushes further, asking him to break down the sheer tactical creativity he put on display. Unsurprisingly, the overwhelmed rookie freezes, completely unsure of what to say. Watching the broadcast, his father sighs, wondering aloud why the team left the poor kid completely isolated on live television. Jiwoo, on the other hand, finds his nervous stammering incredibly endearing. Wrapping up the segment, the reporter asks the youngster if he has a message for the skyrocketing fanbase now hailing him as a footballing genius. The protagonist politely declines to speak in Korean, instead switching back to fluent Italian to express his profound gratitude for the support, promising to work even harder to make everyone proud. Back home, his father, who catches every subtle nuance, smiles nosily, realizing his son wasn't actually addressing the general fanbase with those words, but directing them straight at Jiwoo. She, however, remains completely oblivious to the subtext, still struggling to comprehend fast-spoken Italian. The reporter then throws a curveball, asking who crosses his mind while he's battling out on the pitch. The question catches the kid completely off guard, but before he can even open his mouth, the senior players hijack the microphone, loudly spilling the beans that his sole motivation is his girlfriend. Though Gi-hun frantically tries to clear up the misunderstanding, the interviewer smells a headline and completely cuts him off, pressuring him to dedicate a few words to her on air. Overwhelmed by the intense spotlight, the boy gives in and ends up thanking Ji-woo for always being his rock, inadvertently confirming the romance to the entire country. As the reporter wraps up the segment, Gi-hun stands there mortified, realizing he just caused a catastrophic media disaster. Back in the living room, his father debates whether or not he should bail his son out, especially with a confused Ji-woo shifting over to ask for a literal translation of the broadcast. Sure enough, the very next morning, the girl confronts Gi-hun, demanding to know why he's spouting such bizarre statements to the national press. He tries to play dumb, averting his eyes and attempting to brush it off. But she steps into his path, insisting he explain exactly why he told a live television audience that she was his girlfriend. "And don't you dare act clueless. Your dad translated the entire thing for me," she barks. The protagonist freezes in absolute shock, unable to believe his own father could backstab him so ruthlessly. Ji-woo asks sarcastically, "Are you really that desperate that you have to go around bragging to the media that I'm your girlfriend?" Dying of embarrassment, the boy frantically denies it, telling her they're going to be late and need to hurry up. She yells at him to wait up, and when he plants his feet abruptly, she crashes right into his back. In that momentary physical contact, the romantic tension between the childhood friends spikes to critical levels, highlighting how deeply they truly care for one another. Skipping forward, we find Ji-hun staring down at the medical scale, deeply frustrated that his height hasn't budged an inch and he's only gained a single kilogram, despite choking down 5 massive meals a day. Stressed about his progress, he turns to the club's medical staff, asking if the machine is completely broken. The doctor chuckles, telling him the scale is perfectly accurate, and suggesting his time is better spent out on the training pitch. Ji-hun sighs and exits the clinic, his mind racing with a deep yearning to grow into a physical adult as fast as possible. He hates feeling like a fragile liability that the senior players constantly have to shield. He genuinely believes that if he built a commanding physique, it would alleviate a massive burden from the entire team. He also reflects on the fact that his accidental romantic confession didn't just complicate things with Ji-woo. The media exposure has completely erased his anonymity. Now, from the exact moment he steps out of his front door until he reaches the stadium gates, local fans line the streets to cheer him on. While the adoration is nice, it brings a chilling realization. He is now firmly under the public microscope. No matter how many brilliant matches he strings together, the moment he slips up even once, the public will ruthlessly turn on him. Just as he gets lost in these heavy thoughts, the senior squad abruptly cuts in. He greets them, bracing for some critical tactical insight, only for them to intensely debate who would win a blood match between a hippo and a rhino. Before he can even offer a verdict, the captain barks a command for everyone to assemble on the pitch. Gi-hun jogs over, a spark of excitement overriding his fatigue. He knows that if he completely dominates today's session, he might finally secure a spot in the starting lineup for the next fixture. Later that evening, we see the teenager long after everyone else has left, drilling individual exercises until Vincenzo walks out to personally tell him to call it a night. The tactician breaks down some key details before sending the boy home. Gi-hun notes that their next fixture is an absolute must-win. They are squaring off against AS Roma, who currently sits 7th in the table, while Fiorentina is hot on their heels in 8th. He reflects that in the past, he used to gaze up at elite players like distant stars, wondering what it felt like to reach such dizzying heights. But now, that awe has completely vanished. He doesn't want to admire the elite anymore. He wants to conquer them and cement his permanent place in the starting 11. Fast forward past that grueling week, and we arrive inside the iconic Stadio Olimpico in Rome. We find the youngster running his warm-up lines, a visible knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach over earning his very first start. Seeing this, the assistant coach walks over to check on his mental state. Fidgeting slightly, the boy nods and says he's ready. The coach smiles, taking a moment to reiterate his critical tactical role for the afternoon. As previously discussed, his primary objective today is heavily defensive. He is tasked with shadowing Lorenzo Pellegrini, Roma's elite talisman and primary creative engine. The mission is to completely neutralize him by any means necessary. Suffocating his creativity will effectively paralyze Roma's entire front line. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, Gi-hun locks in, vowing to himself that he will not break the manager's immense trust after being handed a starting spot in such a high-stakes match. With the pre-match ceremonies wrapping up, the players exchange standard handshakes across the pitch. Gi-hun fixes his gaze entirely on Pellegrini, hyper-analyzing every single movement and adjustment. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the match kicks off. Roma immediately circulates the ball backward, trying to bait Fiorentina into breaking structure. Adhering strictly to Baragi's command, the squad holds their disciplined defensive line rather than pressuring high. Right then, a crisp pass finds Pellegrini's boot. The playmaker turns to drive forward, but before he can execute a single creative sequence, Gi-hun aggressively steps up to choke the space. Flustered by the teenager's immediate, suffocating intensity, the veteran chooses to lay the ball off to a teammate and reset his positioning across the pitch. The protagonist fights to shadow his movements, but when the sequence repeats a few minutes later, Pellegrini brilliantly utilizes his physical frame to completely shrug off the teenager's pressure. Jazizan scrambles to recover his positioning, but before he can close down, the veteran unleashes a venomous, long-range strike that whistles inches wide of the post. Watching that near miss causes Jizan's confidence to take a serious hit. Thankfully, the captain is right there to offer calming guidance rather than criticism. Following that warning shot, the entire momentum of the match heavy tilts in Roma's favor. Pellegrini begins routinely bypassing the protagonist with veteran ease. Fortunately, Fiorentina's center-backs hold firm, and a string of wayward finishes from the midfielder keeps the scoreline safe. Even Pellegrini's own teammates start shouting at him for wasting possessions on low-percentage, long-range efforts, entirely unfazed. He offers a casual hand of apology and vows to dial it in. He delivers on that promise instantly. Raising his execution level to another gear, it becomes painfully clear that a 16-year-old rookie is simply out of his depth trying to contain him. On the attacking end, the protagonist is left completely starved of service. The few times the ball reached his feet, he felt an impenetrable physical wall instantly compress him from behind, making it impossible to turn or drive forward. The first half concludes as a gritty 0 stalemate. Walking off the pitch, Gi-hun looks visibly demoralized. For the very first time in his career, he feels utterly clueless as to how he can impact the game. Inside the locker room, the manager rallies the squad. Praising their immense defensive work rate during the opening 45 minutes, he pulls Gi-hun aside asking if he has enough gas left in the tank to maintain this frantic pace. Heavy-chested and gasping for air, the boy nods firmly, promising he'll personally signal for a sub the moment his body gives out. With the tactics set, commandos them to storm back out and take the 3 points. As they make their way down the concrete corridor, the assistant coach leans into Vincenzo, quietly suggesting they sub Gi-hun off since the kid has looked entirely invisible on the pitch. The veteran manager dismisses the idea immediately, stating it's absurdly premature to write off a player during his very first senior start. On top of that, he spent 45 minutes tracking their absolute best player. Experiencing some friction is completely natural. Pulling him now would be incredibly reckless. The kid's persistent trailing has kept Pellegrini from operating freely. If he wasn't out there neutralizing that space, we'd easily be down by 2 goals right now. Walking away from his assistant, the manager contemplates whether he should offer the boy a piece of tactical advice. Ultimately, he decides against cluttering the kid's head, opting instead to place a firm, reassuring hand on his crown as a silent gesture of absolute faith. Gi-hun can feel his muscles screaming, well aware he's rapidly approaching his physical red line. He still hasn't cracked the code to beating his marker, but takes solace in the fact that the team is holding the clean sheet. For now, he resolves to empty his mind of frustration and figure out a new angle of attack. If the boss assigned him to shadow an elite playmaker, there had to be a deeper tactical lesson behind it. Vincenzo breaks this down for the audience, revealing that he intentionally handed Gi-hun the strategic blueprint of a pure defensive midfielder, even though the boy's natural instincts are completely offensive. The goal was for him to decipher the spatial logic of a defender. If he could master that perspective, his overall game would reach an entirely new stratosphere. As the ball circulates back to start the half, the protagonist realizes his previous mindset was laced with arrogance. He wasn't some untouchable senior starter, nor did he possess the physical frame to standard-stop Pellegrini, but he was fully capable of playing his own brand of smart football. Resolving to do just that, he loudly demands the ball. Controlling possession, Vlahovic wastes no time firing a pass to his feet. Gi-hun cushions it cleanly, utilizing a rapid series of tight touches to carry the attack forward a few yards. However, the moment he encounters Roma's number 7 again, he's cleanly stripped of possession. Yet the sharp glint in his eyes suggests that he finally cracked the code. Roma aggressively transitions their lines forward, pushing Pellegrini dangerously close to the box where a single clean touch could prove fatal for Fiorentina. Gi-hun anticipates the danger perfectly, expending every ounce of his remaining stamina to frantically shadow him. But his running tank is bone dry, and he simply can't match the veteran's sharp acceleration. The opposition spots the physical mismatch instantly, fizzing a direct ball straight to their talisman. But it was an absolute bait. Gi-hun had purposely feigned exhaustion, conserving a final burst of explosive speed to jump the passing lane and intercept the ball cleanly. Forcing the turnover, he drives forward in a full, desperate sprint toward the opposing box. Roma's center-backs hesitate to commit to a direct challenge, completely paralyzed by the looming threat of Vlahovic sprinting parallel to the attack. The moment a defender finally breaks rank to challenge him, Gi-hun executes a brilliant stutter-step pause and delivers a crisp lateral pass to Vlahovic before slicing into the box. The star forward cushions it effortlessly and lofts a gorgeous return ball right over the last defender's head, putting the protagonist through on goal. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a venomous right-footed volley that tears into the back of the net. The teenager celebrates with unbridled ecstasy, looking as overjoyed as if it were the very first goal of his life. Across online streams, fans watching the broadcast flock to social media, frantically asking who this incredible kid is, where he came from, and why on earth Fiorentina kept him hidden on the bench for so long. Up in the stands, Jiwoo scrolls through these raving online comments while keeping her eyes locked on the live action. Beaming with pride, she muses that her childhood friend is absolutely breaking the internet today. Cutting back to the pitch, just minutes after his brilliant finish, the boy turns toward the bench and signals that he needs a sub. He groans internally, frustrated that his current physical conditioning won't let him see out the match, but his muscles have completely locked up. As he makes his toward the touchline, a stunning sound echoes across the stadium. The home fans are giving him a standing ovation. The youngster looks around completely bewildered by the applause. The star forward jogs alongside him, explaining that while these fans are fiercely loyal to Roma, they possesses a deep reverence for pure, undeniable footballing talent, and today, he completely earned their respect. Walk off this pitch with your head held high, Kid Lee, he dictates. Blushing furiously, Gi-hun completely cracks from the awkward attention and sprints toward the dugout as fast as his cramping legs can carry him. Saponara hollers at him to slow down and walk to waste some tactical time, but Baragi cuts in, telling him to give the kid a break just this once. Remember, he's still just a kid, Hina notes. The assistant coach, who had been advocating for his substitution earlier, pulls him into a massive hug, while the rest of the bench swarms him with high fives. Despite the praise, the perfectionist teenager sits on the bench feeling deeply critical of his performance, beating himself up over only providing 10 minutes of elite output before his body completely failed him. But before he spirals into a negative train of thought, a sudden mental image of Jiwoo flashes in his mind, instantly anchoring him back to the massive positives of the day. After all, he just scored a brilliant goal against legendary AS Roma on his full debut, a milestone anyone should be incredibly proud of. Cutting back to the action, the tactical shift catches up with them in the 75th minute when Roma's target man exploits a gap, towering over the defense to blast home a header from a pinpoint Pellegrini cross. The match grinds down to a tense tactical finish, concluding in a 1-1 draw. The visiting players walk over to the dedicated away section to applaud the traveling fans for their thunderous support. Walking back, Saponara bumps his shoulder against Ji-hun's, noting that it's the first time in months they haven't been aggressively booed off an away pitch. "And we owe that entirely to you, kid. Aren't you thrilled?" he asks. The youngster sighs, muttering that he's mixed, still agonizing over the fact that the team's brilliant winning streak snapped the exact day he earned his first start. Hearing this, the bald midfielder instantly locks him in a playful headlock, laughing as he asks when the academy rookie became such a cocky egoist. Later, inside the quiet of the locker room, the boy finally pulls out his phone. He tells himself that right now, the only validation capable of lifting his spirits belongs to Jiwoo. Speaking of whom, his notifications are absolutely flooded. She sent over 99 messages throughout the match. The early texts were frantic, filled with worry as she watched Gi-hun struggle to cope with Roma's elite talisman. The tone completely flipped later, bursting with typed screams of celebration after he turned the tables to score. While staggered by the sheer mountain of texts, a warm smile hits his face as he types back to thank her. He notices a media file and asks what the blurry image is. She replies that it's a photo of his dad jumping around the living room celebrating like an absolute madman. Chuckling, the teenager text teases her, asking her to send a photo of herself as well. Rereading his own sent message, his eyes widen as he realizes how easily she could misinterpret that as a smooth pickup line. Before he can hit unsend, her reply pops up, dripping with sarcasm. "Wow, looks like someone is absolutely desperate to see his supposed girlfriend." Ji-hun turns bright red, frantically typing back that she's totally misreading it and that he didn't even want a photo anyway. Sometime later, we return to the familiar grounds of the U-17 training academy. A heated argument is unfolding as the staff lectures the protagonist, arguing that forcing a teenager to ingest 5 massive meals a day while over-drilling him is an absolute sports science disaster. The boy desperately tries to intervene, stating it was entirely his own choice. But Tony shuts him down, thoroughly convinced that the bald senior manager is behind this insane regimen and swearing he's going to give the man a piece of his mind. Once the youngster finally manages to unpack the truth, the explosive tension diffuses completely. The two academy coaches quickly pivot, jokingly arguing over which of them deserves the lion's share of the credit for discovering and trusting Gi-hun's talent from day one. Turning back to him, they ask if his body is recovering well, and he offers a confident nod. Steering the conversation back to nutritional discipline, Tony sternly warns him to stop overeating. He emphasizes that the boy is still in a critical developmental growth spurt, and becoming overly obsessed with packing on rapid muscle mass could severely compromise his flexibility and trigger a long-term injury. Ji-hun quietly concedes the point to his coach, tracking the logic completely. He admits to himself that the heavy digestion and late-night solo sessions right before the Roma match had made his legs feel incredibly heavy on the pitch. When he confesses this to the staff, they look at him with profound pride, amazed that he still managed to score a brilliant tactical goal under those physical constraints. They laughingly admit that they were celebrating like absolute maniacs in front of their TVs that day. The protagonist offers a humble bow, thanking them deeply for their unwavering guidance, noting that he never would have broken into the senior squad without their foundational training. Luca chuckles at the boys' bull-polished social skills, playfully nudging Tony, and joking that their little rookie has completely lost his naive innocence. Watching them laugh, Gi-hun smiles warmly, reflecting to himself that this academy will always feel like home. Pouring the boy a cup of hot tea, Coach Luca casually drops a piece of news. Their next senior opponent features SS Lazio's highly rated wonderkid, Luca Romero. Now, I know it's unprofessional to let personal beef bleed into football management, but I need you to absolutely destroy him on the pitch, Luca says with a straight face. Completely blanking on the name, Gi-hun tilts his head and asks what this is all about. The coach groans, explaining that he used to have Lazio's youth manager on WhatsApp, and the man would relentlessly spam his status updates with clips of his prodigy, even directly tagging Luca to rub it in. The constant bragging got so incredibly irritating that Luca ended up blocking his number. So you see, this is your golden opportunity to go out there and prove who the real geniuses lie, he declares. Amused by his coach's highly personal motivation, the protagonist smiles and notes that since he already has 2 senior goals under his belt, outshining a fellow rookie shouldn't be an issue. As he says this, the scene cuts away to showcase 16-year-old rival Luca Romero clinically burying his 3rd home goal of the season. Skipping forward a few days, we find ourselves inside the protagonist's apartment. He's hanging out with Ji-woo, who is intensely scrolling through sports forums on her laptop. She remarks that this Romero kid looks like an absolute phenom. Intrigued, Ji-hun leans over her shoulder, and the two read through a mountain of European sports articles hyping the Lazio winger, with some columnists even calling him a future Ballon d'Or contender if he maintains this trajectory. Feeling a slight prick of competitive friction, the protagonist mutters that it turns out the world has room for more than one football prodigy. The girl pushes his buttons further, reading aloud that Romero has already netted 3 senior goals, compared to your 2. Looks like he might actually be a level above you, line she teases. Irritated, the boy quickly snaps back to clarify the math. That kid needed 7 full appearances to bag 3 goals, whereas he unlocked 2 goals and 2 clinical assists in a mere 2 matches. She shrugs, casually countering that at the end of the day, goals are the currency of football, so Romero's raw stats still look cleaner. Gi-hun opens his mouth to explain tactical efficiency and minutes per goal ratios, but quickly sighs and gives up, figuring the nuances would fly right over her head anyway. Seeing him pout, the girl chuckles and pats his back, reassuring him she was only teasing because she firmly believes he's the best. Come on, let's look up what the internet is saying about you, she says, typing his name into the search bar. Though the protagonist tenses up, bracing for harsh critics, the search results are an absolute landslide of praise for his recent tactical displays. In fact, the media volume covering Ji-hun completely eclipses the articles on the Lazio rookie. The protagonist silently thanks every sports writer in Italy for generating enough content to bury any negative threads. Ji-woo then looks up, her eyes wide. So this means you're going head-to-head against this Romero guy next weekend? Ji-hun nods, slightly caught off guard by her sudden intensity. She bursts into pure excitement, hyped by the cinematic narrative of 2 same-age prodigies clashing on the pitch. She grabs his shoulders, demanding that he go out there and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who the superior talent is, reminding him that this isn't just a standard match, it's a battle for absolute pride. Ji-hun looks at her fiery expression, musing to himself that if it weren't for her and Coach Luca's relentless instigating, he wouldn't care less about tracking this kid. But now, a fierce desire to win is burning in his chest. His expression suddenly turns serious, and he locks eyes with Ji-woo, quietly asking if she'll still stand by him if he ends up losing the matchup. Caught off guard by his sudden vulnerability, she pinches his cheeks hard, crossly telling him to stop asking such idiotic questions. From that tender moment, we jump straight to match day. A high-stakes club between S. Lazio and Fiorentina, marking round 12 of the league campaign. Standing in the tunnel, Gi-hun reflects that dialing back the overeating as suggested by the academy staff has worked wonders for his body. He feels light, sharp, and in peak physical condition to compete. Today's opposition is elite, firmly cemented in the league's top 3. Though he no longer feels the suffocating stage fright of his debut, he knows he needs to deliver a flawless performance to avoid letting his supporters down. Vincenzo's assistant coach walks over, checking in on his focus. Flashing a bright, confident smile, the boy nods in the affirmative. High up in the executive stands, the academy coaches are taking their seats. Tony looks down at the purple-clad crowd, noting that just a month ago, the toxic fans would hurl abuse at the squad regardless of the opponent, but now the entire stadium is unified in a passionate roar. That's the impact of Gi-hun's breakout, Luca replies gleefully, leaning over the railing as his eyes track the 2 teenage prospects running their warm-up lines. Tony rolls his eyes, sighing that the man needs to grow up, muttering that weaponizing a 16-year-old student to settle a petty social media grudge is a new low. Luca just laughs it off, countering that out on the pitch. Petty context vanishes. Today it's purely a beautiful battle of competitive pride. Tony can't help but crack a smile at the logic, conceding that the kid is bound to put on a show today. After all, elite talents of that caliber harbor an absolute hatred for losing to their peers. Following the captain's pre-match huddle, we see Ji-hun zero in on Lazio's number 17. Obviously, it's Luca Romero. The protagonist notes that from the scouting tapes, the kid possesses lethal agility and crisp trickery in isolated 1v1 situations. I bet his club thinks he's untouchable, he muses. The whistle blows and the game is underway. Fiorentina attempts to establish early dominance by circulating possession deeply across their backline, but Lazio refuses to let them settle, instantly triggering an incredibly aggressive high press. The protagonist notes that while they anticipated a heavy block, dealing with a coordinated trap right from the opening whistle is highly complex. For now, they must execute Vincenzo's blueprint perfectly, bypass the social pressing waves with sharp vertical passing, and once they breach the halfway line, trigger an explosive counterattack. It sounds simple in theory, but Lazio's coordinated press is flawlessly executed, suffocating options and forcing even the senior veterans into hurried errors. Hoping to open up a passing lane, the boy makes a sharp tracking run to drag his marker away, pointing toward an open teammate who was completely free. Lacking options and panicked by a heavy presser breathing down his neck, Milenkovic completely misreads Ji-hun's gesture and fires a hard ball straight to his feet instead. To the protagonist's horror, the predictable pass is cleanly intercepted by the midfielder stalking his zone. Wasting no time, the midfielder instantly launches a lightning-fast counter, having secured turnover possession deep in Fiorentina's half. The Lazio attacker effortlessly cuts past the defensive midfielder who attempts a sliding challenge, penetrating right into the heart of the box. But instead of testing the massive center-backs, he chooses to unleash a premature shot from distance. To the profound shock of the crowd, but completely expected by Ji-hun, the shot goes completely wide. The protagonist isn't surprised because from his perspective, taking a shot from such a restrictive, low-percentage angle was a fundamentally poor tactical decision. Milenkovic jogs over, offering a raised hand of apology for the dangerous pass. Ji-hun just smiles, telling him to shake it off. As they reset their structure, the protagonist catches Romero furiously barking at a teammate, aggressively demanding they keep funneling the ball to him regardless of his missed opportunities. Ji-hun watches the display with a frown, unable to comprehend how a player can exhibit such selfish arrogance right after killing a lethal attacking sequence. Before he can dwell on it further, the rival winger brushes past him, a cold sneer on his face as he mutters, "So you're the supposed genius everyone says hyping up? What a joke. The media completely overrates you." Ji-hun doesn't even bother firing back a verbal defense. Instead, he just stares blankly, wondering if the kid is seriously trying to play mind games this early. With the ball at his feet, goalkeeper Terracciano scans the pitch anxiously, entirely unsure of his options. Lazio's high press has completely smothered his passing lanes, and his defenders look terrified to collect the ball. Right then, he spots a player demanding possession with absolute authority. It's Ji-hun, his expression deadly serious as he locks eyes with the keeper and commands the pass. He wants the ball because he's ready to put on an absolute clinic and show this kid who really runs the pitch. Nearby, Romero continues his trash talk, shouting at the keeper, asking if he's too terrified to pass it short. "Just roll it to me then. My team's going to strip you and drop it in your net anyway," he mocks. Annoyed by the chatter, Terracciano ignores the short option and launches a massive targeted clearance downfield, catching the defense off guard. Ji-hun tracks the flight perfectly, cushioning the ball down. Fully aware that two aggressive markers are closing in fast on his back, he executes a lightning-quick turn to face them head-on. They lunged in simultaneously to sandwich him, but the young playmaker methodically dismantles them one by one. With a crisp body feint, he completely freezes the first defender, leaving him clutching air. As the second defender approaches, Ji-hun cocks his leg to project a long pass, baiting the player into a desperate sliding block. It's a complete fake. He casually drags the ball back, leaving the defender sliding uselessly across the grass. Having completely shattered the initial pressing line, Fiorentina's explosive attack officially launches. As always, the teenager's spatial mapping is flawless. He registers instantly that because Lazio committed so many bodies forward to press, their remaining backline is incredibly exposed. This vulnerability is fatal against an explosive forward like Vlahovic. Spotting a massive pocket of green grass, Ji-hun slices open a beautiful through ball, right into the path where Vlahovic had already timed his run perfectly. Lazio's goalkeeper charges off his line to close down the angle against the surging Vlahovic, his mind racing as he realizes Ji-hun is sprinting parallel to the box as a lethal secondary option. Feeling the angle narrow rapidly, the striker decides to trust his power, unleashing a thunderous strike toward the near post. The keeper pulls off a spectacular reflex save, deflecting the ball away. The visiting bench lets out a collective groan at the near miss, while Lazio's defenders scramble in absolute panic to clear the loose ball. But Ji-hun, who had read the entire sequence and never stopped trailing the play, anticipates the rebound trajectory perfectly. Darting ahead of his marker, he meets the floating ball with a clinical header, burying it into the empty net for the opening goal. The sheer tactical speed and flawless execution showcased by the protagonist deal a massive blow to Romero's fragile ego. Jogging away to celebrate, the protagonist smiles as thoughts of Jiwoo cross his mind, playfully wondering if that clinical finish finally settles her debate on who the real genius is. The remaining minutes tick away and the first half draws to a close with Fiorentina holding a one-night. Luca couldn't be prouder of his protégé's display, but Coach Tony remains locked in a cold, analytical mindset. To him, it is undeniable that Gi-hun possesses individual brilliance, but they are currently locked in a tactical battle against Lazio, a dominant powerhouse renowned for their ruthless high-pressing system. In fact, a direct turnover born from that suffocating pressure nearly cost them an equalizer. Had the young midfielder not been marshalling the pitch, they likely would have suffered an absolute blowout. It's genuinely mind-blowing how a 16-year-old completely dictated the tempo and pulled the strings from the opening goal until the halftime whistle. Tony reflects that he couldn't be prouder of the boy's growth. On the other end, Romero's performance has looked entirely uninspired, which makes complete sense, as the two teenagers are operating on entirely different tactical dimensions. Flashing a massive grin, Luca gleefully shares that he temporarily unblocked the rival coach just to spam him with clips of Gi-hun's goal, resulting in him getting instantly blocked again. Tony sighs, telling him to stop acting like a child over petty drama and focus his attention back on the tactical shifts happening on the grass. Just then, Luca looks down with a puzzled expression as he notices Romero's number flash on the substitution board. He certainly hadn't expected the rival manager to yank his star rookie so early. On the bench, Romero sits with his pride completely shattered. For 16 years his self-assurance had been an unshakable upward trajectory, backed by the fact that he was hailed as an elite prodigy from his very first touch in professional football. Now he stares blankly at the pitch, completely unable to comprehend what kind of anomaly Fiorentina's number 20 actually is. A brief flashback reveals a pre-match meeting from a few days ago. Lazio's manager had explicitly instructed his midfield to aggressively double-team Fiorentina's rising star to neutralize their attack. Romero, overflowing with unearned arrogance, completely dismissed the directive, naively believing that he was destined to be the sole star of the afternoon. To him, this match was a personalized stage to declare who the undisputed genius of Italian football was. Back in the present, the benched rookie reflects bitterly on how heavily his talking backfired. He desperately tries to salvage his ego, telling himself he still possesses superior mechanical traits, and that raw dribbling technique is what ultimately defines a superstar. Those desperate thoughts are instantly silenced on the pitch below as Gi-hun executes a beautiful piece of trickery, leaving a Lazio midfielders completely turned around as he glides forward. Watching it unfold is an absolute dagger to Romero's chest. He knows deep down he couldn't bypass that specific anchor with such effortless grace. Utilizing a breathtaking sequence of high-speed handles, the Fiorentina prodigy penetrates deep into the attacking third, opens up a pocket, and unleashes a lethal strike to bag his second goal of the day. As the protagonist roars in celebration, Romero is left staring at the grass, his ego completely crushed by reality. As agonizing as it is to admit, it's blatantly obvious that an immense gulf in pure footballing talent separates them. Ultimately, the boy is forced to concede total defeat in this highly publicized battle of the prodigies. Having secured the comfortable lead with his brace, the protagonist is substituted off to a roaring ovation. Sitting on the bench with a broad smile, he reflects happily on his progress. He bagged 2 goals and managed 20 more minutes of elite output than last week, proving his physical conditioning is rapidly catching up. The veteran Callahan strolls over, dropping a towel over the rookie's shoulders and gently warning him not to push his body past the brink. "You need to listen to your muscles and learn when to manage your engine, kid. Otherwise you're going to trigger a severe tear line," he advises warmly. The youngster offers a grateful smile, promising to keep it in mind. The veteran nudges him to chug his water and walks away. Gi-hun mutters to himself that he really pushed his limits out there, since Lazio's high defensive line forced him to sprint constantly. Fortunately, he stayed locked in and put on a solid performance. Then he looks over at the other kid, thinking that he wouldn't have played like that if it weren't for him, grateful for the challenge. He also has to admit that his biggest motivation was Jiwoo. Honestly, he just didn't want to lose his status as a prodigy in her eyes. Though he also admits it bugs him just thinking about her finding some other prodigy to look up to. Still, he feels he did great in this match. Unfortunately for Fiorentina, Lazio's star striker managed to score an epic equalizer right after Gi-hun was subbed out. This sent the home crowd wild, as they felt the team was completely helpless without the rookie. One of the guys on the bench asks Gi-hun how it feels to be the most popular player on the squad. Nervous, he didn't know how to answer. He could only wonder how the momentum of the match could shift so quickly. That striker just cut through the entire defense and scored like it was nothing. It looks like there are plenty of players out there who are way better than anyone I've faced so far. Maybe if we finish high enough in the standings this year, I'll get to play in a European tournament. The skill level there will definitely be on another league, since only the top clubs from each country qualify. Suddenly, the protagonist sits up as he sees his team launch a counterattack, which Vlahovic converts with an incredible diving header, making it 3-1. In the end, that score held up, and while Jihan was thrilled with the win, he still had one major duty left, facing the press after being named man of the match once again. A pretty reporter greets him and immediately asks if he felt the pressure of going head-to-head with Luca Romero, and if he'd caught the pre-game interview where the kid claimed he was going to prove who the real prodigy was. Jihan replies that he hasn't seen it, and that every single match carries weight for him since they're all equally important. Though if we're talking about who's better, he believes Coach Luca's student takes the crown. The reporter doesn't quite catch his drift, but we all know the kid just low-key hyped himself up. He actually questions himself right after if that was a bit too much. To wrap up the interview, she asks how he's handling his exploding female fan base. Jihan tries to dodge the question, but the reporter presses him with a similar follow-up. This time, she gets straight to the point and asks what he thinks his female fans find so special about him, leaving Jihan completely frozen. Flustered by the pressure, he blurted out in Korean that his charm is having a heart that will never change. After asking Ji-hoon to translate what he just said, she takes his words as an incredibly romantic statement. That wraps up the interview, which, by the way, barely touched on actual football. The next day at his house, Ji-woo bursts in, completely frantic, telling him to look at the mess he made. The article from his interview already has over 100 comments. After spending a few minutes reading what Ji-woo showed him, the young midfielder notes that everyone took his words as an expression of his absolute loyalty to Fiorentina, even though he had something completely different in mind. That was exactly how Ji-woo had interpreted it too, so she's caught off guard to hear that wasn't his intention. When she demands to know what he actually meant, he flatly refuses to tell her. This only irritates Ji-woo more, and she starts cooking up wild assumptions about him and that blonde reporter. The protagonist denies everything, swearing he wasn't looking all ecstatic while talking to her. Getting even angrier, Ji-woo fires back that she saw it with her own eyes, adding that she'll only forgive him if he promises to stop smiling at pretty girls. The boy asks why he should even make a promise like that, and she snaps back that he needs to stay focused on what matters: football. Ji-hoon thinks to himself that her tantrums usually exhaust him, but today, for some reason, he actually enjoys seeing her like this. Plus, she looks incredibly cute. With that in mind, the young man agrees to her terms. Thrilled, she asks if he realizes what that implies, and he nods. Sensing an opening, she tries to tack on a few more demands, but he quickly changes the subject. From here, we cut to the squad's recovery training session. Captain Baragi is pushing himself way harder than usual today. Gi-hun asks why he's going all out on a designated recovery day. A teammate explains it's because their next match is against Inter Milan. The captain actually came up through Inter's youth system, so you could say they were Baragi's first love, one he'll never truly forget. Gi-hun gets pumped, thinking the veteran just wants to showcase his peak form. But his teammate shakes his head. It's deeper than that. Baragi was loaned out to them with a permanent purchase option, but they ultimately passed and sent him back, which left a massive chip on his shoulder. Now the boy who once dreamed of playing for that club and hearing the home crowd cheer his name is set to face them as an adversary, wearing Fiorentina purple and the captain's armband. It's the ultimate chance to show his first love exactly what they walked away from. Before the match kicks off, we get a quick flashback. We see a young Baragi walking hand in hand with his father into the massive Giuseppe Meazza Stadium, better known as San Siro. That was the exact day a dream took root in his heart, to wear the iconic nerazzurri colors and play in front of that massive crowd. By age 13, he had successfully made it into Inter's academy. The feeling was pure euphoria, like he was flying. When he signed his first professional contract with the C squad, he swore he'd become a legendary captain just like Javier Zanetti. Yet, the armband he wears and defends today belongs to a completely different club. Suddenly, he calls for a team huddle. He opens up to the team, passionately explaining just how much this particular match means to him. He calls Inter his first love, admitting that even though he wanted nothing more than to prove his worth, they undervalued him and broke his heart. He asks the squad to back him up and secure this win, just this once. Gi-hun, deeply moved by the captain's speech, shouts that he's got his back no matter what. To everyone's surprise, Vlahovic gets swept up in the emotion too, promising to leave everything on the pitch. Within seconds, the entire locker room is roaring Forza Viola, completely fired up to take the 3 points. Before they walk out, Baragi pulls Ji-hoon aside and tells him not to take that first love metaphor too literally. It ended badly for him, but he says that doesn't mean it's always a tragedy, advising the kid to marry his own first love instead while gesturing toward the fans. Ji-hoon smiles as the traveling Fiorentina faithful chant his name across the stadium. With that, the captain heads off to his position. Ji-hoon muses that this setup feels a lot like his own grudge match against Juventus, thinking that Baragi must be feeling the exact same intensity. Juventus might not have been his first love, but he knows what it's like to play against a club that threw you away. Biraghi knows today's fixture is a massive hurdle, but he genuinely believes this current roster has what it takes to pull off an upset, especially with a weapon in their arsenal that Inter completely lacks. Go out there and play your game, Milan, he tells the kid, and let's make my first love regret everything. The referee blows the whistle. Both tactical systems are fairly symmetrical, though Inter features a slightly more crowded midfield. Right from the opening minute, Fiorentina implements a high press to win back possession. Ji-hun is incredibly impressed by the team's razor-sharp focus. It's clear Biraghi's pre-game speech struck a massive chord with everyone. The relentless pressing pays dividends almost instantly. An Inter midfielder hurried into a rushed clearance, sloppy pass out wide. Biraghi anticipates the trajectory perfectly, cutting it off and immediately launching a precise long ball into Ji-hun's path. He brings it down cleanly, though the opposing center-backs close in on him instantly. He leaves the first defender sliding into empty seats with a filthy piece of skill. Realizing he might get crowded out by the next man, he looks for options just as Jose Callejon opens up on his right. Ji-hun hesitates for a split second, feinting right before threading a gorgeous pass out to the left flank where the captain is overlapping. Biraghi loves the vision but internally curses the kid for making him sprint for a heavily weighted ball. Has he forgotten his captain isn't a teenager anymore? But his annoyance vanishes when the ball hits the turf and checks up perfectly due to a subtle backspin, sitting right in his stride. Ji-hun barks a warning that a defender is tracking back hard. Biraghi already knows, checking his shoulder to weigh his options. Realizing he won't beat the guy on pure pace, he slows his stride, braces for impact, and uses sheer upper body strength to hold him off. It's a grueling physical battle, but he muscles the defender out of the way and drives down the flank. Spotting two bodies entering the box, he whips a dangerous cross toward the penalty spot. The protagonist reads the flight beautifully, timing his run to perfection to meet the ball with an epic finish past the keeper. For Biraghi, that opening goal is the ultimate closure with his past. For the team, it's the perfect start to a crucial win. While the rest of the squad swarms Ji-hun to celebrate, he keeps his eyes on the captain, noticing him quietly brushing away a tear and offering a muted, respectful celebration against his old club. He quickly claps his hands, urging his teammates to stay locked in since the match is far from over. Ji-hun is the only one who truly understands the emotional weight behind that goal and those tears. Honestly, just thinking about the possibility of missing that chance gives him goosebumps. As play resumes, the reality sinks in that he just scored against Inter at San Siro, and a giant like them won't take that lying down. As the first half progresses, Inter dials up the attacking intensity significantly. In fact, their primary forward has already registered his 5th shot on target. The assistant coach looks visibly anxious, well aware of how dangerous these waves of attacks are. But Vincenzo remains calm, telling him they need to trust the defense. Ji-hun notes the exact same trend to the assistant, except he's already picked apart the opponent's attacking formula. They keep playing direct long balls to their towering number 9, who uses his height to cushion headers down into the path of his strike partner, who's tracking inside to pull the trigger. The glaring issue right now is that Fiorentina's center-backs are getting thoroughly dominated in the air by Edin Dzeko, and they're having a nightmare handling Lautaro Martinez. Every time Martinez gets service, he uses his low center of gravity to bulldoze forward, blasting a powerful shot the second he catches a glimpse of goal. What terrifies Ji-hun most is the guy's sheer persistence. Despite squandering over 5 solid opportunities, he doesn't look rattled in the slightest, and his team keeps feeding him with absolute confidence. Unsurprisingly, Inter eventually forces a turnover and executes that exact tactical sequence to net the equalizer, sending the home crowd into absolute raptures. Ji-hun is completely baffled by the display. If he missed even a single clear-cut chance, he'd feel overwhelmed with guilt and lose his edge. Yet this guy, after missing nearly 10 times, celebrates his goal with absolute arrogance, and the fans embrace him like he's been perfect all night. He wonders if that relentless ego is what defines a true elite striker. The first half concludes with the sides deadlocked. In the dressing room, the manager doesn't hold back, laying into the squad and pointing a finger directly at Torreira for the midfield turnover that led to the equalizer. He demands they show some pride out there, asking if they aren't embarrassed to be constantly carried by a 16-year-old rookie. The manager's harsh words leave the young midfielder wishing the floor would open up and swallow him. The boss commands the team to transition forward aggressively whenever an opening appears. Biraghi echoes the sentiment, demanding absolute focus. If anyone in this room is satisfied leaving here with a draw, go ahead and sit out the second half. We're here for the win, period. Biraghi roars. Fired up, the squad responds in unison and heads back down the tunnel. Before the second half kicks off, the protagonist approaches Vincenzo, asking if he can offer a quick tactical observation. The manager nods, giving him the floor as the kid breaks down a specific adjustment, though his exact words remain private. When he finishes, he quickly apologizes, worried he overstepped by giving tactical advice to the gaffer. Vincenzo just tells him to relax, noting that the kid always shares valuable insights. Vlasovic, this exchanged from a distance, walks over to Vincenzo to ask what's up. the manager reveals that Gihan just pitched his own tactical adjustment, catching the Serbian striker completely off guard. To everyone's absolute shock, the manager is actually going to implement the kid's plan. He immediately instructs Vlahovic to round up the squad so they can adjust their shape. Meanwhile, the protagonist is starting to panic, wondering if speaking up was a massive mistake. What if the boss takes it as disrespect and benches him for the next match? That would be his absolute worst nightmare. Vlahovic snaps him out of his spiraling thoughts, mentioning that the gaffer filled him in on the conversation. The rookie starts stammering an apology, but the veteran center forward cuts him off, telling him to save it because the concept is brilliant. He confirms they are executing his plan for the second half. The whistle blows to start the second half. On the other side, Martinez rallies his team to maintain their aggressive tempo, confident that penetrating the box isn't a challenge. As he finishes his shout, he realizes Gihan is rotated directly into Vlahovic's central role. Tactical rationale unfolds on screen as the kid presses like an absolute madman. Vlahovic's default style is naturally more methodical, focusing on conservation of movement rather than relentless closing down. By swapping Gihan into the vanguard to lead a ferocious, high-intensity press, they intend to force the Inter backline into a catastrophic error. Right on cue, an inner center back rushes a pass, allowing Milenkovic to intercept with a commanding header straight down to Torreira. Gihan flashes a sharp look at the midfielder, signaling that it's time to dictate the tempo. To fully understand how they baited this, the narrative flashes back a few minutes prior. On the touchline, Simone Inzaghi remarks to his staff that their direct build-up thrives on Vlahovic's passive defensive presence. But the introduction of that hungry number 20 up top completely dismantles his tactical roadmap. Back to the live action, Torreira secures the ball, surveying the pitch to execute a lethal counter. With an aggressive marker snapping at his heels, he recalls the gaffer's instructions to drive forward boldly. Keeping his composure, he rolls the ball to the side, drops his shoulder to leave his man behind and carries it into open space. As a secondary defender steps up to challenge, he smoothly pings a pass wide right to Jose Callejon. Realizing he doesn't have the space to take his fullback one-on-one, Callejon cuts a smart pass back inside to the protagonist. Gihan expertly eyes Vlahovic to trick the defense into shifting, but instead pulls off a brilliant disguised return pass into the path of a still sprinting Callejon. The tracking defender screams at his center backs that Callejon has too tight an angle to shoot, telling them to double-team Vlahovic to cut off the cross. Trailing slightly behind the main wave of the attack, Gunhan smirks, wondering why they're leaving him completely unaccounted for. Callejon whips the ball into the box. The cross lands right where the defense anticipated, but Vlahovic is too heavily marked and far from goal to hit it directly. Saponara is tracking the play but has drifted into an offside position, making him unviable. Recognizing the arriving run, the Serbian striker smartly cushions a soft header back to the top of the box for the perfectly positioned prodigy. The kid controls the ball seamlessly out of the air, driving into the box with the defender desperately trying to recover. The keeper rushes off his line to close down the angle, while Martinez screams from midfield to bring him down by any means necessary. Tuning out the noise, Gihan gracefully chips the ball over the stranded goalkeeper. The ball glides through the air and drops cleanly into the back of the net, putting Fiorentina up 2-1. His teammates instantly swamp him, celebrating the world-class composure of the finish. On the bench, the manager is beaming. That goal was a masterclass in collective pressing and execution. In the 75th minute, the young midfielder is subbed off for a defensive specialist to lock down the lead for the final stretch. As Gihan makes his way to the bench, he notes that ever since they took the lead, Inter's attacking waves lost all their regular bite. It looked like they had poured all their stamina into chasing a winner, completely rattled by the sudden counter. Following Gihan's substitution, the match grinds down into a tactical stalemate, heavily managed by Vincenzo's defensive adjustments and the squad's flawless discipline. Through stoppage time, sheer willpower and the hunger for a historic win at San Siro keep the Fiorentina players running on empty until the referee finally blows the full-time whistle. The squad celebrates like they've won a trophy, especially Biraghi, who can finally close the chapter on his old club and relish the sweet taste of revenge. Later in the locker room, a stripped-down captain stands in his underwear, giving an emotional speech of gratitude to the lads. That is, until Saponara hurls a water bottle at him, telling him to wrap it up because he's talking too much. Annoyed, the captain snaps back that the bottle almost took him out of commission. Gihan loves seeing the team in such high spirits, though he's still deeply awkward about being surrounded by a bunch of half-naked grown men. Their banter is cut short when the manager walks in to praise their performance. He then asks if they've already forgotten about their upcoming obligations. Saponara is about to mouth off, but Biraghi cuts him off and answers that the boss is talking about the international break next week. Vincenzo nods, warning them not to go overboard with the partying so they can report to their national teams in peak condition without picking up stupid injuries. Ji-hun is genuinely surprised to realize how many of his teammates are regular internationals. Vlahovic laughs, saying it's standard given the diverse nationalities in the squad, before turning the question back on him. When the kid awkwardly admits he hasn't received a call-up, the veteran striker looks completely incredulous. Honestly, you're clear of half the players getting called up in your position line, he tells him. Just smiles at the high praise, muttering that his time will come and he's completely focused on Fiorentina anyway. Vlahovic chuckles, calling him a cocky kid. As the veteran walks away, the teenager wonders how things are going back with the South Korean national team. It's been over 4 years since he's had any real connection to his homeland. Cutting to a different location, the young man's father is staring intently at his phone. He sets it down on the table, letting out a quiet sigh, wondering if Ga-hun is going to end up turning everything upside down. He knows the kid isn't the type to ego search himself online, but he has no idea how he'll react when he discovers he's becoming an absolute sensation back in South Korea. The screen shows various trending Korean football forums calling him the miracle of Fiorentina and speculating about interest from elite European giants. Later that evening, the protagonist heads upstairs. His father tells him to grab a shower and head down for dinner. "Hold on a second, I got you something," Line Ji-hun says, pulling out a bag. When his dad asks what it is, the boy hands over some premium golf apparel, mentioning he heard Milan had great shopping and thought he'd like it. Beaming with joy, his father goes in for a huge hug, but an embarrassed Ji-hun sidesteps him, repeating that he needs to shower first. Holding the gift, the father sighs happily, thinking that the kid still feels like his little boy, even though actions like this prove he's growing up fast. Ji-hun finishes his shower in record time, surprising his old man, who gestures for him to take a seat at the table. Staring at the dish, Gi-hun asks where on earth he managed to source this food. His dad smiles warmly, explaining it's a traditional specialty from back home, steamed goose with peanut sauce, promising it's delicious. While the father worries if he's coddling his son too much, the kid is desperately trying to figure out how to get out of eating it. A few days later, we find Ji-woo completely roasting the protagonist for his abysmal photography skills. She lectures him on framing and lighting, but Ji-hun just stares blankly at her. Sighing, Ji-woo jokes that it's clear all of his talent went exclusively into his feet. Spotting a scenic landmark, she hands him the phone again, demanding a proper shot this time. As Gi-hun concentrates hard on the camera app, he mentions to the audience that with the domestic league paused for the international break, he's taking the rare opportunity to unwind. When he proudly shows her the result, she groans, telling him to do it over because it's completely out of focus. Before Ji-hun can argue, an older gentleman approaches, hesitantly asking if he's the Fiorentina midfielder. The boy instinctively nods, and within seconds, a sudden crowd swarms them, begging for selfies and autographs. Ji-woo stands back, momentarily stunned, but when she notices her friend looking overwhelmed and ready to bolt, she steps in and offers to take the photos for the crowd. Ji-hun whispers that she doesn't have to do that, but she nudges him, reminding him that being a professional means taking care of the fans off the pitch too. With natural leadership, she organizes the crowd into 2 distinct lines, one for autographs and one for pictures. Gi-hun mutters that they don't even speak Korean, but she just waves it off, saying great energy translates in any language. He has no choice but to go along with it. After what feels like an eternity, the final fan happily departs. The fan bows gratefully and leaves, leaving a completely exhausted Ji-woo leaning against a wall. She chuckles, congratulating him on being a legitimate superstar. The protagonist shrugs it off, saying this exact chaos is why he prefers to stay low-key. She tells him not to take it for granted. She asks if he didn't feel good seeing how ecstatic those people were just to meet him. When he makes a face, Ji-woo gets defensive, thinking he's criticizing her coordination. He quickly clarifies that it's not her, he just feels all this public fan service is a bit unnecessary. The comment hurts her feelings, and she mumbles that she was just trying to support him. Ji-hun quickly apologizes and thanks her, though internally he's just frustrated that their private hangout got completely hijacked. Truth is, he was hoping to get a nice picture of the two of them today. Ji-woo lets it go, demanding he buy her a massive lunch to make up for it. The protagonist instantly agrees, making her smile light up again. As she happily starts walking ahead, the young midfielder tries to summon the courage to ask her for a couple's photo. Ji-woo stops and looks back, wondering why he's lagging behind. He opens his mouth to ask, but the words get caught in his throat. Out of nowhere, a kind passerby asks if they'd like a photo together, mentioning she noticed them patiently handling all those fans earlier. Excited by the offer, Ji-woo calls it a brilliant idea and thanks the woman. As they get into position, the lady tells them they're standing too far apart. Ji-woo casually steps closer, but Ji-hun goes so stiff with nerves he can barely keep his balance. Once the photo is snapped, they thank the lady, and the protagonist sheepishly asks how it turned out. After a brief pause looking at the screen, she smirks and says that at least she looks good. Hearing that, the kid demands to see the phone, but she playfully hides it, saying it's fine. 2 days later, he tells his dad he's heading out to the facilities. His father looks up, concerned that he's violating the mandatory rest protocol. Jihan admits it's a bit of a gray area, but insists he's fully recovered and just wants to do some light conditioning so he doesn't lose his edge. Accepting his dedication, the old man nods and yells for him to say hello to Coach Tony on his way out. As the teenager jogs down the street, he explains to the audience that instead of heading to the senior squad's training ground, he's dropping by the U17 pitches, since he hasn't visited his old squad in ages. Moments later, the panels show him breezing past Coach Luca with an effortless drop of the shoulder. The youth coach chuckles, admitting the kid has gotten way too fast to mark. Jihan thanks him for always in extra sessions, teasing him to stop holding back. Luca throws an arm around his shoulder, laughing that he's not holding back at all. The kid is simply on another level now. He then reminds him that Vincenzo explicitly ordered him to rest. The boy complains that he's already rested too much and feels his muscle memory slipping. The coach gets the anxiety but warns him that an accidental injury right now would be catastrophic. Gahan just gestures behind Luca, and when the coach turns, he sees a group of academy kids staring in absolute awe. The coach waves the academy players over. Slightly overwhelmed, Gahan asks why he's putting him on the spot. Luca replies that it's good for him to meet his young fan base and maybe share some wisdom. The protagonist doubts he's qualified to give advice, noticing that one particular kid in the back is glaring at him with a deeply intense, almost hostile expression. Luca chuckles, burying his face in his hand, joking that the kid has his reasons, though the fierce look definitely borders on a grudge. Of course, the coach is just teasing. In reality, the young academy prospect is just completely starstruck and views him as an idol. Caught off guard, Gi-hun blinks, unsure how to handle the pressure. The academy kid completely misreads his silence, tearing up as he stammers that an ordinary player could never match a natural genius like Ji-hun anyway. As the boy starts crying, a panicked protagonist looks at Luca for backup. The coach explains the kid is actually obsessed with his work ethic, constantly asking about his routine, and that the aggressive scowl was just pure performance anxiety. He adds that as the guy's role model, he owes him some real insight. The boy sniffles, interrupting to ask if he could just share one piece of advice, vowing to work as hard as it takes to reach his level. Hearing that level of devotion leaves the young star completely speechless. He crouches down and explains that he doesn't consider himself a prodigy at all. Compared to the raw elite talent in Europe, he always felt like the underdog. Because of that mindset, he trains twice as hard as anyone else to survive on the pitch. Gahan concludes by telling him that the moment you commit to outworking everyone, that's when the game changes. The academy players look completely stunned, making the protagonist worry his speech sounded entirely too corny. Luca bails him out, clapping loudly to summarize that hard work is the only secret before ordering the youth players back to their drills. The young prospect mutters to himself that he thought the first-teamer had some secret cheat code, but it really just boils to pure, relentless effort. Feeling a surge of motivation, he vows to grind until he can stand on the same pitch as him. The scene shifts to the first full squad training session after the international players return. Saponara is locked in a heated argument with a teammate who keeps insisting Italy is going to crash out of the World Cup qualifiers. Though visibly annoyed, the winger concedes it's a terrifying possibility, grumbling that if they hadn't dropped points against Northern Ireland, they wouldn't be stuck in the playoffs. The veteran then turns to Ji-hun, asking how the South Korean qualifiers went. When Ji-hun mentions they secured their spot comfortably, the Italian winger groans with pure jealousy. Saponara jokes that if Italy had the sense to call him up, they'd already be booked for Qatar, though he admits the Azzurri squad depth is a nightmare to crack. He jokingly asks if there's a fast-track way to get Korean citizenship so they can tear up the tournament together. Another player scoffs, noting that if Gi-hun hasn't even been capped yet despite his insane form, Saponara doesn't stand a chance. The protagonist whispers under his breath that his senior would have a nightmare trying to bench Son Heung-min anyway. The second he hears that name, the winger puts his hands up, backpedaling that he'd rather stay in Florence and fight for a bench spot. Just then the manager barks at them to shut up, commanding the entire squad to line up immediately. He firmly announces that the word World Cup is banned in this facility, as their sole focus needs to be the upcoming Serie A fixtures. As the boss continues his furious rant, the protagonist notes internally that Italian football culture really handles international disappointment terribly. Vincenzo announces that their next fixture is a Coppa Italia match against Hellas Verona. It's a must-win, but he reveals he will be resting the core starters. This catches the protagonist completely off guard, especially when the manager adds that he's pulling up several academy prospects to round out the squad. The gaffer stresses that this is a massive audition, but warns that if anyone embarrasses him on the pitch, they'll never see first-team minutes again. The assistant manager whispers for him to dial it back, noticing Ji-hun looking visibly overwhelmed by the intensity. Later in his office, the manager asks the boy directly if he can shoulder the responsibility. The boy nods but admits that leading the line without the veteran nucleus around him feels like a massive gamble. Vincenzo smiles understandingly. He knows the kid has been sharing the pitch with elite talent and might be harboring doubts that his success was just a byproduct of Vlahovic's presence. With a paternal tone, the manager assures him that the entire game plan has been tailored specifically around his strengths, transitioning them into a completely different tactical shape. The panel shows the whiteboard session wrapping up, with the kid nodding as the system clicks. Vincenzo gives him a motivating slap on the shoulder, and you can see the confidence flood back into the rookie's eyes. The internal scrimmage kicks off. The defensive unit is thrown completely out of rhythm, seeing the protagonist occupy Vlahovic's usual central vanguard position. Instead of staying up top, Gi-hun drops deep into the space between lines, receives a sharp pass to his feet, lays it off with a single touch, and immediately drives back into the box. Or at least, that's what the defense anticipated. Instead of a linear run, he cuts diagonally toward the channel, receiving the return ball out wide like a natural winger. The center-backs are frozen out of position, allowing Gi-hun to execute a flawless give-and-go with his midfielder to completely shatter the backline. Without slowing down, he unleashes a venomous strike into the roof of the net before the keeper can even react. On the sideline, the coach beams, marveling at how seamlessly Gi-hun has integrated into the false nine tactical system. It looks completely second nature to him. Cut to a media broadcast, where a pundit confirms that contract negotiations between Fiorentina and Vlahovic have officially collapsed, making his departure during the upcoming winter window an absolute certainty. The burning question remains, who steps up? The scene transitions to the home stadium on match day. In the tunnel, the assistant manager whispers to Vincenzo, asking if it's too risky to start Gi-hun as the central focal point. He notes that looking sharp in training is completely different from delivering in a high-stakes competitive match. The manager simply smiles. His belief in the kid runs far deeper than mere tactical versatility. Today is the ultimate test to prove the kid can carry a squad under maximum pressure. The club needs to realize that while an elite talent is leaving, an even greater one is ready to inherit the mantle. Meanwhile, up in the executive suites, Bonaventura tells Biraghi he feels perfectly fine to play, grumbling that he's not even that tired. The captain tells him to quit whining and enjoy the rest. He says they need to back the young lads out there today, especially Gi-hun, who's flying solo without his usual strike partner for the first time. The mention of Vlahovic brings a momentary pause regarding the transfer news, but the veterans harbor no bitterness. They just want the fans to see a show. Biraghi notes that the fan forums have been absolutely chaotic lately, though at least the rumors about Vincenzo getting sacked have finally quieted down. Down on the pitch, the roar of the crowd chanting the protagonist's name leaves him blushing. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the stands cuts through the noise. It's Jiwoo, screaming incredibly specific, embarrassing words of encouragement that leave the nearby fans looking completely bewildered. Up in the stands, two season ticket holders notice Saponara in the starting lineup and reminisce about how he was once touted as the next big thing in Italian football. He exploded onto the scene at Empoli and starred for the U21 national team, but a premature move to AC Milan stalled his career entirely due to endless bench duty. He eventually bounced back to Empoli but struggled for consistency before finding a home with Fiorentina, where he actually recreated his best form, right until Vlahovic's meteoric rise pushed him back out of the spotlight. Out on the pitch, Gi-hun notices the veteran looks intensely quiet and wonders what's going through his head. Saponara is locked in his own thoughts, telling himself he needs an absolute masterclass tonight. Ever since Vlahovic became the undisputed focal point of the offense, he's felt like an afterthought. He wants to show the club and the fans that he hasn't forgotten how they took him in when his career hit rock bottom. He mutters aloud that he holds no grudge against the Serbian kid, but if the star is leaving, he's going to prove the club won't collapse without him. With that, the match begins. Gi-hun orchestrates from the center of their fluid 4-3-3 shape, with Fiorentina patiently circulating possession in their own half to draw out Verona's press. The protagonist calls for the ball in mid-turn, but a heavy challenge from a Verona midfielder knocks him off balance, sending the ball loose. Before the opponent can capitalize, Saponara lunges in, snapping up the loose ball and sweeping it wide to sustain the attack. Gi-hun flashes a thumb up, immediately transitioning back into space to pull the center-backs out of position. The tactical adjustment doesn't bait them immediately, as Verona's backline remains disciplined. Gi-hun just smiles, calmly recycling possession with short, quick passes to overload the midfield zones. The second they establish an extra-man advantage, he turns sharply and accelerates toward the box, forcing a panicked center-back to break rank and challenge him. It's an absolute trap. By the time the defender realizes he's been baited, Saponara has already exploited the vacant space. Gi-hun drops a perfectly weighted pass into his stride, but the veteran winger rushes the finish and blasts it into row Z. The protagonist tries to offer an encouraging clap, but the older winger looks furious with himself for wasting a beautiful team buildup. He turns to Gi-hun, swearing he won't miss the next one. The kid tells him to shake it off, but the raw tension in the winger's face confirms he's playing under immense self-imposed pressure. Gi-hun walks over and tells him they're in this together, promising they'll manufacture the next goal as a duo. From that point, their link-up play turns absolutely relentless. Terrified of the unpredictable movements of the false nine system, Verona parks the bus in a deep block. On the touchline, Vincenzo mutters that they need a moment of individual brilliance to break the deadlock. Gahun, driving forward with the ball glued to his boots, decides it's time to force the issue and accelerates right into the teeth of the defense. Reading the play perfectly, Saponara cuts inside to drag the markers while the protagonist drifts out to the wide channel. The fullback hesitates, caught between blocking a potential shot or tracking the run, giving Saponara just enough room to poke a pass through. It's a clumsy, underweighted ball, but Jihun tracks back and miraculously controls it with a sleek Bakil tap. In a fraction of a second, he adjusts his body shape and curls a delicate, high-finesse shot that arcs beautifully into the far corner, leaving the keeper rooted to the spot. The stadium erupts as Fiorentina goes up 1-0. Up in the premium seats, an older gentleman remarks on the breathtaking technique, while next to him, an iconic Italian legend smiles, murmuring that the kid plays like the classical masters of the old days. The nearby fans are losing their minds over the pure genius of the touch and definition, comparing the aesthetic directly to the legendary Roberto Baggio. The companion sitting next to Baggio asks if they should announce his presence to the suite, but the legend just chuckles and tells him to keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Gahun sprints toward the corner flag to celebrate, but once he gets there, he freezes, realizing he has no idea what to do with his hands. Saponara runs up, laughing hysterically and telling him to give the traveling fans a proper show after a world-class goal like that. Blushing, the kid promises he'll work on a better celebration routine for the next one. The veteran winger looks legitimately emotional, thanking the rookie for making his overlapping run meaningful. Gahun tries to tell him his movement was what created the space in the first place. But the older player is already jogging back. Walking back to his circle, the kid takes a quiet breath of relief. He just proved he can find the net even without Vlahovic on the pitch. The false nine experiment is officially a success. Fiorentina keeps their foot on the gas, and in the 38th minute, Gihun drops an absolute dime of a cross right onto the forehead of his opposite winger, who powerheads it home. The home crowd is utterly stunned. Wasn't this team supposed to be completely toothless without their star Serbian center forward? As the players celebrate around Jhun, Vincenzo remarks to his staff that the media skepticism was predictable given how heavily the team relied on the Vlahovic link-up. The second the transfer news leaked, everyone panicked. Yet, the tactical reality is turning out completely different because the young South Korean is an absolute force of nature on his own. Even Saponara looks completely rejuvenated in this system. The whistle blows for halftime with Fiorentina carrying a comfortable 2-0 cushion. In the tunnel, the winger looks a bit down, being the only frontline starter without a goal yet. Still, his eyes are full of grit. He's determined to prove to the home crowd that he's far from washed up. The second half resumes after the interval. Verona tries to mount an immediate offensive push, but their midfielder's transition pass is intercepted directly by Saponara's face. The stadium applauds the veteran's absolute body-on-the-line commitment, and Jihun runs over to praise his deep defensive anticipation. Watching his senior wipe his nose, the protagonist notes that the winger is clearly running on fumes, but his performance tonight is easily man-of-the-match level. As Verona tries to recycle possession across their backline, Gihun spots an opening and vows to get the veteran his goal. The moment a lazy horizontal pass is played, the kid cuts the passing lane and hijacks the ball. Without hesitation, he pushes a subtle pass into the path of his wide man, screaming for the counterattack. The squad floods forward into their drilled transition lanes. Reaching the final third, the winger lofts a cross back inside to the protagonist, who brings it down seamlessly, leaves his marker dizzy with a sharp feint, and immediately scans for Saponara. The veteran is locked in a brutal physical grapple with the center-back, but through pure grit he manages to edge his frame half a step ahead. Jihun anticipates the movement perfectly and drills a low, hard pass right into the 6-yard box. You can see the absolute desperation for a goal etched on the winger's face, but the keeper is already rushing out to smother it. At the absolute last fraction of a second, Saponara gets a toe to it, lifting it gracefully over the keeper, and despite a defender's desperate goal line header, the ball hits the back of the net. The stadium absolutely erupts, chanting his name in unison as the emotional winger applauds the crowd. With the game completely wrapped up, Vincenzo pulls both of them off for a well-deserved curtain call. Walking off the pitch, Saponara crushes the protagonist in a massive hug, repeating his thanks. Gasping for air, the kid laughs, telling him they need to bring this exact chemistry every week. Up in the stands, Jiwoo is screaming at the top of her lungs that he did amazing, while his father watches on with quiet pride. Suddenly, Baragi slips into the row behind them, casually asking if she's Jihun's girlfriend. Jiwoo instantly goes bright red, completely caught off guard. Before she can sputter out a response, Jihun's father recognizes the captain and stands up to shake his hand, thanking him profusely for taking care of his son. Baragi humbly waves it off, saying the entire club is indebted to the kid's brilliance. Watching them chat, Jiwoo realizes she's talking to her friend's high-profile teammates. They instantly double down, teasingly asking again if she's the protagonist's secret girlfriend. She frantically tries to clarify they're just childhood friends, but the players give her a knowing wink, telling her she doesn't have to hide it from them and that her secret is perfectly safe. Down on the pitch, Gi-hun looks up, spots them talking and instantly starts sweating with anxiety. Ji-woo flashes him an absolute death glare from the stands, leaving him completely terrified about what on earth they told her. The match concludes in a flawless 3-0 victory. The following morning at the training ground, Bonaventura wastes no time. The second he sees Gi-hun, he loudly congratulates him on the masterclass performance and his beautiful new girlfriend. Ji-hun desperately tries to clear the air, but the senior players completely drown him out with laughter. To make matters worse, he still has no clue what they actually told Ji-woo, since she completely froze him out when he asked. Meanwhile, the rest of the international starters return to training, save for Vlahovic, who hasn't been seen since the transfer speculation went terminal. Gi-hun feels a heavy knot in his stomach, remembering how warmly the Serbian striker had welcomed him into the first team on day one. Noticing his long face, Prodigy pulls him aside and asks if he's moping about Vlahovic's impending departure. He tells him he needs to develop a thick skin. This is the reality of professional football, kid. Players come and go every single window. The protagonist nods, though he admits it's still jarring to see a teammate switch allegiances so abruptly when they were just sharing the pitch. To snap him out of his funk, Prodigy points across the pitch at Bonaventura, who is currently practicing a hilariously over-the-top goal celebration. Gi-hun watches him blankly, asking why he's shouting like a madman, and the midfielder just laughs that it's all about the showmanship. Ji-hun points out his pronunciation is completely butchered, but the veteran just blames it on his thick Italian accent. Shifting gears, the teenager begs him to tell him what they said to Ji-woo. Bonaventura scoffs, joking that for all his tactical brilliance on the pitch, the kid is completely brain dead when it comes to romance. He tells him he needs to stop hiding behind his soccer balls and be honest with her. "Aren't you supposed to be a smooth Italian?" he teases. "I'm South Korean." Ji-hun fires back, completely baffled by the lecture. Later that evening at dinner, the atmosphere is painfully thick. To make things worse, his father is working late, leaving just the two of them. Staring at his barely touched plate, Ji-woo asks coldly if something is wrong with her cooking. He panics, stammering that it's amazing and he only stopped eating because it's too delicious. Realizing how incredibly stupid that sounded, he takes a breath, remembers Bonaventura's advice and looks her in the eye, saying that everything she cooks is always his absolute favorite. He adds that he's incredibly grateful to have her around. Ji-woo's icy demeanor melts as she instantly blushes. Then, looking frantic, she reaches over to check his forehead, asking if he's running a fever since he's acting completely out of character. The protagonist internally curses, immediately blaming Bonaventura's terrible romantic advice for this mess. But then she gently taps his head, calling him an idiot, before softly adding that she's really glad she can be here for him too. With a bright smile, she scoops an extra-large portion onto his plate, teasing him to finish every bite since he claimed it was so spectacular. The story moves to the next fixture. Fiorentina travels to face Cagliari, and to everyone's surprise, Vincenzo leaves the protagonist completely out of the matchday squad to preserve his stamina. Even without the young star, the starting 11 looks deeply intimidating. From his couch, he notes that with Fiorentina sitting comfortably in 5th and Cagliari languishing down in 16th, it should be a straightforward 3 points. His prediction holds perfectly true. The rested veterans look absolutely clinical from the opening whistle. Torreira whips in a gorgeous early cross, and Vlahovic nearly tears the net apart with a powerful header that forces a brilliant save. In the 18th minute, the Serbian center-forward breaks the deadlock with an absolutely stunning volley into the top corner. From then until the end of the half, Fiorentina dictates the tempo completely. Deep in stoppage time, Callejon delivers a textbook corner kick, and Milenkovic power heads it home to make it 2-0 going into the interval. Watching the broadcast, Gi-hun marvels at Vlahovic's sheer physical dominance, noting that whoever the club brings in to replace him is going to have some impossibly massive shoes to fill. The second half gets underway, and the momentum remains entirely in Fiorentina's favor. In the 56th minute, Vlahovic forces a turnover high up the pitch. Callejon feints a pass to Saponara to throw off the fullback, instead slipping the ball back to Vlahovic, who unleashes a venomous left-footed strike to secure his brace and make it 3-0. The match cruise controls to a finish from there. The next day, Gi-hun congratulates the captain on a flawless team performance. Prodigy thanks him but immediately grips his shoulder, telling him he needs to be absolutely dialed in for the next fixture. It's the ultimate stage for him to show what he's truly made of. When Gi-hun offers a quiet nod, the captain barks that losing is not an option. The young midfielder locks eyes with him, fully aware of the sheer gravity of what's coming. He finally understands why he was rested, vowing that they will dismantle Juventus. The bitter history flashes across the screen. Their very first meeting in 1928 ended in a humiliating 11-0 home crushing for Fiorentina. Decades later, during the infamous 1981-82 Scudetto race, the clubs were deadlocked on points until a highly controversial refereeing decision on the final match day handed Juventus the title. In the 1989-90 season, the hatred reached a boiling point when they met in the UEFA Cup final, which Juventus secured through yet another string of questionable calls. But the ultimate betrayal occurred when a financially ruined Fiorentina was forced to sell their beloved icon, Roberto Baggio, to their bitter rivals. The rivalry turned radioactive when Baggio famously refused to take a penalty against his former club after the transfer. Ever since, Juventus has treated Florence like their personal academy, poaching every single elite talisman they produce. Or at least, that's the historical breakdown Jiwoo is currently reading out loud online. Understanding the sheer weight of this grudge match leaves her looking completely anxious for him. Curious, she starts typing Gahun's name into the search bar. At first, it's just standard fan forums dominated by discussions about Vlahovic's high-profile exit. She digs deeper into the threads until she spots a growing segment of tactical analysts arguing that the young South Korean is actually the true engine of the entire system, even clearing Vlahovic in terms of importance. Surprisingly, even some Juventus fans in the forums are praising the kid's spatial awareness. She muses that fans can be surprisingly objective about rival talent, until her eyes land on a deeply toxic comment uncovering Gahun's history. The post utterly ridicules him, laughing about how he was chewed up and spit out by the Juventus academy like a stray dog. The user claimed he only looks decent at Fiorentina because he's surrounded by a mid-table squad. Reading the vitriol leaves her completely silent, her heart aching for him. The narrative jumps directly to match day. The protagonist hugs his father goodbye, who tells him to play hard but stay safe. As he jogs out toward the stadium, a heavy rain begins to fall. The neighborhood merchants who always wave to him are practically vibrating with electric anticipation today. Slightly overwhelmed, Ji-hun offers a determined nod. Jogging down the pavement, he mutters to himself that he'd literally rather leave the pitch on a stretcher than lose this game. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He answers, and Ji-woo's frantic voice screams through the speaker demanding his location. He replies he's a few blocks from the state. She screams for him to freeze right where he is. Gi-hun tries to tell her it's an absolute downpour, but she cuts him off, yelling that she can already see him. Startled, the protagonist spins around and spots a soaked figure running toward him. He immediately strips off his dry team jacket and forces it over Jiwoo's shoulders, scolding her for running around in a storm. "Who cares about the rain?" she gasps, wiping water from her eyes. "I needed to tell you to your face that you have to destroy them tonight." Ji-hun stares at her, completely stunned. He lectures her on how incredibly reckless she's being, but she just stubborns up, insisting a phone call wouldn't have given him enough energy. The protagonist tries to shield her from the wind, urging her to step under a nearby awning. She grips his arm tightly, her voice cracking as she tells him he can't let those arrogant bastards win. The raw emotion in her voice catches him off guard. Realizing she nearly let slip that she knows about his painful departure from Turin, Jiwoo quickly pivots, playing the role of a hyper-aggressive Fiorentina fan who despises Juventus on principle. She rants about how those corporate thieves deserve absolute humiliation. Gahun buys her cover story completely, letting out a hidden breath of relief. He thinks to himself that he'd die of shame if she ever discovered his humiliating history as an academy reject. Zippered up tightly in his oversized jacket, he tells her to go get warm before she catches pneumonia. He gently cups her face, looking straight into her eyes as he gives her his absolute solemn vow that he will win this match. With that, he turns and sprints toward the player entrance. Jiwoo watches him go, her eyes filled with a mixture of worry and fierce support, whispering for him to absolutely tear apart the club that broke his spirit. Hours later, the scene shifts to the sleek, imposing Juventus stadium. In the luxury executive suite, the Juventus CEO looks out over the pitch, coldly asking his bespectacled assistant if the ultimatum was delivered to the squad. The assistant nods nervously. The elderly executive grumbles that finishing behind AC Milan last season was an absolute embarrassment, noting they only salvaged Champions League football through sheer mathematical luck. "It's completely hollow to boast about historical dominance when our current product is failing line," he says sharply. "We need a statement win tonight. If we drop points, the fans won't even care that we just signed Vlahovic for next season. What infuriates me most is that we are currently being threatened by a teenager we literally threw out of our own academy because our scouts missed his potential. We need to crush him tonight to prove our evaluation was correct." With that grim corporate directive, the match kicks off. Juventus features a highly aggressive tactical layout, vastly different from Fiorentina's fluid shape. But just as the home side expects the visitors to sit back in a cautious low block, the protagonist pulls off a brilliant interception from the opening whistle and drives right at their throat. Weston McKennie lunges in to cut off his lane, but Ji-hun shimmies past him with an effortless body. Arriving at the edge of the 18-yard box, he cuts inside onto his preferred foot and unleashes an absolute rocket. To the protagonist's agonizing luck, the ball clangs violently off the crossbar and deflates into the stands. A collective gasp echoes through the stadium. No one anticipated such a ferocious statement of intent within 30 seconds. Vincenzo smirks on the touchline, noting the kid just put the entire stadium on notice. Up in the glass suite, the CEO clutches his armrest, utterly shaken by how quickly a teenager almost made him look foolish. Out on the pitch, Cristiano Ronaldo is absolutely furious, clapping his hands aggressively and screaming at his teammates to wake up. "We are not getting humiliated at home by a 16-year-old kid." The outburst instantly puts a massive target on Jihan's back, with the Juventus defense locking eyes on him. But the teenager doesn't look rattled at all. Looking at the legendary names, he just sees faceless opponents in striped jerseys. Prodigy runs up to give him a high five. The kid mutters an apology for breaking tactical discipline so early, but the captain laughs. "That was brilliant. Just make sure the next one hits the back of the net." He claps his hands, directing everyone back into their defensive shape. The protagonist explains to the viewers that their core blueprint tonight is a disciplined, low-block containment paired with explosive counterattacks. The Juventus keeper launches a massive goal kick downfield, and the Portuguese superstar controls it on his chest, with Gi-hun snapping at his heels. Just as he attempts a signature step over, Saponara tracks back and absolutely levels him with a crunching tackle. The veteran winger immediately gestures that he got pure ball, but the superstar bounces up furiously, getting right in his face to argue it was a malicious tactical foul. The referee quickly intervenes, giving both veterans a stern verbal warning. Watching his teammates stand shoulder to shoulder against the pressure, Gi-hun smiles. He realizes he's not fighting this battle alone. The entire squad is playing with blood in their eyes. Juventus throws bodies forward, throwing everything into their attacking phases. However, Fiorentina's defensive low block remains completely impenetrable. Vincenzo's assistant mutters that their containment strategy is working perfectly, but the experienced manager keeps his eyes glued to the pitch, warning that a single refereeing variable can shatter a defensive blueprint. Right on cue, Bonaventura is baited into a heavy midfield collision. The Juventus midfielder dramatically drops to the turf, and the referee's whistle blows instantly. Bonaventura throws his hands up in disbelief, swearing he didn't even make contact with the guy's boots, but the official signals a clip from behind. The foul gives them a dead ball opportunity right on the edge of the D. The Juventus manager smirks, confident it's as good as a goal given who's standing over it. The camera zooms in on Ronaldo adjusting the valve of the ball and taking his signature measured steps back. He unleashes a trademark knuckleball, but to Fiorentina's absolute relief, the shot fails to dip and sails harmlessly into the crowd. Gi-hun breathes a sigh of relief, realizing even icons have off nights. Minutes later, Torreira wins a crucial 50-50 and zips a beautiful transition pass straight to the protagonist's feet. Instead of rushing, he holds up possession, waiting for the press to arrive. The second their number 14 commits to a challenge, Gi-hun drops his shoulder and leaves him stuck in the mud with a gorgeous turn. Still, a wall of white jerseys quickly congest his path. Seeing an open lane out wide, he tries to ping a diagonal ball to Gi-hun, but a tracking fullback cuts it out at full stretch. The fullback immediately transitions the ball to their playmakers, who waste no time launching a lethal cross right into the danger zone. Ronaldo rises above the defense, looking destined to open the scoring, but Terracciano pulls off a spectacular leaping claim to snatch the ball out of the air. Spotting Gi-hun completely unmarked near the halfway line, the keeper instantly releases a massive throw to ignite a counterattack. He cushions the ball seamlessly on the run, seeing a defender tracking back aggressively to close him down. As he cuts inside to break past him, the defender cynically clips his ankle, sending him crashing hard onto the turf. The Fiorentina bench leaps up in panic, but Gi-hun quickly pushes himself up. The official wastes no time, pulling out a yellow card to discipline the Juventus center-back for the dangerous challenge. The referee sprays the vanishing foam to mark the set-piece location. Gi-hun calculates the distance at roughly 20 yards, an absolute sweet spot for Vlahovic's powerful left foot. But after sizing up the wall, the Serbian striker shakes his head, turns around and shoves the ball directly into the protagonist's chest, telling him to take it instead. The kid blinks in absolute confusion, but the veteran center forward insists the angle is completely wrong for a left-footed in-swinger, making a right-footed shot far more lethal. Hunt takes a quiet breath, thinking to himself that he usually hates high-stakes set pieces or penalties. The sheer psychological weight resting on a single pair of shoulders is suffocating. Yet, a deeper, uglier side of him had been desperately screaming for this exact chance ever since he hit the grass. Standing over the ball, he brushes his hand against his shirt, noticing it's completely soaked from the wet turf. The referee blows his whistle. Without a single trace of hesitation, the protagonist runs up and strikes it, catching the jumping wall completely off guard. Instead of aiming high, the kid hit a brilliant grass-cutting low drive right under the boots of the jumping defenders, leaving the unsighted goalkeeper completely frozen as the ball skids into the bottom corner. The Juventus ultras sit in stunned absolute silence, while the Fiorentina bench completely dissolves into chaotic celebration over the kid's sheer genius. Pounding the turf in frustration, the keeper realizes that wasn't a standard low shot. The ball actually skidded and gathered velocity the second it hit the slick grass. A memory flashes in his mind of the kid touching his wet jersey just before the run-up. He stares at the teenager, completely horrified by the realization that the boy deliberately calculated the moisture of the pitch to pull off that finish. Before he can even process it, Milenkovic scoops Gi-hun up onto his shoulders, parading him right in front of the traveling fans. Baragi swarms them, screaming at him to soak in the adoration after scoring an absolute masterpiece. The kid looks down at his trembling hands, thinking to himself, I actually did it. He just scored against the absolute powerhouse that broke his heart and threw him out. In that exact moment, the heavy ghost of his past failure completely evaporates. He vows that from this day forward, no matter how many times he gets knocked down, he'll keep getting back up because playing this game is his absolute life. Nearby, a confused Juventus midfielder asks Chiesa if he has any clue who this number 20 kid is. Chiesa looks on blankly, replying he's completely clueless and has never seen the guy in his life. The match restarts and the atmosphere turns absolutely toxic with intensity. Juventus throws their entire roster into a desperate offensive wave, forcing Fiorentina into a frantic defensive. Baragi pulls off a string of heroic slide tackles on the flank, while Milenkovic completely dominates every aerial ball pumped into the box. When the backline is breached, Saponara tracks back to block cross after cross, literally using his face to deny a shot. Gi-hun finds himself constantly targeted, spending half the match getting hacked down to the turf, but the older players are always there to haul him back up and keep his spirits high. Through sheer collective grit, they successfully preserve the 1-0's advantage until the halftime whistle. Walking down the tunnel, the captain chuckles, noting the home fans look like they want to murder him. Glancing up at the premium stands near the tunnel, the protagonist spots a highly familiar haircut. It's Jerome, the malicious bully who used to make his life an absolute living hell back in his academy days. Gi-hun notes it's bizarre. Even though he's physically looking up at the stands, he internally feels incredibly superior to that guy now. Just then, Vincenzo walks up, asking if he's holding up all right. The protagonist nods confidently, casting one final glance back at a stunned Jerome, wondering how it feels to watch the reject he bullied bossing the pitch alongside world-class icons. Meanwhile, back in the VIP suites, the elderly corporate director is losing his mind, unable to process how they're trailing despite having the greatest player on earth leading their line. To make his misery complete, Paolo is sitting right next to him, loudly boasting about the protagonist's absolute genius. A sweating Roberto whispers for his boss to lower his voice, nervously pointing out they are completely surrounded by high-profile Juventus board members. The sporting director just waves it off, laughing that this is the most entertaining masterclass he's seen in years. He gloats that the kid who just humiliated their defense is currently on a modest contract of only $4,000 a week. Meanwhile, their iconic number 7 earns an absolute fortune and hasn't registered a single meaningful chance. Giggling at the financial disparity, Paolo asks Roberto if he finally remembers him predicting the kid would become the absolute future of the club. He explains to the viewers that while Federico Chiesa is currently on loan to Juventus, a mandatory $40 million buyout clause means his permanent transfer will finalize at the end of the season. But honestly, that's pocket change, lie, the director beams. He predicts that Gi-hun's eventual transfer valuation is going to bring in a massive fortune compared to Chiesa. He openly doubts Serie A can even retain him past next season, drooling over the massive bidding wars that will erupt across the Premier League. Roberto urges him to sit down as the teams walk back out for the second half. Looking down, the director notes the tactical intensity is about to double. It's glaringly obvious that the legendary Portuguese superstar is taking this deficit incredibly personally, absolutely loathing the idea of being upstaged by a 16-year-old. Gi-hun checks his heart rate, noting that while he expected his lungs to give out by now, his conditioning has clearly made massive leaps. Fiorentina pushes their defensive block slightly higher, smoothly diffusing the initial wave of pressure. Gi-hun drops deep to help choke the midfield space, but his center back snaps at him to get back up top and maintain their transition outlet. Moments later, Torreira intercepts a sloppy pass, immediately fizzing a ball into Gi-hun's path. He takes it in stride, leaves their number 14 tracking back into empty space once again, and triggers a slick release to Vlahovic. Even without the ball, a defender is absolutely tight on the protagonist, but he uses a sudden change of pace to break his marker's ankles. Vlahovic cocks his leg to pull the trigger, but notices Gi-hun screaming into the box on an overlapping run and slips a selfless pass instead. Noticing the defender's frame is completely blinding the keeper's vision, the kid shoots a low, driven shot across the turf. Somehow, the keeper pulls off an absolute reflex save, screaming in pure adrenaline as he bats it away. Vlahovic runs over to high-five the kid, telling him it was a brilliant look and reminding him that an elite striker keeps shooting no matter what. The very next panel shows the keeper pulling off another world-class stop, this time denying a ferocious strike from Vlahovic himself. Despite the missed opportunities, the squad is absolutely buzzing, confident the second goal is inevitable. A few minutes later, during an aggressive corner sequence, the legendary number 7 and Milenkovic suffer a brutal, accidental clash of heads. The superstar gets a stern talking to from the official for throwing an elbow. The players rush over to check on Milenkovic, who just brushes them off, insisting he's perfectly fine. It's just a scratch line, he mutters. But the official spots the steady stream of blood and orders him off the pitch to get medical treatment. On the bench, the assistant coach notes it looks minor, but Vincenzo looks incredibly tense. Losing the absolute anchor of their backline during a maximum pressure defensive phase is a complete nightmare. Play resumes as Torreira attempts to clear the ball downfield. Before Saponara can establish control, Paulo Dybala picks his pocket and immediately orchestrates a lightning-fast counterattack. Fiorentina's depleted backline tries to compress the space, but with a center-back missing, Juventus effortlessly a sleek passing sequence. The play culminates in an absolute pinpoint cross, and Ronaldo leaps incredibly high to power-head it home, followed by his iconic stadium-shaking celebration sequence. Biraghi curses, grumbling that they exploited the numerical advantage perfectly. Running back onto the pitch with a fresh bandage, a furious Milenkovic apologizes to the squad for leaving them exposed at a critical juncture, vowing he won't let another ball past him. Fired up by the equalizer, Juventus dials up their offensive pressure to a maximum. Ji-hun realizes he's completely starved of service up top if they can't establish a baseline possession, noting the anxiety in his own head. Furthermore, he acknowledges that standard shooting angles won't beat a keeper of this caliber tonight. He needs to manufacture something completely unpredictable. Right then, Bonaventura intercepts a loose ball in midfield and immediately feeds it to Ji-hun. He spots Saponara holding a wide channel, but instead of a predictable release, he gestures for his runners to flood the box and drives forward. As a defender commits to a slide tackle, Ji-hun brilliantly cuts behind the referee's physical frame, using the official as a natural screen to leave his marker completely blocked. Sprinting at absolute full speed, he drops a quick pass to Bonaventura and darts into the box. The veteran midfielder lofts a gorgeous return ball over the top, and Ji-hun meets it near the touchline, pulling off a delicate high-finesse chip to lift it over the rushing keeper. The stranded goalie can only look up, wondering if it's a terrible shot or an overhit cross, but it turns out to be a perfectly calculated pass to Vlahovic, who cushions a soft header back across the face of the goal. Out of absolutely nowhere, a charging Fiorentina midfielder bursts into the 6-yard box, power-heading it into the empty net to make it 2-1. Saponara completely loses his mind with joy, celebrating the tactical brilliance of a sequence they had spent the entire week practicing to perfection. Vlahovic jogs over, flashing a massive grin as he praises Ji-hun for the breathtaking vision on the opening chip. It's incredible how he manages to strike the ball at that exact height and angle. It's pure genius. Biraghi also congratulates him but tells him to score another goal to seal the victory once and for all. While they celebrate, the Juventus players argue among themselves. The match resumes with only 15 minutes left on the clock. Highly motivated, Ji-hun rushes in to press. Somehow he manages to win the ball, but a defender completely runs him over, sending him sliding across the turf. The referee blows his whistle for the foul. Torreira furiously confronts the opponent, mocking him by saying it must hurt to get outplayed by a kid. While the others argue, Saponara asks Ji-hun if he's alright. He nods that he is. The confrontation between the two teams gets even more heated. Our protagonist thinks about joining the fray, but the veteran Saponara tells him to stay out of it. Ji-hun asks why, but the bald midfielder doesn't answer. Just then, Milenkovic steps into the argument and tells everyone to calm down. The opposing captain tries to push Torreira away, but Torreira fakes getting hit in the face. As he rolls around on the ground in mock pain, Saponara jokes that he deserves an Oscar. The referee completely buys the dive and shows the Juventus player a straight red card. Saponara turns to Ji-hun and tells him that's exactly why he shouldn't have gotten involved. Torreira knew exactly what he was doing. Despite being down to 10 men, the intensity didn't let up in the pouring rain. Furthermore, every shot their striker took served as a wake-up call and a warning that the match was far from over. Ji-hun mutters that their team is incredibly strong, adding that he can't even imagine how formidable they'll be once Vlahovic joins their ranks. The striker glares at him and asks what he's daydreaming about. He then demands that he stay locked in on the match. Until the referee blows the final whistle, they can't afford to get complacent. Right at that moment, the ball sails over their heads. The winger Chiesa controls it and drives down the flank at full speed. When he whips in a cross, Captain Biraghi lunges in the way, forcing the ball slightly off target. Despite the deflection, the striker leaps into the air and connects with a spectacular bicycle kick toward the goal. Literally, if this goes in, it's an easy Puskas Award contender. However, the bald defender throws his body in front of it and manages to clear the ball. After hanging in the air for a moment, the ball drops right at Ji-hun's feet. With a quick glance, he spots the gaps in the opposition's defense. Without hesitation, he drives forward at full speed. With only 2 minutes left in the match, he easily dribbles past number 14. Immediately after, two midfielders close in to pressure him. Realizing he can't outmuscle them, he abruptly breaks and cuts in a different direction. Despite shaking off one marker, two defenders are still locking him down. In a split second, Ji-hun pulls off a brilliant self-pass, clipping the ball with his trailing foot to leave the defenders stranded. Suddenly, he's face-to-face with the keeper, who rushes out to narrow the shooting angle. However, our protagonist shifts seamlessly toward the left post, leaving the keeper completely stranded. He doesn't even know what the hell he just did, but all his teammates are already sprinting toward him. That's because he just scored the cushion goal to put them up by 2. The referee blows the final whistle. Fiorentina secures a massive 3-1 victory over Juventus. Back in the VIP box, the old man from earlier calls someone to make some adjustments. The person on the other end asks why that's necessary. The old man replies that it's because they need to shift their targets for the upcoming winter transfer window. Over in the locker room, everyone is absolutely buzzing after the win. Bonaventura announces to the squad that they need to go out and celebrate tonight. Saponara coaxes Gi-hun, asking him to join them just this once. He politely declines, explaining that he's currently on a call. Bonaventura playfully snatches the phone away and greets Ji-woo like an old friend. A little later, our protagonist apologizes to the girl, who looks a bit shell-shocked by the sudden rowdiness. She then asks what he's holding in his hands. He replies that it's Paulo Dybala's jersey, which he swapped for after the match. Excitedly, she tells Gi-hun that he has to give her that jersey as a souvenir when he gets home. He doesn't look thrilled about the idea. Later on, we see him recounting the conversation to Prodigy. The captain doesn't see what the big deal is, but our protagonist argues that it's weird for her to demand Dybala's jersey when his team just lost to them. Did she seriously fall for him just because he's good-looking? Slightly annoyed, the captain asks the assistant coach, Luca, if they still have time before their flight. Luca responds that they have half a day. With that, the captain tells Gi-hun to get ready because they're heading out. A few minutes later, we find them inside a store, trying to keep a low profile. Prodigy explains that they need disguises so the locals don't recognize them, since there's no telling how the rival fans might react to seeing the guys who just demolished them on the pitch. While our protagonist reminisces about how exhilarating the match was, the captain grabs items left and right. He boasts that while he might be short on time, he's certainly not short on cash. Gi-hun is completely... He mutters that spending that much on gifts is pure madness. After all, his current wages are nothing compared to the captain's. Prodigy chuckles and asks if he's jealous. He tells him at the rate he's growing, he'll be making way more than him in a year or two. He just hopes Gi-hun won't forget about him when he hits the big time, before telling him to follow along. They need to pick out some items for his girlfriend. Our protagonist quickly protests that Ji-woo isn't his girlfriend, but the captain completely ignores him. As Prodigy browses through the luxury aisles, Gi-hun sighs that there are things here he could never afford. That's when his eyes catch a few jackets that actually fit his budget. Then it hits him that they're just two guys cluelessly trying to shop for a girl, which rarely ends well. Before he can overthink it, the captain interrupts him, holding up a gorgeous jacket. Our protagonist is at a loss for words. Prodigy asks if he doesn't like it, but the boy quickly clarifies it's quite the opposite. It's literally the perfect style for Ji-woo. The captain teases him, saying it looks like he actually pays close attention to his girlfriend's fashion taste. With that settled, the captain decides he'll foot the bill for whatever gifts Gi-hun wants to bring her. Gi-hun immediately tries to refuse, but Prodigy won't take no for an answer. He insists it's his way of showing appreciation for the massive win Gi-hun delivered today. Left with no choice, Gi-hun thanks him, adding that when he grows up, he wants to be a class act just like his captain. Meanwhile, as they check out, the veteran mentions that they'll get a 2-week winter break right after the next fixture. In reality, he's quietly anxious that the club might lose its 2 star players. The kid asks him to repeat what he just muttered, but the captain brushes it off, changing the subject to tell him he should take his girlfriends on a trip. Meanwhile, an important executive meeting is underway at the club's headquarters. The president confirms Chiesa's departure and announces a new development regarding Vlahovic. He emphasizes that management did everything in their power to keep him, but it was impossible. Another executive chimes in, stating they must secure the highest possible fee before he walks away on a free transfer. The president notes that a solid offer is already on the table. They were holding out for a bidding war, but no other bids materialized. However, there is a wildcard proposal. Juventus is prepared to match the exact evaluation they offered for Vlahovic, but they want Gi-hun instead. While that news thrills the board members, the president doesn't look pleased at all. Just as the others begin discussing the logistics of letting the kid go, the president slams his hand on the table and declares that Gi-hun is strictly not for sale. The board is baffled by his stance. If they cash in now, they'd literally be making an astronomical profit on a raw prospect. The president counters that Gi-hun is the absolute future of the club, possessed of world-class potential. They could pocket a decent sum right now, but if they hold on to him and sell him after he shines on the international stage, like the Champions League, his market value will skyrocket manifold. He challenges them, saying if they disagree with his vision, they can fire him right then and there. Reluctantly, the other executives concede the point. Even so, they remain skeptical that the squad can qualify for European competitions without Vlahovic leading the line. Alright guys, that's all for today. Thanks for watching until the very end. I'll drop episodes in about 5 days. They'll be exclusive for channel members, unless this video hits 8,000 likes and 500 comments. If you guys smash that goal, I'll release the video early for everyone. Without further ado, see you in the next one.